Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Addressed in reply to the speech from the throne and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Genereux and on the amendment of Ms. Ambrose.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, thank you. First, I would like to thank the voters of the riding of Rivière-du-Nord for having put their trust in me during the last election. It is with a great deal of humility, wisdom, and dedication that I intend to carry out my term here in Parliament. I'd like to thank hundreds of thousands of Quebecers who chose to trust the Bloc Québécois to make sure that their voice is heard here in this House. The Bloc Québécois has been elected across Quebec. Our mission and our main rationale for being here in the House is to defend the interests and values of Quebecers. We have a solid team, Mr. Speaker, men and women of conviction. This team will fulfill the mandate of representing all voters who chose to put their trust in our party to defend the interests of the Quebec nation and to support the independence of Quebec. Our party has always been responsible in the work it does. In the past, our governments, or rather the governments, one after another, have been able to count upon our support when their policy was to respect the interests of Quebec. Our party also vigorously opposed, and rightfully so, the times when Quebecers' rights were flouted or ignored. For example, the Bloc Québécois supported Prime Minister Jean Chrétien in the work he did to implement the National Long Gun Registry. And it was the same when the Kyoto Protocol was ratified in order to tackle climate change. We also supported that same Prime Minister to allow the marriage of same-sex couples and to impose a moratorium on the criminalization of cannabis. However, governments who turned a deaf ear to Quebec and undermined Quebecers' rights will remember us when we did our work as an opposition party. I'm convinced that no one in this House is very proud of the unfortunately infamous sponsorship scandal, but it is thanks to the determined work of the Bloc Québécois that Quebec and all other members were able to become aware of the breadth of the scandal of that party. The Bloc Québécois has attracted the trust of hundreds of thousands of Quebecers because it is here to respect democracy and defend the interests of Quebec. And we know why, Mr. Speaker. First, we are still building the country of Quebec, and I can assure you that we are faithfully dedicated to this cause. But there are other reasons why we are still present in this House. The Bloc Québécois has already been irreproachable and devoted, always been irreproachable and devoted in its work. We're not a classic opposition party, Mr. Speaker. We do not oppose simply because we form an opposition party. That would be useless and meaningless, and therefore it would not respect people who voted for us. The Bloc Québécois is a staunch defender of Quebec's interests, and until such time as Quebec becomes a country, it must be respected in the choices it makes. And insofar as the federal government makes decisions in this regard, then the Bloc Québécois will support it. The Bloc Québécois will collaborate with Canada and will be part of the Council of Nations. For too long, we have seen a very sad spectacle on the part of the previous government. For close to a decade, the rights of parliamentarians were undermined. The House of Commons was reduced to a sad spectacle, serving a Prime Minister who did not believe in parliamentary work. The public service, women, workers and scientists were muzzled and disrespected. The environment was reduced to a simple myth, whereas it had been a high time to tackle climate change. The Conservative government had only one objective, that is, to use power to stay in power. So it was a high time for a change in tone, a change in direction. And in this regard, all the parties who affronted the Conservatives in the last election can be proud of listening to what the public's discontent with the Conservative Party. That is why we have commended the Prime Minister's intent, as expressed in the throne speech, to come back to a parliamentary tradition where respecting the opposition is an important part. Without true work on the part of the opposition, there can be no democracy. The Prime Minister listed a number of goals that the Bloc Québécois will support. Thanks to our tradition of doing constructive work, we will be supporting some of these initiatives. At the outset, we are delighted to see that the government, it shares our concerns with regard to climate change. However, we demand that the efforts made by Quebec, long-standing efforts in the terms of climate change, be taken into account when the government designs its climate change plan. That being said, all states must do their share and ensure that consensus reigns in the scientific community. Even former U.S. Vice President Al Gore pointed out Quebec's efforts in the work being done to fight climate change. The government cannot ignore this fact. It must have a plan that takes into account the work that Quebec has done and which is at the forefront of tackling climate change. The same applies to end-of-life care, Mr. Speaker. We understand that Canada must have an informed debate on this issue, exactly as was done by the National Assembly in Quebec. However, Quebec must not be penalized for being a leader in this matter. On the contrary, we believe that Canada must recognize this valuable contribution made by Quebec and work to catch up with Quebec and adjust each of the province's targets based on the work that has been done since 1990. With regard to EI, the Prime Minister says that he is going to strengthen the EI system, and we agree with that goal. We believe that it is high time that EI should be treated as true insurance and not a work tax. And that is not the way things are happening now. Right now, the program seems merely to be a form of tax. The EI fund has been plundered year after year for the past 20 years, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister intends to do serious work on EI, he must ensure that this is a true standalone fund, because there have been billions of dollars that have been plundered from this fund for the past 20 years. It is high time that this stops and that all workers receive genuine support when they are out of a job. Currently, nothing indicates that the Prime Minister is going to work on this, but we hope he will. The Bloc Québécois has also been a staunch defender of workers' rights. We therefore urge the government to listen to our proposals on this topic if the government really wants to find adequate and durable solutions to EI. There is also the very important work because the Prime Minister started to talk about health care to put in place a new accord. We have specific conditions. Ottawa must increase funding by 6%, up to 25% of the costs of the system for Quebec. Ottawa must also take into account the aging population. The Bloc Québécois will maintain its opposition to an implementation act on the Trans-Pacific Partnership or an agreement with Europe if the following conditions are not fulfilled. First, farmers and cheese producers who are subject to supply management must be fully compensated for any losses. Then the federal government must strongly support young farmers, which means investments of $100 million per year. Finally, border controls must be reinstated to prevent dumping of dairy products. With regard to the fiscal imbalance, it still exists, and the Quebecers will be condemned to decades of austerity unless our conditions are met. Not long ago, the Bloc Québécois greatly contributed to partially fixing this problem. But do not play us for fools. We are all aware that the spending is done by Quebec, but the money is in Ottawa. The Prime Minister can obtain the Bloc's support if he recognizes the situation and addresses the task of reestablishing a fiscal balance between the federal government and the Quebec government. With regard to the Indigenous peoples, we commend the new relationship that the government is starting with them. We support the government in his intent to address the problems that they have undergone for too many years. Now, we have heard about a nation-to-nation dialogue that the Prime Minister will undertake with Indigenous people. Now, what is good for Indigenous peoples will also be good for the Quebec nation, and we will ensure that that happens. With regard to the middle class, we also intend to support the government in this regard. We believe that the middle class must be strengthened in Quebec and in Canada. However, we would like to see more effort being made with regard to low-income citizens. For over 30 years, the middle class has been disappearing, Mr. Speaker. Its clout has been disappearing, and it is because the citizens of Quebec and Canada are getting richer. But no, for over 30 years, the middle class is diminishing because there are more and more people who are falling into lower income brackets. If the government really wants to be progressive, it must tackle poverty. Now, efforts to consolidate the middle class must be made, but first and foremost, the duty of any government is to eradicate poverty. And we would like to see this government undertake true measures to this end. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we believe that there are many topics on which the Bloc Québécois and the government can agree, and we can work together on them. The wishes and the objectives of the Prime Minister are the same as those of the Bloc Québécois, but there were important issues that were left out of the throne speech. We believe that the universal childcare benefit is more beneficial for Quebecers and Canadians than the childcare allowance. We also believe that C-51 should be abolished rather than being reformed. In terms of infrastructure development, we want to ensure that Quebec's jurisdiction is not undermined by an umpteenth federal program that simply ignores Quebec issues. If the federal government wants to find solutions to modernizing our infrastructure, it must provide resources to the Quebec government. It is up to Quebec to decide on its own modernization of infrastructure with the support and in agreement with the municipalities on its territory. Our work has always been responsible and honorable, the work that we have done here. That being said, we have the duty to work together and to ensure that our voters can benefit as much as possible from each parliament. Since the Bloc Québécois has been present in this House, this is what has motivated our party, and that is why it is a party that is so respected by Quebecers. Over the years, we have even received praise and encouragement from the rest of Canada for the constructive work we have done. Today, we are continuing along this path in concordance with defending Quebec's values, as we have always done, and that is why we are supporting the general directions of the throne speech, but with some reservations. And it also, for that reason, that we suggest that the government listen to us and that all parliamentarians work together to meet Quebec's demands. We have always worked this way, and that is because we represent Quebec and Quebecers. Our nation is our reason for being. We chose this model some 50 years ago when a super team started to put Quebec's interests first. We will not be shunted aside. We cherish a just and fair society. The Quebec model is a society that seeks social justice and self-government. However, the Quebec model seems always to be hindered and impeded by Ottawa and its government. Year after year, we see more and more that Quebec would have a better ability to develop its society, its environment, the economy, and its social programs if it could choose its own priorities alone. I said earlier that we unwaveringly support the Prime Minister's initiatives to undertake a nation-to-nation dialogue with Indigenous peoples. Now, that example should inspire the government in its relationship with the Quebec people. The Bloc Québécois has an ideal that is shared by thousands of Quebecers, and that is an ideal that cannot be ignored. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member, and appreciate the many positive comments in terms of just, in general, how the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada is approaching this upcoming budget and contents of the throne speech. He made reference to the child tax benefit, and this is where my question is focused on. In his speech, he made talk about the importance of getting children or dealing with the issue of poverty. And one of the policy platforms that have been taken from the election and incorporated into the throne speech is to an attempt to get children out of poverty. We have the most generous tax plan or benefit that's going directly to children. That's estimated to lift tens of thousands of children all across Canada out of poverty. My question to the member is, does he see the value of giving money to those that have children by doing that, those that are in need on a sliding scale, that we are in fact lifting children out of poverty in Canada, and that is a positive thing, a step in the right direction?
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, clearly it goes without saying that we fully agree with the objective of lifting children out of poverty. Children, families out of poverty in Quebec is an objective that has been an objective of ours for many, many years. As I pointed out in my previous remarks, the program as such is the provincial program is better than what is being put forth by the federal government. There are also compensation, or rather not compensation programs, but benefits for families in need must be tax exempt. Now, in 2015, the benefit is taxable. In 2016, when people will file their income tax, and that is unacceptable. We wanted the Liberals to abolish that, to eliminate this unacceptable tax burden for people filing taxes from 2015. For the rest, we agree with the objective of eliminating poverty and helping middle-class workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. La députée de Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by wishing everyone a Happy New Year. This is the first time I've spoken in the House this year, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his commitment and sincerity on the issues. He talked a lot about the middle class, and he will remember that before Christmas we came in quickly to adopt regulations that or rules that would cover the middle class tax cuts, and it's quite disappointing. I hope the government will make some adjustments, because what we've seen is that a middle class family earning $45,000 with 2 children won't benefit from those cuts. So I'd like to clarify something with my colleague. Now, perhaps I didn't hear him properly, but I'd like to talk about the Liberals' idea to inject money into social housing. Now, it seems to me that it's urgent. We're facing an urgent needs in this area in my riding, and people in social housing in the field are very, very concerned as well. I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on that. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, because indeed, I didn't address it in my remarks, and it is a major concern for the Bloc Québécois, for all of Quebec, in fact. And this is the infrastructure investment. The papers have written a great deal about equalization. I don't want to go into that. It would be much too long at this point. But there's also the issue of Energy East, the pipeline. And that will entail infrastructure as well. But what we want in Quebec are investments, not equalization, investments. Our infrastructure is old. We need a major injection of funding into infrastructure. Quebec has a huge infrastructure burden it needs to deal with, and the needs are urgent in the province. So we call for infrastructure programs to be set up and allocated in accordance with the province's objectives, not the opposite. In Quebec, we believe that we're in a position to identify where the infrastructure investment should go. We want the federal government to transfer the funding necessary to the Quebec government for infrastructure so that the work that is outstanding can be addressed.
Un commentaire. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague on his first speech here in this House for the content. And we can see how well prepared he was, how determined he is to lead this battle in the House, the battle of helping Quebec citizens. I'd also like to wish you, Mr. Speaker, a Happy New Year, as well as extend that greeting to all members of the House. Now, with respect to members in this House and representation, etc., I did some research, and across the country, all parties are recognized. In Quebec, for example, there are 3 members in Québec Solidaire. They have the same rights. They can speak at committees. They have a budget, and they have the same amount of speaking time in the House on a prorated basis. The same thing is true in the other provinces of Canada. The same is true in Europe. The only democracy in the world, apart from North Korea, if we can call it a democracy, the only one in the world that does not recognize political parties elected is the democracy in this country, Canada's democracy. Is it not time to reflect upon this? It's 2016. There are new ideas being put forth. These types of debates must take place here in this chamber, not outside. Does my colleague agree with that? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will clearly understand that I share the comments raised by my colleague for Bécancour, and I would point out that it seems to me that, given the winds of change that have been announced by the Prime Minister since he was elected, recognition for a party representing more than 1 million electors should be automatic. When do people have the right to speak in this chamber? Based on how many voters they represent? How many? What would the number be now? Let's say 1 million voters are represented by 10 members here. They have no right to put questions during question period or in the rotation with the other parties. No possibility to speak at committee, and it's unacceptable for us in a democracy like this one, Mr. Speaker. I would invite to the Prime Minister, who has been just a few months in his position, to correct this situation and to ensure that all parliamentarians receive budgets and speaking time in the House and on committee in order to enable them to fulfill their obligations to their constituents and electors. The Green Party, whether they have 1 or 2, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, the Conservatives, regardless of the party affiliation, Mr. Speaker, there needs to be a rule based on proportionality to enable all to speak. And I would request, as a minimum, Mr. Speaker, that the government take action quickly to deal with this matter. We have time for one final question and answer.
La députée de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my colleague talked about the need for infrastructure funding in Quebec. Our Minister of Finance toured the provinces from coast to coast to coast in order to identify the needs in each province. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite what he thinks about the approach undertaken by our Minister of Finance and what he needs to do in order to fulfill the work and to allocate the funding for each province. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Minister of Finance consulting before investing is a laudable thing, Mr. Speaker. But what we're saying in Quebec is that the infrastructure investment must not depend on the ideas formulated by the Minister of Finance's travels through the province. Those needs must be coordinated by the provincial governments. In Quebec, that's how we want the situation to unfold. The Quebec government has significant infrastructure needs, and we want the Minister of Finance to take that into account when he prepares his budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, and I rise for the first time in this House to speak to the assembled members, and I'd like to welcome them back after the break and extend my congratulations and best wishes on the new mandates they have also received from voters in their ridings, and so I'd like to acknowledge that. I'd also like to acknowledge that we gather here today on the traditional territories of the Algonquin. And a practice which has become much more common out west and has now moved east is to also acknowledge the traditional territory from which my riding is based, which is the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the New Credit, and before them the Anishinaabe. And I think it's important that we rise and speak and keep in mind some of the needs of our Aboriginal First Nations community members and fellow citizens, because the challenges put before this House with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I think, will define the success of this Parliament. And the steps that we've already taken to initiate the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and the ongoing work that's being done there, the work we're doing to fulfill the commitment to honour all of the recommendations in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I think really give us an opportunity as a country to turn a new page. And the throne speech speaks to this, but I think all of our hearts and minds speak to this. And as we look at events that even took place over this last weekend in Saskatchewan, I think we are required to acknowledge and move forward on this agenda. I would be remiss if I were not to remind also the House and the Speaker that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Scarborough Centre. That piece of housekeeping seems to have escaped my memory at this point, but that is indeed what I'll be doing. I represent the riding of Spadina, Fort York. It's a new riding in downtown Toronto. One of 78 ridings that draws its name from our Aboriginal history. Spadina comes from the Ojibwe word Ishpatina, which means the hill. And the hill refers to the old lake bed that is no longer in the riding, but the street of Spadina runs up to Spadina House at the top of the hill near Castle Loma. And it's an interesting street. It's a street that has welcomed thousands and thousands of Canadians over time. It runs from the waterfront north into the rest of Ontario, up into Canada. And it is an important street in so many, many ways, because that immigrant experience defines the city that I come from. It defines my family and other families that call their riding home. And it is an experience which is spoken to directly in this throne speech. It's not just the work we're doing on settling refugees. It's not just the work we do welcoming immigrants to our city and our country. It's the work we do to make sure that their aspirations and their hopes match and meet the aspirations and hopes of multi-generational Canadians in finding a great future in this city and in this country. And the throne speech speaks to that opportunity and lays the foundation, in my perspective, for that better future for all of us. And nowhere is that more specific than in the conversation about infrastructure. Before I describe why the infrastructure components are so critical to my riding into this country, I'd like to remind us all that while we've been 97 days since the last election, that's all the time we've had so far. And I realize everyone wants every problem solved in the country within those 97 days, but to put it in perspective, we were sworn in as a government just 81 days ago. And put that in complete clarity for all of you, the election campaign was only 3 days shorter than that. In other words, we've now sat as a government for 3 days longer than the campaign. And even though it's been a short period of time, it's been action-packed. The progress, as I said, on the refugees, on the Indigenous files, the progress on making sure that the budget consultations roll out and we get into the meat and the bones of this throne speech, it's really been a very short period of time. And what really I think that also highlights is that there's much time in front of us to get this work done. And so I hope we have the collaboration and the cooperation of our colleagues across the House, good, strong criticism, but also good, strong ideas coming to make sure that this throne speech not only is delivered with great flourish, but is delivered to Canadians with great capacity so that we can change the future and the outcomes for so many in this country. As I said, the riding I represent is a waterfront riding. It's probably the tallest riding in Canada in terms of the number of condominiums in it, but it's also a riding with one of the poorest postal codes in this country. A neighborhood that has been bypassed for the last 10 years in terms of its housing needs, its daycare needs, its social service needs. We've seen services disappear from this part of the riding, and as a result, this part of the riding has struggled to keep pace with the growth that's been experienced in the rest of the riding, in particular on the issue of housing. We are creating, in downtown Toronto, in the riding that I represent, more housing than most ridings create in a decade. We probably will create this year. The expected population growth in my riding over the next 5 years is 137%. But if we don't find a way to speak not just to the cultural diversity of our city, but also the economic diversity of our city, if we don't find a way to invest into that growth, opportunities for new Canadians and multi-generational Canadians, for Aboriginal Canadians, for folks that are born abroad or folks that are born in the city, if we don't find a way to embed in that program affordability into the housing and sustain the affordability of the existing housing, people will not succeed in the city that I represent in the riding that I've been sent here to talk about. So the housing component of the infrastructure spend is profoundly important for my riding. And that requirement that we get that money out the door as quickly as possible is good not only for the people that will live in that housing or live in the repaired housing, which is perhaps the more pressing issue in some parts of Toronto, but it's also the way of getting people back to work right across the country. There is no project more job-intensive than housing. And it's not just the construction jobs, which are so dearly needed in all kinds of parts of this country, but it's the architects, it's the planners, it's the folks that furnish the housing and the work that the factories do producing that furniture. It's the work that the electricians get. It's the work that folks, even tending the gardens of some of these houses, get as a result of the growth we can generate from housing. But if we don't do it for everybody and only do it for some, the social problems we leave in the wake of a poor housing program are the costs that we quite often struggle to meet in this very House. We have to reposition the way we talk about housing in this country, not as just an infrastructure program, but housing has to be seen no longer as a problem to be solved, but the tool to solve our problems. If we get it right on housing, not only do we build stronger families and stronger communities, but if we get it right on housing, we also start to tackle greenhouse gas emission. We also start to tackle unemployment. We can use housing to do everything to reduce the cost of health care, to reduce the cost of post-secondary, to reduce the cost of transportation. When you build good, strong housing, you build good, strong cities. And the challenge we've had surrendering housing to market forces, and you can see it right across this country, is that we're starting to see slippage on all those issues. When you talk to the mayor of Edmonton about the largest, most significant problem facing that city, one of the big problems they had over the last 10 years is while they were creating all kinds of six-figure salary jobs in Edmonton, they couldn't find a way to create housing to house people with that salary. And as a result, you had a housing crisis in Edmonton, which saw affluent families displacing low-income families, pushing low-income families further and further away from the city centre. And guess what? Suddenly you had transportation needs emerge. When you talk about the challenge facing seniors trying to age in place in Atlantic Canada, what you find in that situation is that you've got housing, but no people. And you need to transition that dynamic and find a way to solve those problems by investing in the housing to allow people to age in place and create jobs, which creates new opportunities for families to stay in Atlantic Canada and develop those economies. This is the infrastructure program writ large. And it's fundamental to the success of this country to get that housing program up and running as quickly as possible. This throne speech reinforces our commitment made during the campaign to $60 billion of new infrastructure money, a third of which is designated for social infrastructure, which is largely the housing program. It also talks about the Environmental Green Fund as being a $20 billion fund. Money from that fund can also be used to rehabilitate housing, to not only make it more energy efficient and cut greenhouse gas emissions, but it also delivers jobs and it also reduces the cost of housing. And when we drive solutions into the housing sector, and when we drive housing as a solution into cities and communities across this country, the economy, the environment, the social outcomes of this country change. That's the heart and soul of this throne speech. Add to that the measures on reduction of poverty and tax relief for middle class and tax relief and support for families. When you start add it all in, it all starts to make sense. But at the foundation and the heart and the base of it all, it's building stronger housing programs to build stronger cities, stronger communities, and deliver the economic and social opportunities to thousands of Canadians who live here now, millions who do, as well as the millions more that are coming. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly wanted to congratulate the member on their election to this House, or re-election to this House, rather. But I'd also like to take issue with a couple of things that were brought up there, and specifically regarding poverty being at the center of this throne speech. And that may be the case, but the first move this government made was to provide a tax cut that helped those earning $190,000 a year the most. Could the member please stand and tell this House how they rationalize that with the statement that was just made?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, as I said, it's been literally 3 days longer than the election campaign. It's been 81 days since we were sworn in, which is a very, very short period of time. I think that when you take a look at the totality of the movement, the changes that we anticipate will be introduced and hopefully supported by this House moving forward, by this time next year you'll see a much more comprehensive and an integrated program as described in our election platform, described in the throne speech, and you'll see in the forthcoming budget that actually addresses all of the issues to create that support. We know that a good, strong middle class is critically important for this country. We know that the tax breaks address a range of income groups, but we also know that additional measures are on their way. The child tax benefit, doubling it and making it tax-free, is one of the ways in which lower-income Canadians are going to benefit much more in a much more targeted way than the tax breaks that you talk about. We also know that the delivery of public housing and the savings and the affordability that we drive into low-income and middle-income Canadians' households by managing the full spectrum of the housing market comprehensively, which is spoken to in this throne speech, will also deliver that relief. So to take one measure and criticize the entire platform and the entire throne speech is a little disingenuous. And to take the first 90 days and say that's all that we're going to do across the full spectrum of needs in this country, I think is also not really telling the full story. The full story isn't...
Okay. Order. Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your re-election. My colleague across the way spoke of many things, but one of the things that he didn't speak about was veterans. During the past election campaign, many promises were made to veterans and their families. They need to know at this point in time, will those promises be kept? We know that there are an incredible and heartbreaking number of veterans who are homeless, and we know that their families are suffering. What does this member plan to do to make sure that those promises are met and our veterans are respected?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you for the question. I mean, clearly, specific services to veterans which have been overlooked or depleted in the previous government need to be spoken to again. The revisiting the veterans' offices that were closed and supports and quite frankly just stop the process of taking them to court all the time as they seek to be treated properly by a government that owes them a debt of service. But when I speak about housing as a solution to challenges, The jobs engaged in the housing sector are jobs that returning service personnel are often trained for and can provide assistance on. When we talk about delivering affordable housing, many of the veterans who have financial challenges as a result of some of the injuries they've sustained benefit from those sorts of programs. And so you may not hear the word veteran in front of the program, and it may not be described in particular as we describe the program, but they're part of a group of Canadians that need our support. And the infrastructure programs not only promise jobs, but services to those individuals, and that's part of a comprehensive approach to make sure the veterans that have served this country are served by this government.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good to see you back in the chair. I'd like to ask, I know my colleague's very passionate about the housing issue, but in broader context, just about the functioning of this, of our democracy and of what's gone on over the last 4 years. We've seen committees, and the question coming from the Conservatives about poverty, there was good work done by Human Resources Skills Development Committee putting forward before the 2011 election, putting forward quality recommendations to go to the minister, which were all sort of cast aside by the last government. In conversation with my former member, the NDP member, Peter Stauffer, he and I had sort of reminisced a little bit a couple of weeks ago about committees, how they used to get together. You could have a John Cummings on one hand, which would be considered a little bit to the right, meanwhile a Social Democrat like Stauffer on the other end, but they would come together and make a unanimous recommendation to the minister and to the government to go forward and help those stakeholders. Does my colleague see that there's potential to change what's happened over the last 4 years, where committees have been used as a vehicle to sort of drive home a specific ideology? Does he see some kind of hope for it in this Parliament?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I am one of many people in this chamber who have experienced a municipal council. And one of the shocks coming to Ottawa was to see how dysfunctional and focused on ideology the committees were, as opposed to taking an opportunity to allow us as members to represent the needs and the diverse and particular concerns of our communities to really shape legislation to make sure it worked in every corner of this country. I believe that the committee system is so fundamental to the fine-tuning of legislation, so fundamental to the work we do as individual MPs, that we have got to find a way to make those committees more successful, because they make us more successful as representatives of our communities, regardless of which party we represent in this House.
Resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise today in this House for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, and in response to the speech from the throne. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Scarborough Centre for placing their trust in me to deliver the real change that they need and deserve. And I will work hard to be their strong and effective voice here in Ottawa. I would like to thank all the hard-working volunteers that made my being here possible for their tireless dedication and support, particularly my husband Salman and my children Umaid and Usman. Today, I'm also thinking of my parents. They are no longer with us. I lost my mother during the campaign. I would not be here without the values they instilled in me that I have carried with me throughout my journey. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to represent Scarborough Centre. Scarborough is a community of hard-working middle-class families. We are a community of parks, community centres, and some of the best pancit and biryani you will find outside the Philippines and South Asia. We are also one of the most diverse communities in Canada. Thousands of people from around the world have chosen Scarborough as the place they want to live, work, play, raise their families, and build a better life for their children. Mr. Speaker, the families of Scarborough Centre need help making ends meet. Families are increasingly challenged to stretch each paycheck further and further. My family came to Canada 16 years ago to build a better life for our sons, and we have shared the challenges of so many Scarborough families, trying to balance paying the rent and buying groceries, on entry-level wages, getting to work and school on public transit, and now preparing to send our children to university. Scarborough families need better transit. Mr. Speaker, gridlock is crippling Toronto and cities across Canada. This is not just an economic issue. Mr. Speaker, it is a quality of life issue. Time spent in traffic means lost productivity, and it means time not spent with our families. For too long, Scarborough has not had a federal partner at the table when it comes to transit. This needs to change. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to see that so many of the priorities of the families of my riding were addressed by this speech from the throne. I welcome the promised historic investment in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. This means not only badly needed new transit for communities like Scarborough and funds for community and seniors centres, but also support for affordable housing. Every Canadian deserves to have access to a safe, clean, and affordable place to live. Yet today, Mr. Speaker, too many Canadians are living on the economic edge. According to the Canadian Rental Housing Index, 22% of rental households in Toronto are spending more than half their household income on rent, and 20% are living in overcrowded conditions. The people of Scarborough welcome the historic 10-year investment in social infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, they are relieved to finally again see a federal government that understands the need to invest in affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, I'm also heartened to hear about the middle class tax cut and new Canada Child Benefit. That, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will lift over 315,000 Canadian children out of poverty and will benefit 9 out of 10 Canadian families. As a mother whose eldest son is now applying to universities, and with a second one who is not far behind, I also welcome the government's commitment to making post-secondary education more accessible and more affordable. There are also many young people living in my riding who are having trouble finding work, especially that first important job after college or university to begin building their work experience. And I don't need to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the youth unemployment rate is unacceptably higher than the overall national rate. The government's youth job strategy is badly needed in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the 4-year investment in programs that will help Canadian youth enter the workforce that will create tens of thousands of jobs every year. The youth of Scarborough will also benefit from thousands of new green jobs, help for employers to create co-op placements for science, technology, mathematics, engineering, and business students, and the restoration of the youth service program to help youth gain work and life experience, participating in community building projects across Canada. When it comes to investing in Canada's future, Mr. Speaker, there is no better investment than our young people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased to see the throne speech recognize something that my neighbours in Scarborough have known for so long to be true. Canada is stronger, not in spite of our differences, but because of them. We have seen some unfortunate incidents recently in Canada, including in Toronto. 2 Muslim women were verbally assaulted on a subway train. One was beaten and robbed, and another one was allegedly spat on. And a mosque in Peterborough was the target of arson. These are the actions of a hateful minority, Mr. Speaker, and they do not represent the majority of Canadians. For every hateful individual, there were many more who stood up to condemn this violence, to say, I will ride with you, to say, this is not our Canada. I was honored recently to join the Prime Minister and the Minister of Democratic Institutions as the community rallied together to reopen that mosque. The message that day was very clear. Mr. Speaker, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. In Scarborough, we are Christian and Catholic, Muslim and Hindu, Buddhist and Jewish. We speak English and French, but also Tamil and Tagalog, Mandarin and Cantonese, Greek and Urdu, Gujarati and Bengali. We may come from many places, but we share the important things in common: our love for our families and for this great country, and our desire to build an even better Canada for our children. We enjoy an unparalleled equality of opportunity in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I immigrated to Canada 16 years ago. We first moved to a small apartment in Regent Park, where I started a catering service, making kebabs and curries, to supplement our income while taking care of 2 toddlers. And now today, I stand in this House as the Member of Parliament. This is the Canada that is the envy of the world. And this is a proof, Mr. Speaker, of what the Prime Minister says: in Canada, better is always possible. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with all my honourable colleagues in this place to make the commitments in this throne speech a reality and to deliver the real change that middle-class families need and deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my fellow member on her first speech. I have heard in both of the last speeches about housing needs, and it's very true that there are these needs in your ridings. Also, in my small riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have need for shelter improvements, houses for seniors, houses for those that are without. And so I'm interested to understand, what is this government's plan to make sure that the infrastructure spending doesn't just go to the big cities?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I'm proud to be part of the government that has promised for an historic infrastructure investment, and we all agree that Canada is facing a massive deficit of infrastructure, and we cannot ignore that, and we cannot pass it to our kids. So we, as a government, will do our best to work with the municipality and provinces to identify the local needs and make sure that we have the long-term predictable funding available to look after those needs. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Scarborough Centre on her excellent speech today, her first speech in the House from our own party and from others. My colleague mentions daycare needs, which are incredibly important to Canadians. Canadian families are suffering because they are unable to access affordable childcare, and they're unable to access childcare that is safe in their communities and that they can access in a way that doesn't require them to make a choice between whether or not they go to work or they take care of their children in the way that they would like to see. I would like to ask my colleague if she would not agree that we need to make childcare spaces more affordable and accessible for Canadian families.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. We as a government totally agree, and within our promised infrastructure investment, the component of social infrastructure will provide the funding to build more daycare centres, and our middle-class tax breaks together with the Canada Child Benefit will lift 315,000 kids out of poverty and will benefit 9 out of 10 Canadian families.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank and congratulate my colleague for her first speech in the House and to wish her very happy 2016. Mr. Speaker, our government announced investments during the throne speech as well as tax relief for the middle class. I'd like to ask my colleague how these measures will stimulate the economy in her riding.
Scarborough Centre.
Scarborough Centre is a community of middle-class families. And I would like to thank the honourable member for the question. Our tax breaks, together with the Canada Child Benefit, will provide relief to 9 out of 10 Canadian families. And Scarborough Centre, where majority of the middle-class families have called it as a home, will definitely benefit from those investments.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And I'm quite relieved to hear that there is going to be money for affordable housing, because the last federal co-op was built in my riding in 1992. And by 1993, the Liberal government of the day had completely killed the program. So you can understand why I am encouraged, because right now in my riding there is a 10-year delay, a waiting list of 10 years for persons living with disabilities, for seniors, for people living in poverty, for affordable housing. And so you may understand why I am very anxious to know when this program will begin. When can we start to see affordable housing in my riding after 25 years of the lack?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Our investment in infrastructure will be available as we begin, and our finance minister has been going and traveling through Canada, consulting the Canadians on the needs and the priorities, and they will be coming up in the next budget.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate you on your reappointment to the seat. Congratulations. And I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes and Brock. Mr. Speaker, this is my first full speech in the House since the election. I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Foothills for once again electing me as their Member of Parliament. It is truly an honour to have earned their confidence, the hardworking people of Southern Alberta, and in turn I will work hard each and every day to represent them honourably, passionately and ethically. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure Canada remains the best place to live, work and raise a family. To that end, I was incredibly disappointed listening to the speech from the throne in December. The speech from the throne should bring forward enthusiasm, optimism and hope for all Canadians. I must say in this regard, the government's speech from the throne failed. The government neglected to address key issues which are the heart of what matters most to Canadians: jobs, growth and the economy. Over the past several weeks, I have spent time touring my riding, speaking to community leaders, municipal councils, families, business owners. And for the first time in a very long time, the mood in Alberta is not one of enthusiasm, optimism, and hope. No, it is one instead of anxiety and fear. And this government's speech from the throne did nothing to alleviate those concerns. It did not even mention two key pillars of Canada's economic foundation: agriculture and our energy sector. As a rural Albertan, I was shocked to see the government did not set out any plans, any priorities to grow and support these important resource sectors. These resource sectors that employ many Canadians, many Albertans, especially in my riding of Foothills. For example, Mr. Speaker, more than 2.2 million Canadians work in the agriculture and agri-food sector. That means 1 in every 8 Canadian jobs rely on this industry. And more importantly, I would argue, the vitality of almost every rural community in Canada does as well. If a government's priorities include growing the economy, creating jobs, and strengthening the middle class, does it not make sense then that Canada's agriculture industry must be a priority of this government? Canada is the 5th largest agriculture exporter in the world, and our agriculture industry contributes more than $100 billion to our GDP each and every year, and that number continues to grow. Exports in 2013 reached $46 billion, a 6% increase from 2012. Statistics Canada predicts the average net worth of the family farm is expected to reach an all-time high in this year of $2.1 million. And total family farm income has steadily increased and is predicted to reach $135,000 in 2015. So why then is this government not doing everything it possibly can to facilitate further growth in this industry? Ways such as supporting the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement, among the largest trade agreements in the world's history. This landmark agreement will preserve Canada's privileged access to our largest trading partner, the United States, and strengthen our partnership within NAFTA. Canada is a significant global supplier of high-quality agricultural products, I would argue the best in the world. And through the Trans-Pacific Partnership, Alberta's farmers and ranchers will now have access to 800 million new customers, unprecedented market access, which will give them wonderful opportunities in existing and new emerging markets. You see, Mr. Speaker, our farm and ranch families are successful because they are well educated. They are innovators, inventors, conservationists, and entrepreneurs. Most of all, they are hardworking, and they expect to have a government that is working just as tirelessly to provide them with a regulatory framework that will allow them to compete on the world stage. With more than 200,000 operating farms in Canada, it is clear the family farm remains a critical foundation to Canada's economy. Instead of ignoring Canada's agricultural industry, the government should be creating new economic opportunities for Canadian farmers by opening and expanding our markets around the world. The Liberals should be aggressively pursuing new markets for our producers while protecting supply management, investing in cutting-edge agricultural and agri-food industry and technology, ensuring an effective and efficient transportation system is in place, and keeping our taxes low. By increasing trade and ensuring producers have access to a global market, we are creating more jobs, more growth, and more prosperity for all Canadians. However, Mr. Speaker, the fact remains, in the speech from the throne, there were exactly 0 words dedicated to agriculture. 0 words explaining this government's plan for an agreement on the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement. But of course, we probably know why that's the case, because agriculture is a lucrative resource. And the Prime Minister made it quite clear in his remarks in Davos what he thinks of Canada's resources and the innovative, world-renowned people who work in those industries. Perhaps that is also why the speech from the throne did not include any plans to complete critical infrastructure in our energy sector, projects such as the Energy East pipeline. This government remains frighteningly silent on its position on Energy East, a project that will create well-paying and vital jobs for the Canadian economy. For example, last week when Montreal area mayors spoke out against Energy East pipeline before the project has even been tabled, the Prime Minister had an outstanding opportunity to stand up and state emphatically how vital this project is, not only to Alberta's economy, but to Canada's. The Liberal government has trivialized the importance of the natural resource sector, even though it makes up 20% of Canada's nominal GDP, equaling more than $160 billion annually. But there's nothing trivial about the thousands of people who have lost their jobs in Alberta. There's nothing trivial about the families who are losing their homes, their businesses, and their dignity. Mr. Speaker, I met with a business owner in High River recently. He was nearly in tears as he struggled to find ways to save his small welding business. He's kept his staff on for as long as he could despite not having any work in the oil field. He met his payroll by using his line of credit. But once that maxed out, he had to lay off his entire staff, including 10 welders. That's 10 families in a small rural community who are looking for work. And that has a vital impact and a profound impact on our small rural communities. Now, this is just one of a dozen stories I'm sure many of my colleagues have heard from around Alberta, where the mood is one of feeling abandoned and fear. And if the Liberal government remains silent, this is only going to get worse. Groups are predicting another 185,000 job losses in Canada's energy sector in 2016, 125,000 of those in Alberta alone. Mr. Speaker, they may not like to admit it, but this is a crisis. The Liberal government needs to face reality and get involved. We cannot control oil prices, and I'm not making that argument, but we can take steps to mitigate the damage. We can avoid policies such as a federal carbon tax, which will further harm the oil and gas sector. We can renew investor confidence by supporting projects such as the Energy East pipeline, which will give Canadian producers access to new markets. And again, this will not only benefit Alberta. It is estimated construction on the Energy East pipeline alone will create 1,200 full-time jobs in Alberta, but another 14,000 across Canada. The Energy East pipeline is an opportunity to get Canadian products to Tidewater and increase our market access in an environmentally safe and sustainable way. Pipelines are not greenhouse gas intensive, and they're the safest way to transport oil with a 99.99% safety rating. It is under this Conservative government's leadership that the Pipeline Safety Act was introduced, ensuring a world-class pipeline safety regime. Energy East can replace the need to import foreign crude oil into Quebec and Atlantic Canada with a secure source of Canadian crude oil. Currently, 630,000 barrels of oil a day, 630,000 barrels a day are imported to Quebec and Atlantic Canada for places like the Middle East and West Africa, places that are not exactly world-renowned for their environmental stewardship. In contrast, Energy East will transport Canadian oil extracted under Canadian standards, creating Canadian jobs and raising revenue for essential Canadian social projects and infrastructure. Yet this Liberal government does not bat an eye at foreign oil tankers in the St. Lawrence or 8 billion litres of raw sewage being dumped in our seaway, but it turns up its nose at Canada's own natural resources. The Conservative record on supporting the natural resource sector is strong and will continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, whether it's extracting bitumen from the oil sands, mining coal in the rugged Rocky Mountains, or growing canola in the harsh prairies, our tenacity, ingenuity, and unmatched work ethic has led to incredible achievements in technology, innovation, and environmental stewardship right here in Canada. Hopefully this little government will come to realize Canadians, we're already very proud of what is beneath our feet. And we are already well known around the world for what is between our ears. And I hope they will also stand up shoulder to shoulder with our resource sector and show just how proud they are as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found the member's comments quite interesting in the sense that if you take a look at how important the natural resources industry is for Canadians, no one would question the value. We are very much dependent on natural resources. The thing is that the Liberal Party has also recognized the importance of our environment, having that social contract with the different stakeholders that are out there. The previous government did not do much in terms of the development of that social contract, in terms of protecting Canada's environment. But when it comes to the issue of pipelines, what he's challenging the Liberal government to do is to move forward on the pipelines. I should remind the member that the Conservative government didn't build 1 mile, let alone 1 yard, of pipeline during its term in office. Yet we in Western Canada, in particular, but also Canada from coast to coast to coast, is very dependent in terms of the future of the world markets and so forth. My question to the member is, does he believe that the Conservative government lost opportunities for the development of our natural resources because of its negligence in dealing with the importance of pipelines and with respect to the environment and so forth?
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think it's very interesting that he says that the Liberal government is in support of natural resources. We understand how important they are to Canada's economy. That is certainly not the message that we received from the Prime Minister when he was in Davos last week. If anything, it was quite the opposite. His words were, the previous government made Canada world-renowned for our resources because we supported them and we were there to back them. Whereas our new government wants Canada to be known for its resourcefulness, and we don't want to be known for what's beneath our feet, but for what's between our ears, totally overlooking the incredible technological advancements in environmental stewardship, pipeline safety, all these kinds of innovations that were done right here in Canada by Canadians that have made our natural resource sector such an integral part of our economy. And I think the difference between the two is we came out and stands firmly behind our resource sector, where they'd rather ignore it and hope it goes away.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the Honourable Member for Foothills. I do want to press the point, however, that the unfortunately shared mania between the official opposition and the current government in the phrase getting bitumen to Tidewater misses entirely the economic opportunity for processing bitumen in Canada, particularly for upgrading it in Alberta. The opposition to bitumen and diluent in pipelines will continue in my province of British Columbia, in the province of Quebec. It simply poses risks with no benefits, neither to British Columbia nor Quebec, nor to Canada.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for an honourable member. It's great to see you in the House. I just wanted to say that, we're talking about Energy East for an example. This is a pipeline that already exists. It's already in the ground. The vast majority of this infrastructure is already there. So it's already been using for natural gas. This is not something that's going to be new. In terms of refining bitumen here in Canada, I think that's something that the private sector, if it was a market there, they would do. I think any time the government gets involved in funding something like that, it never works out well. This is something that the private sector should take the initiative on. And if a company does ever step forward and says, we're going to take the next 20 years and build a $20 billion refinery, then I'm sure that they will look at working in that regulatory process as well. But that just hasn't happened.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the very thought-provoking and articulate speech. And he did, quite frankly, notice the lack in the speech from the throne of the government in terms of our agricultural sector, our natural resources, and of course we've sort of focused down in terms of pipelines. The one thing that the speech from the throne does talk about, and it's talking about the need for deficit spending, I guess I'd like to ask my colleague what the economic impact would be in terms of if we get a pipeline through government spending compared to private sector spending, and what difference it would make for his province, which of course is Alberta.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much for that question, and I'm really glad that she asked that. I had the opportunity to meet with several business leaders from the oil and gas sector last week in Calgary, and it was really interesting. We talked about the Prime Minister's pledge to give $1 billion to Alberta to help in this time of need, which is really just a drop in the bucket. But those business leaders said, we do not, and they met with the finance minister as well, and their response to the finance minister is, we do not need that $1 billion. Get us Energy East. Get behind us, support us, and we will raise those dollars on our own. We don't need a government handout. We just need your support. And that was a very clear message, and I think that's something we should get behind. Absolutely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Foothills for his informative speech. Let me begin by congratulating you, Mr. Speaker, on your election for Simcoe North, my next-door neighbour, and also to your position as Deputy Speaker. I look forward to working with you. I'd also like to thank my constituents from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock for placing their trust in me to represent them here. Also, I'd like to thank my campaign manager, my campaign team, the volunteers that came out day in and day out and knocked doors, put up signs, gave out literature, you name it. My provincial colleague Laurie Scott was there as well. And also special thanks to John and Brenda Hymas. Those are good friends of mine who were with me each and every day of this campaign, and that was something special to have. Many of you will know my predecessor, Barry DeVolen. I had the opportunity to work with Barry for the past 11 years, and I think I'd be remiss if I did not mention him. He was a mentor for me and a role model, and I also consider him a very good friend, and I'd like to thank him for his ongoing support and advice. I think for all of us here, it's a very humbling experience to speak in this chamber. This has been a dream job of mine for as long as I can remember, and I think for everyone here, it feels good to be here, and I'm honored to do so. I'm proud to report that just 2 weeks after the election, my constituency office was up and running. We were taking phone calls, helping constituents with everything from citizenship applications to Canada Pension to Canada Revenue Agency and, of course, passports and everything in between. So I want to thank my staff for working very hard and tirelessly for getting that office up as quick as possible and getting back to serving the constituents of Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. I should point out This past week, I was able to hold first of, I hope, many passport clinics in this riding. I was able to meet hundreds of my constituents as they came out to not only talk about passports, but also the various issues that are affecting them. And Mr. Speaker, who are the people of Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock? Well, the people there are as strong as my riding is beautiful. We put our hands to hard work, our voices to causes, and our hearts and minds to the challenges we face. We take care of our neighbors. We teach our children how to learn good things, grow crops, make good choices, and respect those who have done these things as a good deal and to continue to put themselves forward in their community. We are a polite group. We roll up our sleeves for the good of our towns, and we, of course, take our weekends seriously. We hear loons and frogs when we sleep, and if we are in favor of a louder scene, we're just a quick drive to Toronto. We are farmers, machinists, protectors, environmentalists, gardeners, artists, doctors, tradespeople, and store owners. We pitch in and we take pride in our old building, our stretches of natural land, and common sense. We have history, morals, and intention, and we know how to enjoy life. And Mr. Speaker, it is these exact people who are concerned about the direction this Liberal government is taking our great nation. How many more promises will be broken as we continue this mandate? I'm going to talk about some of the issues that I heard while back in my riding. Canada, under our previous Conservative government, was a major player in the fight against terror and across the world. And the Liberal speech from the throne promised, and I quote, "The government will strengthen its relationship with its allies, especially our closest friend and partner, the United States." Despite this, the Liberal government pledge to withdraw from the battle against ISIS has severely hurt our relations with our allies, specifically the United States. Only 6 months ago, then Foreign Affairs Minister Rob Nicholson hosted an international meeting in Quebec City to discuss the military and political aspects of the mission against ISIS. Today, we are not even welcome to have a seat at that table. They also claimed, this government also claims, I quote, "We will continue to work with its allies in the fight against terrorism." Now, how can they claim to be strengthening our relationships and working with our allies in this fight against terrorism when they have single-handedly isolated Canada from its allies and withdrawing our forces at the exact same time our allies are stepping up their efforts? Canada has gone from a nation that, in my opinion, punched above its weight each and every time to a nation that is willing to stand on a nation willing to stand on the sidelines while our allies fight against terrorism. The Liberals have proclaimed that Canada is back on the world stage. In reality, in my opinion, we are being forced to sit back while our allies battle to defend our shared values. All of this has taken place in 4 short months. And Mr. Speaker, I fear that it will continue to happen for the rest of this mandate. On the issue of democratic reform, I've spoken to my constituents. They are concerned about the Liberal electoral reforms. In the speech from the throne, the Liberals stated, I quote, "2015 will be the last federal election conducted under the first-past-the-post voting system." This government's same minister has indicated there will be no electoral reform, or referendum, sorry. How does this Liberal government plan on restoring Canadians' trust in public institutions when it has already indicated that it will not be giving Canadians a chance to be heard through a national referendum? Mr. Speaker, not giving Canadians a chance to be heard directly goes completely against their promise to restore the trust of Canadians and is just another of the promises that the Liberals will continue to break. A committee comprised of a select number of parliamentarians studying electoral reform is not, and in my opinion never will be, a substitute for all Canadians having their voices heard directly. This Liberal committee is simply, in my opinion, a vehicle through which they can impose their own predetermined agenda without any meaningful way to restrain them. I'm next going to talk on agriculture and natural resources. I know my friend from Foothills did so. As he mentioned quite eloquently, the Prime Minister was in Switzerland representing Canada at the World Economic Forum. He was given a chance to promote Canada to the world, and instead he left out some of the most important of our industries, natural resources and agriculture. Now, don't misunderstand me. Resourcefulness, innovation is an important and continues to be an important part of our prosperity in Canada. But instead of promoting the many desirable industries and businesses that our great nation has to offer, the Prime Minister spoke just about confidence, and he was positive. Canada is a rich nation, has a rich resource-based economy. The Prime Minister had this opportunity to promote this to the world and instead, in my opinion, failed to do so. In Canada, 1 in 5 jobs are based on trade, and our Conservative government sought to increase opportunities for Canadians by signing free trade agreements across the globe. We stood side by side with Canadians to promote and protect jobs. Despite overlooking natural resources, there is no mention of Canada's world-class food supply. We are well known all over this world for the quality and security of our food production system. Many of this in this place will know the name Kawartha Dairy. That is from my riding. Many people line up for long periods of time for that great ice cream. We are now seeing innovators like Mariposa Dairy in the process of completing a $2 million expansion with their award-winning goat cheese, and Grass Hill Farms in my hometown of Bobcaygeon. They're world leaders in quality goat milk and genetic research. Their goat products are in demand all across this globe, and we need to ensure that they have access to these markets. And now let's look where we stand currently. We're in the winter, soon will be spring, the government will be tabling their budget, and what are we projecting for 2016? And how will these projections create jobs? My friends from Foothills talked about the oil supply. The value of our Canadian dollar continues to drop. It's the weakest it's been in 2003. The Liberal government promised deficits of $10 billion per year. Necessary spending, they said, to jumpstart the economy. That figure is now projected to be more like $13 to $14 billion. And why is that? Well, in my opinion, the election campaign, the Liberals said the tax hike set to be imposed on the richest 1% would pay for the middle-class tax cut. But, as it turns out, after some big number crunching, that tax cut for the middle class is actually not going to be covered by those high-income earners. Instead, it's going to cost Ottawa $1.2 billion a year. It basically means that we're going to have increased taxes later, or spending cuts, maybe both. But that's future generations. My children, my grandchildren are going to have to pay for this. This ideology has been known to wreck economies of many countries. It's wrecked some of the economies of our provinces. And I see a big tax hike on the horizon, and I'm scared about that. Since 2008, with infrastructure spending, we've seen $200 million in Haliburton Kawartha Lakes be invested in my riding. That's seen new arenas built, libraries, renovations, the list goes on, all creating infrastructure and creating jobs. And we need to continue that. We need to work on expanding high-speed internet. We've done a great start getting that going all across Eastern Ontario, all across the country, but there are gaps. In Haliburton County, there are gaps. And we need to fix those gaps, because if we're not connected to the internet, we're not connected to the world, we can't have economic activity, and we need that to succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to taking questions.
Just before we go to questions and comments, just a general reminder to all honourable members in the course of their speeches is to avoid using the given names or family names of other honourable members in the course of their discussions. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I'd like to congratulate our honourable member on his speech and on his re-election. He spoke about infrastructure and about deficits, and at some point, you know, we have to invest into our communities. I've had a number of community meetings over the last few months, and every single one of them talk about this massive infrastructure deficit that we face as a country, and that we need these investments. So, and in particular, in digital infrastructure, I come from a rural riding like yourself, and there are huge gaps in that investment. Would the member comment on where he thinks that the money is going to come from in order to make these infrastructure investments and not go into any deficits given the economic climate that exists today? Thank you.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Congratulations to you, too, on your election. I look forward to working with you in this House. Well, I think basically the money comes from creating jobs and economic growth. We as government, in my opinion, our job is to have and create an environment that enables private sector growth to build, succeed, create wealth, create jobs, create a tax base, and that's how you come up with that money. You can't magically find this money by borrowing, because we know how that worked out for the province of Ontario. The third biggest line item on their budget is interest on their provincial debt. How do you get ahead when you're continuing to pay interest, high interest rates? It doesn't work as a government, doesn't work as your household, it doesn't work as a business. So I look forward to working with you in terms of expanding high-speed internet to rural parts of Ontario and this country. But also my encouragement, my advice, if you will, would be create that environment that allows private sector growth to succeed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my last two speakers on this side of the House talking about agriculture, because agriculture was not talked about in the throne speech. And the effect in this country is now being felt. Just 10 days ago, the largest potash company in the world laid off over 400 workers in New Brunswick. I recently attended the Saskatoon Crop Production Show at Prairieland Park. It was the biggest show in Saskatchewan, but I can tell you, we're getting a lot of Americans coming up because of the dollar, but Canadian agriculture producers are very, very concerned. And they're concerned because there was no mention of agriculture in the throne speech. And I want to thank both of my colleagues for bringing it up. And agriculture in Alberta and Ontario, as we've seen on this side of the House, has been very important. So thank you to my colleagues for bringing up agriculture, and the Potash Corp Company of Saskatchewan in the last 10 days has sent the message that we all have not liked with the 400-plus layoffs in New Brunswick.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much to my colleague for his words, and couldn't be more true. In my riding, agriculture is a major part of the economy, and if that isn't able to flourish, I think we're in trouble. I think we're in trouble as agriculture as a whole if as a nation we're not able to feed ourselves. But we continue to have the best food supply in the world, in my opinion. It's great quality, and you see the emerging nations, as they have more disposable income, they want our product. And I think that's a good thing. And I think that it allows younger people who want to get into starting their farm or taking over their family farm the opportunity to make some money and produce good quality food. So I encourage the government to continue to focus on agriculture. I encourage them to help the people of my riding have the markets, allow them to get their product out, and I think we can all succeed that way.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the Member of Parliament for Kawartha, Peterborough, Kawartha. I would like to begin by congratulating you on your reappointment as Deputy Chair of the House of Commons, and I would also like to offer my sincere congratulations to my colleagues for their election. It is a great honour and privilege for me to take the floor of the House of Commons for the first time to represent the riding of Nickel Belt. Thank you. Thank you to the constituents of Nickel Belt and Greater Sudbury for their support. I would like to acknowledge the unconditional support that I have received from my wife, my children, my parents, my family, my friends, and the many volunteers who have supported me. Born and raised in Nickel Belt, I understand the challenges and opportunities of small rural communities, and I believe in the people of Nickel Belt, Northern Ontario. I come from a family of public servants. My father and my uncle both served as MPs in this distinguished House. As a business person and community advocate for people with disabilities, I have the passion for enhancing the quality of life in all my surroundings. Pour ma part, j'ai eu
I had an opportunity since the election to crisscross the roads of the beautiful large riding of Nickel Belt, which is over 30,000 kilometers. I'm proud of the priorities outlined in the throne speech by my government.
Northern Ontario Liberal Caucus, I look forward to working with my colleagues to address priorities and issues all over Northern Ontario. The caucus will be an active role in supporting and advocating government's agenda on many fronts. It has been a pleasure that have already met with the 6 mayors and over 20 councillors, and as well as the First Nations chiefs and many community and business leaders all across my riding. And a few of the outlining priorities have been identified. Infrastructure investment is much needed in Northern Ontario to attract private sector investment in the future. Small municipalities like West Nipissing, French River, Marks-Stay Warren, Killarney, and organized townships like Gogama and Cartier struggle with funding and engineering reports and developing proposals. The Greater Sudbury Municipality has shovel-ready projects like the Maley Drive extension with provincial and municipal funding. And the 4-laning is important in the Municipal Road 35 from Azilda and Chelmsford, which I intend and I'm looking forward to advocating for these projects. In addition, we also need to look at the 4-laning of Highway 144 to Timmins. We also need to look at our Trans-Canada Highway between North Bay and Thunder Bay. Also, some of the priorities and the social housing investment, Mr. Speaker. I've already met with several community and business partners who have shovel-ready projects, who are ready today to invest millions in our economy to create seniors, affordable, and social housing complexes in partnership with our local municipalities. These projects are in Chelmsford, Valley East, Cape-Breton, and West Nipissing, ready to meet the needs of an aging population. Also, Mr. Speaker, broadband internet. We need to ensure that most Canadians have access to quality high-speed internet. Rural municipalities across Canada and Northern Ontario need to be part of an expanded fibre optic networks. The survival of rural Canada depends on infrastructure investment in high-speed fibre optics. I will work closely with the dedicated staff of FedNor and local development agencies. I was part of 12 Chamber of Commerces across Ontario, my previous employment. We need to strengthen the investments already made in Northern Ontario by FedNor. We need to look at expanding FedNor's role in broadband, innovation, research investment in order to position Northern Ontario and Canada as a world leader in the mining and supply services sector. The Canadian mining industry is a major employer. Approximately 380,000 people work across Canada. Mining is the largest private sector employer of Aboriginal people in Canada as a proportionate basis. Canada has a large and supply mining company globally that has more than 3,400 companies, enjoying the highest wages in all industrial sectors in Canada, with an average annual exceeding pay of $110,000. As an economic engine, stats in 2013, the mining contributed $54,000 billion to Canada's gross domestic product. The industry accounted nearly 20% of the value of Canadian goods and exports. Canada's value of mineral production is nearly $43 billion. My colleague, Member of Parliament for Sudbury, and I have visited the Centre of Excellence, SEMI, Living with Lakes, NORCAT, Morocco, Laurentian University, Collège Boreal, Cameron College. They are prime examples of endless possibilities when investing in research and innovative technologies. I've also visited with my colleague, Nipissing Timiskaming, visited the Blue Sky Agency to look at more broadband across our ridings in Northern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to restoring the dialogue with our First Nations communities. This is an important matter on which I intend to be devoted, as I'm a proud citizen of the Mattawa, North Bay, Algonquin First Nation community, where Parliament is located. In the riding of Nickel Belt, I am developing a strong relationship with our First Nations chiefs in Attigmashing, Nishabek, Matagami, and Wenipete First Nations. I've also, Mr. Speaker, had the privilege of welcoming families of Syrian refugees in the Greater Sudbury Airport. I must say that the community support is incredible. Our Prime Minister has provided leadership. The families are sponsored by St. Andrew's Church, Cape-Breton Valley East Catholic Refugee Group, the efforts of many other groups, such as the West Nipissing Neighbours with Border, continue to hope and welcoming more Syrian families. Also, in Northern Ontario, we need to reinstate a federal immigration office in Sudbury. I assure you, Mr. Speaker, Northern Ontario will embrace more immigration to support our communities and meet the staffing needs of the local business community. And let's not forget our veterans. Our government is committed to take care and offer them services that they deserve. I am proud to have 11 Royal Canadian Legion branches in Nickel Belt and Greater Sudbury. We need urgently to invest in our veterans and utilize this opportunity to ensure we deliver PTSD services that are world-class.
What distinguishes the riding of Nickel Belt and Greater Sudbury is that it's made up of a multitude of small rural communities that each have their peculiarities. They have their own charm and beauty, over 330 lakes, and is extremely beautiful. I've met citizens of all of these communities who have told me about their concerns and priorities. I have heard this, and I intend to devote myself to these files, which are dear to my heart, such as the mining industry, science and technology, improving the internet in our communities, infrastructure needs. Our government intends to support CBC Radio Canada, which is a driver in the expansion of our communities. My father, Gaëtan Serré, tabled a petition of 20,000 names in Ottawa in 1970 for the creation of CBC Radio Canada television in Sudbury and Northern Ontario. We have to continue to encourage and promote the use of official languages in Canada. Linguistic duality is an asset for all Canadians. I'm very proud of the good work done by many cultural organizations such as Café Héritage and the Northern Ontario Arts Council, among many others, especially for the celebration of the 400th year of the Francophonie in Ontario. We have to remember it's our responsibility to build a society that is safe and within which all artists, in all their diversity, with their knowledge and determination, can flourish.
Understand the importance of knowing the needs, the dreams and aspirations and expectations of my colleagues and the constituents of Nickel Belt Greater Sudbury. I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to working with all of you. Merci. Thank you, Annie.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague from Nickel Belt. As the Mayor of Hamilton, I dealt a lot with off-reserve Aboriginal questions and housing, poverty, and those issues. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if there is a significant off-reserve component in Nickel Belt that needs to be addressed by the infrastructure program and so on.
Deputy de Nickel Belt.
Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Remember for your question. And yes, in Nickel Belt, Greater Sudbury, we have, like I mentioned, the 3 First Nations communities, but we have invested, and also we have Collège Cambrian, Collège Boreal University, Laurentian University that has attracted many of our Aboriginal students for higher education. We've also looked at encouraging the private sector to build upon the hiring of Aboriginal peoples, as I mentioned, in the mining sector. So I continue to work with the government, continue to work with our local partnerships and local partners to enhance the quality of life, the education of off-reserves Aboriginal people. Thank you.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the Honourable Member's speech from Nickel Belt, and I know that employment is always a big concern in his riding. So I wonder what his reaction to his Minister of International Trade is, because the International Trade Minister and his party expressed lots of reservations about the Trans-Pacific Partnership during the election campaign, but now the minister's saying that the Trans-Pacific Partnership is a done deal and it's going to be endorsed by the government without any changes. And I know that members in my riding and certainly very concerned about the employment impacts and also the loss of food security and the potential attacks on supply management. So I wonder what the Honourable Member thinks about this apparent change in the attitude of his government on the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Member for Nickel Belt.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, the honourable member, for the question. This government, and I've worked many years with the private sector. I've had my own business. I've worked with Chamber of Commerce's. It's very important. In Nickel Belt, Northern Ontario, we're a large exporter of goods and services all over the world. We are committed to looking at expanding the supply and mining sector to export more products and expertise across the world. So this is something that we are committed to, and we will work towards bringing this forward and working with the government of the House to make it better for the private sector. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened intently to my colleague's speech, and he talked eloquently about the value that mining jobs bring to his constituency. As the chair of Alberta Caucus, which would be the equivalent of what he's purporting to be with the Liberal Caucus in Northern Ontario, if he would agree that mining in all of its forms, whether it's surface mining for oil sands or bitumen in Northern Alberta, is every bit as economically valuable and important to all Canadians, not just First Nations Canadians, such as the Fort McKay Band, which is one of the wealthiest First Nations in this country because of their proximity to that fantastic development. And is he not a little bit concerned that there's not a single mention, nary a mention, in a 15-minute speech from the throne that could have been and might have been written by somebody in a grade 8 social class, that this issue wasn't brought up once? The Ring of Fire, which he is going to be the caucus chair for, not mentioned once in the economic opportunities therein. Can I count on him to be just as supportive for mining in my province in Alberta as I will be as a Conservative for all of these projects right across Canada, no matter where they happen to take place?
Honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the honourable member, for the question. Yes, when we look at the resource base, natural resources is very important, and I assure you, part of the caucus of Northern Ontario, my colleagues are working hard looking at the priorities of the mining industry, Northern Ontario, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleague in Alberta to develop more of a partnership and expanding the private sector role and looking at expediting that process. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Nickel Belt for sharing his time with me. I really appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of pride and humility that I stand for the first time on debate in this House on this traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples. It's a moment that will be forever marked in my memory. I'd like to begin by thanking the people of Peterborough-Kawartha for the trust and support that they've shown me. I intend to honor that trust with hard work, a commitment to listening to all perspective, and a determination to act on the needs of the people of my riding. Mr. Speaker, I came to this place after a long journey. I was born on the other side of the world in a place rather different from Canada. It was a place at war where human rights were not respected, where educating women was not allowed, and where the concept of a 31-year-old parliamentarian and cabinet minister was unthinkable. I embarked on this journey with the most courageous person I know, my mother, who along with my two sisters gave up everything she knew and loved and set out on a journey with the sole purpose of seeking a better life for her daughters. Our journey brought us to Peterborough, Ontario, where I found myself an 11-year-old girl in a strange land with no language, with no understanding of the culture I was now to live in, with no friends, and it was a journey that was made possible by the kindness of the people of Peterborough-Kawartha, who sheltered us, who helped us enroll in school, who invited us to special events, who eased our loneliness and nurtured us. Mr. Speaker, I stand here a proud product of everything Peterborough does best, and I'm committed to repaying that kindness through service to my community. Now, the list of those who have helped me arrive at this place is long, but I'd like to thank my family, especially my mother and my sisters, my brother-in-law, and my 6-year-old niece, Layla, the love of my life. I'd also like to thank my campaign family, the team of hundreds of women and men, young and young at heart, political veterans and first-timers to the process who worked tirelessly to make today possible. I'm also here because the Prime Minister presented a coherent plan for real change and provided Canadians with a positive alternative to the politics of division. The speech from the throne enunciates a clear path for achieving these objectives, and as Minister for Democratic Institutions, I intend to seek change that will create a more open and transparent government. Mr. Speaker, in that role, I look forward to working with all members of this House to strengthen and modernize our democratic institutions. In approaching this task, I intend to be guided by a number of key principles. First, that the reforms we eventually choose must be designed to address the interests of all Canadians and go far beyond simply addressing the interests of the political parties we represent. Second, that our reforms encourage participation among those who have felt marginalized in the past, young people, people economically disadvantaged, minorities, and so many others. And third, reform needs to address people who feel that their voice does not matter, people who feel that their concerns are ignored and that their hopes and aspirations don't matter. Democratic reform must include these people and work to ensure that in a not-too-distant future, the membership of this House better reflects the makeup of Canadian society. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to address the nature of the debate in this House. I believe it does need to represent partisan opinion, but with an aim to reach a non-partisan consensus that reflects the interests of Canadians and not political parties. The discussion needs to be inclusive, with equal voice given to organized groups and individuals with opportunities to engage settlers and Indigenous peoples, urban and rural Canada, French and English Canada, with input from experts and academics and individuals and their lived stories, with participation from those who know this place well and Canadians for whom political participation may be new. Mr. Speaker, very importantly, the debate needs to be civil. It is imperative that we disagree without being disagreeable, that we seek not to drown out the voices of those who oppose us, but engage in meaningful and respectful discussion. Mr. Speaker, this principle is not just about the debate on democratic reform, but must be applied to all political debate in this House. It's why I wholeheartedly support the Speaker's determination to stop heckling. When I witness it, I'm troubled, and I'm taken back and reminded of the devastating impacts of taunting and bullying in our schools and the anti-bullying initiatives implemented across the country. Mr. Speaker, bullying is bullying, whether in the schoolyard or in this House, and I intend to take a personal pledge not to participate in heckling and urge other members to join me. Our time here is a gift. We must use it responsibly, productively, and respectfully. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I wish to repeat a commitment that I made to the people of Peterborough, Kawartha, and now would like to make to Canadians generally. That I will work hard, that I will be your voice in Parliament, that I will listen, and always be open to reasoned arguments and respectful dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to the The minister, and congratulations to her. She's been up already, but this is her first, her maiden speech. Very well done. Her whip should have given her the full time, I think. There you are. My question is simply this. She speaks of respect, and my sense is that she very much wants to be respectful and to have a respectful dialogue here and with Canadians. But surely there is no greater respect you can show to people, no greater respect to Canadians than to give them, to give us, the chance to vote on whatever proposal for a new electoral system that is being put forward by the government. Mr. Speaker, surely it is not respectful to say to Canadians, you gave us a mandate back in the election. You don't get to have a say as to whether or not what we're putting forward for the next election is acceptable. Surely, therefore, when she thinks about that and when she sees the ocean, the tsunami of editorial opinion that supports a referendum, she must be changing her mind from the one she held in 2015. And surely now, and I'm asking you this, surely now she must want to have a referendum on whatever proposal the government puts forward before the next election. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member, and here we are, a new year, and somewhat the same question. Mr. Speaker, what I've heard clearly from Canadians is that there are a range of differing opinions, and we intend to respect the intelligence of Canadians by engaging in a thorough and meaningful conversation across the country.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, would like to congratulate the Minister for Democratic Reform on her election to this House. I had the privilege of working as an international human rights observer in Afghanistan, and I know the great distance that she's come, both physically and culturally, to be here in the House. So I certainly salute her and her family for their accomplishments. I also want to congratulate her on her concern for those who've been marginalized in terms of democratic reform. But I want to ask her a question about something New Democrats really feel was missing from the speech from the throne, and that's a commitment to really fight poverty. There's a few individual measures that Liberals have talked about, but no overall plan. And certainly one of the things that was put forward in the last Parliament was a federal minimum wage and reestablishing that, something which the previous Liberal caucus voted for but then tended to ridicule in the campaign. And there was nothing about a boost to GIS for low-income seniors to make sure that those who've built this country don't end up living in poverty. And no commitment to close the biggest, probably, tax loophole there is, and that's the tax loopholes for CEOs who are investing in stock options and then avoiding taxation. So I would like to ask the Minister, with great respect, with her commitment to marginalization, where is the commitment from this government to actually systematically tackle poverty in this country?
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
I thank the member for his service to my ancestral land and would like to remind him that this government is committed to addressing poverty. Our middle-class tax cut is one example. Our initiative around providing a new benefit plan for families with children will lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And our infrastructure investments are intended to create jobs. And surely we can all agree that creating jobs, good jobs, is the most effective way of leading people out of poverty.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the message that the Minister has put forward to Canadians and acknowledge that she's done a fantastic job in terms of just trying to capsulize what Canadians believe is a very important issue. They recognize, as we made a platform position, of getting past the first past the system in terms of voting, something that has served us well in the past, but the need for change is there. And my question to the Minister is that can she provide assurances in terms of just how the government is approaching in general that whole notion of changing from the first past the post to what will hopefully be a much more improved system for the next federal election?
Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to point out that about 100 years ago this week, the women in Manitoba fought and got the right to vote. And so we are in another stage of moving forward on revolutionary, historic changes that will enhance our existing system. The way we intend to go about that, Mr. Speaker, is through establishing an all-party parliamentary committee that will study this issue in great detail and engage in a meaningful, thorough conversation with Canadians coast to coast to coast before arriving at any conclusions. Thank you.
We'll be resuming debate, but before we do that, just a polite reminder to honourable members from time to time. They will be having visitors visit here on Parliament Hill and in the galleries. Just a reminder that recognizing such members in the galleries is something that's reserved for the chair, the speaker. Now, members might wish to, for example, make reference to members or guests that are visiting Parliament Hill today, or perhaps visiting the nation's capital, but to avoid any kind of gesture that might so recognize them in their place in the galleries. Again, that's something reserved for the speaker. I just pass that along for the reminder of all honourable members. And now we're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac-Kingston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just got a little timer out here, and I'm going to make sure that I keep within my time limit. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about the two democratic issues that are on the agenda at the moment. I suspect there'll be more as time goes on through this Parliament, but the two are electoral reform, changes to this House, and changes well, actually lack of change, quite frankly, that the government is proposing in the other place with regard to the appointments process. I think we would like to see real change here conducted in a manner that is fully reflective of the wishes of Canadians. It has been the long-standing policy of the Conservative Party, going back to its inception, that no changes should be made to the electoral system without the consent of Canadians as expressed in a referendum. That's been our policy for years, Mr. Speaker. I actually had a hand in getting that policy adopted myself, but I can tell you that it was a widely held sentiment among my colleagues at the convention where that was adopted. We've always believed that the electoral system ought never to be changed without the approval of the people. And there's a number of reasons for this. First of all, this is the practice. This is the practice in the other countries of the Commonwealth of Nations who have systems similar to our own. It was the practice in New Zealand when New Zealand looked at changing its electoral system in the 1990s and actually did so. It was the system used by the United Kingdom when they looked at adopting single-member preferential ridings in 2011, an option which ultimately was rejected by British voters. It was the option as well, it was the practice as well, in all provinces that have within living memory, looked at changing their electoral systems. In Prince Edward Island, which conducted a referendum, memory serves, in 2006, but I could be wrong with the exact year. British Columbia, which conducted 2 referenda, and as well in Ontario, which had a referendum on electoral reform in 2007. No province in Canada has changed its electoral system without a referendum since the early 1950s, when a Liberal government actually, Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia, changed their electoral system without a referendum and was punished for it by the voters in the next election, who tossed out that government, put in a new government, which then changed back to the prior system. I'm not saying that's what will happen in this case if they push ahead. Indeed, I anticipate that if the Liberals push ahead with their plan, as now expressed, to change the electoral system without a referendum, they will engineer that system to give them a partisan advantage. And one of the things that I've emphasized over and over again, Mr. Speaker, when addressing this issue over the years, has been the fact that it is very difficult for governments, for members in this place, to actively participate, or I should say objectively participate, in a non-interested manner, a non-biased manner in discussions over electoral reform. all of us, each of us, can figure out a system under which our party would have done better than under the status quo system. And that includes the victorious party. And we can all think of certain systems we know would have been worse for us. We are all inevitably biased by that. And even if one titanic figure of such moral greatness that he or she can set all this aside finds himself in the position of prime minister, and another person of equal moral greatness sits as minister of democratic institutions, well, you're surrounded by a majority of people who are just ordinary people like you and me, Mr. Speaker, and they are going to want to have that which benefits them. This is an insurmountable problem. I've written about this on a number of occasions. If you go to my website, you can see an essay I wrote in 2001 and another in 2005 on this very subject and this very problem. So how do you overcome this? Well, what you do is very simple. You take whatever proposal the government designs to the people. And the people, as a whole, have no bias. I mean, some of them are liberals and some are conservatives and some are Democrats and some are Green and some are Bloc and there's some who vote for the Marijuana Party, and, you know, all the bases are covered when you have the people as a whole voting. But the people themselves as a whole have no bias, and they will accept a system if A, they feel a need for a change, and B, if they feel that the system that is being proposed is objectively better than that which than that which exists. But if they think it's objectively worse, then they won't support it. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, we talk about the alternatives to the system we have now. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the single transferable vote system that people say like Ireland has, the multi-member proportional system like New Zealand has, the single-member district with preferential voting like Australia has. Right? Talk about it this way. But the fact is that there is more than one alternative under each of these rubrics. And it is not difficult to figure out how I or the minister could design a system under any of those rubrics which has a dramatically different effect, and predictably a dramatically different effect. That is to say, which will affect one party beneficially and harm another party in a way that is demonstrable beforehand. Now, eventually, over a number of elections, patterns will change, and that advantage for one party and disadvantage for another is lost. But initially, that can be locked in for the next election. It is not difficult at all to imagine a system. In fact, I invite Liberals to ask me a question about what I'm talking about here that would ensure their victory in 2019. And of course, our point is simply this. Designing a system which privileges the Liberals and the people who vote Liberal and takes away from those who would vote for others is not an acceptable alternative to the status quo. They were not given a mandate for that reform, obviously. They would never be given through a referendum a mandate for that kind of reform. They would be given a mandate for one of a number, potentially, a number of alternatives which are objectively better than the status quo if the Canadian people feel they're objectively better than the status quo. And how do you test that? You test that in a referendum. Mr. Speaker, I've gone more than half my time. I'm just going to stop to mention that I was planning to divide my time with the honourable member for Markham-Unionville. So I think that gives me, am I right, about 3 minutes if I do that? That is correct. Okay. So I've laid out the groundwork for explaining why a referendum is so important. I do want, before turning to the issue of the proposed appointment process for the other place, I do want to take a moment to just deal with one last thing. One of the arguments, apparently some people on the other side regard this as the knockout argument against referendum is this. Well, referendums tend to fail. The Prime Minister said when he was explaining last June why he wouldn't consider using a referendum, he said, well, it's hard to get past the plebiscites. It's hard to get people to adopt these things. And so therefore, the argument is, well, anybody who favors the referendum is really favoring the status quo. This is really a way of trying to kill change. I just want to say, for the record, first of all, referenda do succeed on this from time to time, right? In British Columbia, when they held a referendum on the subject, about 57% of British Columbians voted in favor of changing their electoral system in the early 2000s. Now, the government had set an artificially high goal of 60%, and that bar was not achieved. But a referendum in which a majority, the normal majority of 50% plus one is in place, can be achieved. It was achieved in New Zealand in the 1990s. So the argument that it can't be done is just not true. It can't be done when the system is badly designed or unfair. But secondly, if the Canadian people reject a reform, is that not their legitimate right? Are we allowed to have any right we want except the right to decide on retaining the status quo? Well, I don't think so. Especially when the status quo, if the alternatives suggested by the government were rejected, would effectively, potentially be a placeholder while a better alternative is found. That's the point. Now, in my last minute, Mr. Speaker, just turning to the question of the Senate. The minister and the government have proposed a system for suggesting appointments to the Prime Minister. And this system, which is just starting to be in place now, this system is as minimal a reform as could be imagined. It is, in fact, no reform. A panel of 5 individuals chosen by the Prime Minister at the Prime Minister's sole discretion makes recommendations to the Prime Minister as to who will be appointed to the Senate. The Prime Minister chooses from among those 5 individuals in secret. The names of the 5 individuals are never revealed. The reasons for the Prime Minister's choice of that individual over others is never revealed to us. If the Prime Minister decides to set aside that entire list and just choose whoever he likes, that's permitted. In fact, the Liberal press release emphasizes that absolute discretion is a key component of this whole process. The absolute authority of the Prime Minister is a key component. And presumably that's kept a secret. I did ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why all this secrecy? And I was told, well, people might be fired from their jobs if their employers learn that they had been considered for the nomination to the Senate. So I just want to say that is arguably the most preposterous argument I've ever heard in 16 years in politics. I cannot imagine an employer who would fire somebody because they had been considered by a panel for a potential appointment to the Senate. But I'm looking forward to hearing from him or the minister as to a more realistic argument, and perhaps that can be provided in the question and answer session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations to my colleague for speech in the House. We can talk about democratic inputs and we can talk about democratic outputs. And my friend repeatedly emphasizes democratic inputs, that in making this decision, it should be by a referendum. Ignored in this conversation, and what we emphasize throughout the campaign, is democratic output, and that is making sure that every vote counts. And I would ask my friend, when a minority of Canadians, less than 40% of Canadians who voted, and less than a quarter of Canadians who are eligible to vote, can give a government 100% of the power in this country, I ask my friend directly, does my friend think this is fair?
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
My answer to that would be if that member thinks that the current system is unfair and that it's unfair for the reason he cited, then he should go to his minister and argue in favor of some form of proportional representation. And he should then ask her to put the proposed system, the new proposed proportional representation system, to a referendum. And that way we'll see whether Canadians think that this system is unfair and that the new system they're recommending is more fair and therefore deserves their support. Nothing that he's suggesting indicates to me that we should abandon the idea of having a referendum. Let the Canadian people make that decision about fairness and unfairness.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston has been vigorous in his support of the idea of putting any proposed reform to a referendum. He did make mention in his speech to the fact that part of the reason for the failure, in fact, the reason for the failure of the BC reforms were because the government imposed a supermajority. Am I to understand that he would be satisfied with a 50% plus one outcome for change on a referendum on a proposal from this government?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
It seems appropriate that I'm answering a question from this member on Robbie Burns Day. His father, of course, is one of the greatest bagpipers ever to serve in the House of Commons. And his presence at these events is much missed. The answer to the question about 50% plus one, yes, in my opinion, a referendum ought to be established on the basis of a simple 50% plus one majority, as opposed to the kind of supermajority that was imposed in British Columbia. They had a 60% plus had to win in a majority of ridings, and that strikes me as being, in its own way, undemocratic in a different manner, especially when we live in a world where, you know, it's very rare for governments to get mandates on the basis of 50% majority, and yet they govern and decide on any number of issues. We're just dealing with one specific law, and I think 50% plus one is just fine.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague gave a very eloquent speech. He made the offer to the Liberals across the way that they wanted to ask him a question about how they could possibly rig this entire process for their immediate success in the future election. He would be happy to entertain that question. Because they didn't have the courage to ask it, I'll ask it for them.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, I imagine I could think of several ways, but here's the easiest one, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, according to an exit poll conducted by Nick Nanos, we know that between 10 and 15% of voters for the Liberals, the Greens, the Bloc Québécois, the New Democrats had no second choice. They only had their own party as a choice, but 46% of Conservative voters. This, I think, is a reflection of the fact that there are many parties that lean to the left and only one candidate that leans to the right. If you design a preferential system, like the one we use that I designed for electing the Speaker, what happens is you tick off those people who you support in the order you support them. If there are 5 candidates and you only support 3, 1, 2, 3, your vote remains valid as long as one of those 3 stays on the ballot and is put on the pile for that particular candidate. That's called optional preferential. Now, if you design something called full preferential, something different happens. Under a full preferential system, if you voted for 3 candidates and there were 5 on the ballot, your vote is put aside as invalid. They call informal in Australia, where the system is used. Informal, it's cast aside. If that is done and one party has many more supporters who simply don't have a second choice, if that party doesn't engage in a really aggressive program of trying to explain to its voters who are totally unfamiliar with the system that they have to vote for all those people they hate, they have to rank them, or else their ballot will be cast aside, what will happen is a very substantial number of their votes, 4 or 5 times as many of their votes as anybody else's, will be cast aside and lost, and that will virtually guarantee that that party is wiped out, losing seats where it gets an absolute majority of first preferences. That is one way they could rig this system, and of course, it's something that's very much on my mind as I watch them move forward with a plan to change the system without having a referendum first.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to first thank my honourable colleague, the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, for splitting his time with me as I stand first time in House of Commons speaking on behalf of constituents of Markham Unionville. Before I begin to address the shortcoming of this government speech from the throne, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to the residents of Markham Unionville for their faith in me and for entrusting me to represent their interests here in Ottawa. I also promise them here and now and officially in the Hansard that I will work tirelessly to prove to them that I am worthy of the honor they have bestowed on me. I also look forward to working with my colleagues to hold this government to account as Her Majesty's official opposition, and especially on the immigration file on which I have been appointed as a deputy critic. Mr. Speaker, I want to give a special thank you to my family, to Joe Rees, my campaign manager, and all of my campaign team who worked tirelessly to help me claim victory. Markham Unionville is a diverse community with members from many diverse backgrounds who share the conservative vision and elected me as their federal representative. Mr. Speaker, I want now to move on to express my concern and those of my constituents on the government speech from the throne delivered last month. While listening to it and then reading the speech, it often felt as I was reading a bullet point from a poorly drafted business idea. As a businessman before entering politics, I am very familiar with the business world, Mr. Speaker, and I can safely tell you that this is very sad-looking business plan for governing Canada for the next 4 years. And make no mistake, based on the baseless one-liner promise in this speech, this government's lifespan will only last until 2019. But I digress. While the government touches on institutional openness and transparency, Mr. Speaker, there is no mention of their fiscal plan and how their platitude will be paid for. As we all know, empty promises with no spending explanation are just nice words on paper, and not even worth the paper they are printed on. It is quite shameful that the government did not even reference their plan for fiscal responsibility or transparency in their theme, as this is an issue both close to my heart and very important to my constituents. Canadians know very well that policies need financial backing, and one cannot go without the other. Governing cannot be done halfway without financial backup, and this government has not provided any fiscal explanation in their speech from the throne to support their Care Bear economics. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a new report on household indebtedness, highlighted this issue as one of the federal government needs to address. Unfortunately, this throne speech also ignores the issues which affects so many families in Canada today. The best way to bring down household debts, in my opinion, and that is of my party, is to grow our economy with higher incomes for everyday working people and their families, and not to have the federal government go into further debt that would only make matters worse for us all. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this government's plan of platitude continue to ignore many of the industries on which the livelihoods of the residents of Markham Union will rest. There is no mention of the automotive sector, which employs so many Ontarians, including my constituents, as well as any of the other manufacturing sectors in which many Canadians' jobs depend. This, to me, is one of the biggest flaws of this agenda introduced last month. And as much, I stand with my caucus colleagues in rejecting the government speech from the throne. The constituents of Markham Unionville are hardworking Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and I am sad to see this government is ignoring their interests and those of the rest of the Greater Toronto Area. The government has already made it clear that this is more focused on managing their savings for them. Why else would they have declared their intention of cutting in half the limit of Canadians' TFSA accounts? My party and I, and most Canadians, believes that they know how to manage their own money, and we will support only the measures that will do exactly that. Measures that will keep taxes low and keep more money in Canadians' pockets. Canadians know how to go about their lives and how to manage their own families and businesses and how to achieve their goals. They do not need the government to do it for them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to touch on one of the biggest omissions in the throne speech, namely addressing the fight against ISIS and the government plan with respect to fight against international terrorism. This is an issue that, while it seems remote to some Canadians, some of my colleagues from both sides of the aisle have directly felt it. Over a year ago, in these very corridors, and every day, Canadians from all over the country hear about the international fight against ISIS or the later human and material destruction, but nothing on the matter from this government. It is quite shameful, Mr. Speaker, that this government plan for Canada's mission against ISIS has been indecisive, incoherent, and confusing for our allies and our fellow Canadians. Under this government, Canada is being forced to sit back while we let our international allies fight our common battle to defend our shared values. And the biggest proof of this is the lack of invitation for Canada to join last week's ministerial level talk in Paris. This government is already developing a reputation for a preference of talking and lack of decisive action, and I think Canadians are embarrassed by this. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, splitting his time with me, and the residents of Markham Unionville, for whom I am honoured to serve. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and congratulate my friend on his recent victory in October. My friend spoke about a business plan, and the Canadian public have given us a mandate to put together a business plan. And the throne speech delivered by our Governor General last month speaks to that and speaks to the volume of work that needs to be done in order to get the country back on track. Just to talk about the business plan we've had for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the absolute failure to control our debt. Within the last 10 years, we've added $160 billion to our national debt under the Conservative government. That's the business plan that we're competing with, and frankly, I think we will do a lot better than that. Just to get to the point, our government's proposing to invest $60 billion in infrastructure over the next 10 years, in addition to, in total, it's over $100 billion over the next 10 years. I want to know specifically from the member from Markham Unionville in terms of what type of benefit that could pose to his riding, and what are the kind of asks that kind of money could do to improve the lives of the people of Markham Unionville and all of Ontario and Canada.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your victory as well on October 19th. Mr. Speaker, I can answer the question two ways. First of all, this government will go broke as soon as they run out of other people's money. The simple, I come from the business background, and I understand this well-balanced approach. Well-balanced approach. When we took in the minority government, then we went into the recession. We end up borrowing the money and doing what we had to do at that time. But today, there is no business plan. In the regular business world, the CEO of the company, in this case, Prime Minister, will get fired. So there is nothing to show for it. There is no business plan, as far as I'm concerned. And we need a well-balanced business plan that can represent the both sides.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague from Markham Unionville for his question. The conflicts that now rage in that region, caused by the extensive civil war and domestic strife in Syria, the refugee crisis, and within which the threat from Daesh, sometimes called ISIS, is just one part of a very large, disturbing, and dangerous conflict. The bombing missions started under the previous government have shown no sign whatsoever of ending the reign of ISIS and their spread of Daesh. And in fact, what we're looking at is an opposing force to brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad among many opposing forces, while Bashar al-Assad also poses a threat. That bombing mission also emboldened Russia to send bombing missions into the same region, into the same country, and now threatens again greater instability in the region. We're a long way from knowing that bombing missions can actually work. Would the honourable member not consider that we should put our efforts into any multilateral efforts, such as those that have not begun, to end the civil war in Syria?
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, if we stop bombing the ISIS stronghold in either Iraq or Syria or any other place, they will be all over the place. There is no other good output, as our allies are working with us to keep them intact in either Syria or Iraq or diminish them. There is no other alternative. That's the only thing they understand. There is no other alternative as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
We have time for one short question and response. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear about the business common sense that my new colleague here in the House of Commons has, and I'm just going to ask him if the business community in his riding, like the business community in my riding, is concerned about the direction this country is going, and it's because the government has no idea where it's going. Would my colleague agree?
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I come from the business background. As I said, the business has to make sense. The books have to be balanced, just like our families. If the family is spending more money, the family will go broke. If the nation is spending more money, what they bring in, the nation go broke. But it seems like this is the way we are going with this government. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate on the speech from the throne. Mr. Speaker, I'm sharing my time with the member of Central Nova. Let me say at the outset that I'm proud to be part of a government that intends to bring about real change in our country by focusing on things that matter most to Canadians, like growing the economy, creating jobs, strengthening the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. I also feel very privileged to take my seat in this place, having been given the confidence of the people of Thunder Bay, Superior North to serve as their Member of Parliament, and the confidence of the Prime Minister to serve as Minister of Status of Women. In both of these roles, I intend to fulfill my duties by working together with others in a renewed spirit of innovation, openness, and collaboration, just as the speech from the throne committed our government to doing. In these two roles, I'm very proud to be continuing a tradition established by the Honourable Bob Andrus, who in 1971 was Canada's very first Minister of Status of Women. He also hailed from my home region, representing the ridings of Port Arthur and then Thunder Bay Nipigon from 1965 to 1980. In some ways, Mr. Speaker, my riding of Thunder Bay Superior North needs no introduction. It has a distinguished history of representation in Parliament, and I intend to maintain that tradition through dedication and commitment to the people of my constituency. For my colleagues and those Canadians watching who may not know, the riding of Thunder Bay Superior North is in the northwestern part of the province of Ontario, and it covers a vast area, nearly 90,000 square kilometres. It includes many vibrant communities like Greenstone, Marathon, Shunia, Manitouwadge, and the Bitagong Anishinaabe, and of course, part of Thunder Bay itself. But it is the people of this vast riding who inspired me to want to serve as their Member of Parliament, and they are the reason I am so proud to be here today. This opportunity to serve the wonderful people of Thunder Bay Superior North continues my own professional and personal journey that has focused on community service and social advocacy. And what has most often motivated me in my career, and still does today, is the desire to improve the lives of others and to help ensure that everyone has a real and fair chance to succeed. Over the years, I have worked to enhance my community by addressing adult literacy, access to housing, and reducing harms associated with substance use. Most recently, I was proud to lead an organization that focused on creating a safe and welcoming place for those most excluded and vulnerable. My experience tells me that every action we take to ensure that those who struggle the most are supported to succeed has benefits not only for the individual, but for our society as a whole. Supporting those who've been marginalized in our society, and they are far too often women, means not just helping them through a moment of crisis, even though that is the necessary and right thing to do. We must also support them so that their time of crisis does not become a lifetime of crisis, which can then lead to intergenerational challenges that will affect their families for years to come. By supporting those who are most excluded, we enhance the prosperity of our communities and of our country. As I said earlier, I believe that collaboration and respect for our fellow citizens are keys to achieving our shared goals, whether they be small or large. It is only through working together that individuals, organizations, communities, and indeed countries can succeed. It is the same collaborative approach our government intends to follow and that I intend to follow as the Minister of Status of Women, as we identify innovative solutions that support women and girls to reach their full potential and participate fully in all aspects of Canadian life. One of our first priorities is to address the urgent need to reduce and prevent gender-based violence in our society. It goes without saying that violence against women is not acceptable and should not be tolerated in our society. How we respond to this issue can make a real difference in the lives of women and their families, so our government intends to take action. We have launched a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and in the coming weeks and months, I will be meeting with experts, advocates, and colleagues to discuss innovative ideas that can be part of a comprehensive federal strategy to reduce and prevent gender-based violence, which aligns with provincial and territorial strategies. Our government is also committed to growing and maintaining Canada's network of shelters and transition homes across the country to meet our commitment of enhancing the safety of women and children. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is also committed to taking actions that will help our country move closer to the shared goals of equality between women and men in many fields, and it is leading by example. Under the Prime Minister's leadership, women now hold 50% of cabinet positions, a decision that is receiving much positive international attention. We will continue to equitably include women leaders by ensuring that the federal government's senior appointments are merit-based and demonstrate gender parity. And we will ensure a gender lens is applied to the decisions we make so that we fully reflect on how these decisions will affect women. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment today to acknowledge how fortunate I feel to be sharing the honour of so many women who have sought election and served in the House of Commons over the decades. In fact, I have made history, along with many of them, as I am the first woman to be elected from the riding of Thunder Bay, Superior North in Ontario. We need to keep in mind that diversity doesn't happen easily or automatically. The women in the House today in all parties are heirs to the women of courage who came before us and who forged the important place we now hold on Parliament Hill. Having more women in Parliament and in positions of leadership across our country not only enhances the role women play, but it helps change the conversation about the many important issues in our region and our country. As a result, I think we can safely say that issues important to women are no longer seen as women's issues. They are simply Canadian issues, and rightfully so. Finding lasting solutions that help Canada thrive and ensure intergenerational success will be possible if we address them, as the speech from the throne suggested, with a renewed spirit of innovation, openness, and collaboration. My commitment as Minister is to do just that, because I believe at the end of the day, we are stronger working together than individually to achieve the kind of equality between women and men that will ensure a strong economy and a healthy, inclusive society. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her remarks, and I salute the community work that she did before coming to this House. I want to try and ask her two questions here quickly. One is, as she may be aware, I had a bill to provide equal protections for transgender Canadians, and transgender Canadians being some of the people who are quite often forced to use shelters and subject to some of the most violence in the country. So I wonder whether she would join me in urging the Minister of Justice to bring that forward as a government bill. And my second question has to do with the situation of those who are involved in sex work in Canada. And under the previous government, the Supreme Court decision which decriminalized sex work was in effect overturned by Bill C-36. And now we have many people who are, for whatever reason, involved in the sex trade being subject to discrimination and to a great deal of violence as a result of that bill. So I wonder what the Minister's position is on the recriminalization of sex work that took place in the last Parliament.
Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you very much. Both very important questions. And I believe that as part of our mandate, we committed to shelters that are more accessible. And from my perspective, that is all women. And that is regardless of whether women have been born as women or whether they are now women. And so from my perspective as a shelter operator, there are ways that we can support shelters to make sure that they are as inclusive as possible while making sure that safety for all is respected. In terms of sex trade work, we know those women are incredibly vulnerable as well. And we hear that over and over, not just through the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women inquiry, but of course from many sectors of our country. And I look forward to hearing the Minister of Justice's recommendation about how we can protect women in sex trade and other vulnerable situations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to rise to congratulate the Honourable Minister on her election, although she'll know that I'm very sad to lose the member whom she replaces, but I welcome her in her new role. And I also commend the Minister and her colleagues for starting the inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women. But I do want to support the position just taken by the Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, that Bill C-36 represents a threat not just to women in the sex trade, but to any sex trade workers. It has, and I've heard this firsthand from groups working with sex trade workers and from sex trade workers themselves, that C-36 has put them in more vulnerable positions than they were even before the Supreme Court ruling. So it has done the opposite of that which the Supreme Court urged us to do. I take the Minister's point that she awaits a decision and recommendations from the Minister of Justice, but I do hope that this new government will pursue the repeal of C-36. Thank you.
Of Status of Women.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for her comments as well. And I am privileged to stand here to represent Thunder Bay Superior North despite the excellent representation they had before me. I want to say that I think, through the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Inquiry, we are hearing that women that are in the sex trade are particularly vulnerable. Minister Wilson-Raybould is part of the inquiry, our pre-inquiry consultations, and is hearing the same message. So I'm confident that our government will move forward to review laws that further place women at risk, and I look forward to her comments about the best way to do so.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to congratulate the member in terms of her appointment as Minister of Status of Women and her election in Thunder Bay. She didn't speak, and I thought it was interesting. In the speech from the throne, of course, was particularly silent in terms of natural resources and what we're doing and where we're going. I know the community that she represents. Forestry is incredibly important. Mining is incredibly important. So I guess I'd like to hear from her perspective in terms of moving that agenda forward in spite of the silence from her government on things that are going to be very important to her constituents.
Question.
Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. It was also wonderful to see you at one of the pre-inquiry consultations, so thank you for attending. I would like to say that as a Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay Superior North, the member is absolutely correct that we have been a resource extraction-based economy. However, we believe that we need to diversify our economy and move forward into other avenues of economic excellence for our community. And so I'm looking forward to working with my ministers in forestry, my ministers of natural resources, the Minister of Energy, so that we can actually move forward and look for solutions to this. Thank you.
We're going to resuming debate, but just before we do that, another gentle reminder to all honourable members that not to use the given names or family names of other honourable members. They may wish to use and should use either the riding name or, in the case of parliamentary secretaries or ministers, their title in these cases. So, resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm humbled beyond words to stand for the first time in this hallowed chamber as a representative for the people of Central Nova. It means the world to me to be standing here in this moment, but to stand with the support of those at home fills me not only with pride, but with a sense of duty to the voters who have given me the opportunity to serve their interests. I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge the enormous contribution that my wife Sarah has made to my life and to my betterment as a person. Your unending support is more valuable to me than any material thing in this world. To my family, your influence on me cannot be overstated. You have taught me from an early age to be someone who can contribute to my community, and to use my own judgment when faced with a difficult decision rather than to merely follow the crowd. To my friends and supporters, I would not be here without you. Your tireless efforts in knocking on thousands upon thousands of doors and working through the night time after time were an inspiration for months on end. You helped me learn a great deal about my community and about myself. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Central Nova is home to some of the most beautiful places on earth. The Northumberland Strait and the Eastern Shore include some of Canada's most pristine coasts and picturesque communities. But more importantly, my riding is home to the greatest people that I've ever met and I will ever meet. Our East Coast charm and hospitality is unrivaled, and our willingness to help one another cannot be matched. In my part of the world, we help each other. I'm better for it, and we're all better for it. If I can repay even a fraction of the debt that I owe to this incredible place by contributing in a positive way to the quality of life of the people who live at home, I'll have done something meaningful. Although Central Nova is my favorite part of the world, as a region we face common challenges, such as a flagging economy and out-migration of youth. We also face environmental obstacles, and the cost of education continues to rise at a greater pace than local wages. The local healthcare system carries too heavy a burden to adequately serve the needs of our aging population, and vulnerable sectors of our region find it increasingly difficult to access much-needed social programs. I'm proud to lend my support to the speech from the throne because it will put into place a framework that will allow my region to overcome these challenges so we can bring about the kind of change that will help the people of Central Nova. In an era of globalization, rural economies in places like Mirigamish and Middle Musquodoboit have suffered, and many of our industrial employers have skipped town over time. Many young people and their families have left, and some of our once thriving communities are a shell of what they once were. Everyone back home knows someone who's had to leave to make ends meet. But with our skilled workforce that lives in the riding now or that desperately wants to come back, there's no reason we can't build things in Central Nova for customers all over the world. With the incredible educational opportunities and some improved connectivity in our region, there's no reason we can't have a modern economy in the small towns and rural communities of Nova Scotia and the rest of Canada. But there are opportunities at home, and the government's proposed economic policies will ensure that more of our family members will be welcomed back. The investment in infrastructure has the potential to spur economic growth by providing our communities with the things that they need and hiring local people and businesses to build them. The middle-class tax cut and revisions to programs that will help less fortunate Canadians, such as the EI program and Canada Child Care Benefit, will put more money into the pockets of people who need help with the increasing cost of essentials and will lift over 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. In Central Nova, the struggle between the environment and the economy is very real, but I believe the air we breathe is more important than the size of our wallets. The forests and shores of my homeland have long been essential contributors to the prosperity of our people, so we must manage them to ensure the prosperity of future generations. I'm very pleased by the government's environmental priorities because they highlight the possibilities that arise when we view the environment not as a problem that we must deal with, but as an opportunity that we get to take advantage of. By investing in green infrastructure, we can harness energy from renewable resources. By making environmental innovation a priority, we can build a knowledge economy in every region of Canada to complement our well-known natural resources sector. We can protect the environment and grow the economy at the same time, and that is what the government intends to do. In Nova Scotia, we have some of the finest post-secondary institutions that our country has to offer. We have to ensure that the cost of an education does not prohibit smart young women and men from studying what they wish to study. The world's greatest business solutions and scientific developments could be locked in the mind of a person who cannot afford an education, and that is unacceptable. By reducing the cost of education for low-income families, we can help eliminate the financial barrier to education and potentially to success. Growing up in a family with 6 kids, all of whom are proud graduates of St. FX University, I'm all too familiar with the burdensome cost of an education. We've created a system that encourages young people to get educated at home, but to bring their talents elsewhere upon graduation. By providing support to students on the back end of their academic career, we can reduce out-migration as a result of economic duress. I'm very proud of the government's recent efforts to return Canada to a place of respect on the world stage by improving our human rights record internationally and at home. But I'm even more impressed by the community initiatives on the ground in my own riding. The groundswell of support for Syrian refugees from groups like SAFE and Tri-Heart in Antigonish County or Safe Harbour in Cairn and Pictou County is remarkable. The Canadian people are eager to live up to the reputation that Canada has earned over a century and a half. The government will also work with our Indigenous communities, such as the Pictou Landing First Nation, on a nation-to-nation basis to build trust between governments. We're going to help provide our Indigenous people with the tools that they need so they can succeed through self-governance, rather than trying to dictate to them what is best from the outside. I'm also very proud to be part of a government that's going to conduct a long overdue inquiry into Canada's national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Health and wellness impacts the lives of all Canadians and comes at a major expense to taxpayers. By investing in initiatives such as home care and bulk purchases of pharmaceuticals, we'll be allowing people to stay in their homes longer and get the treatment that they need at a reduced cost. In addition, investments in social infrastructure, such as affordable housing, women's transition shelters, and recreational facilities, can help improve the social and economic determinants of health that will further reduce the need for expensive care. And this government has also made mental health a priority. We need to work with the provinces to ensure that every region in our country has the infrastructure and the expertise to properly care for community members living with mental illness. We have to take better care of our seniors as well. Nova Scotia has a greater proportion of its population made up of seniors than any other province. I've met countless seniors of modest means who are living in unacceptable living conditions. Their problem is compounded by the fact that their rent goes up every time their government benefits increase. By investing in affordable housing, we can create jobs and improve this living situation for our seniors. By improving old age security, guaranteed income supplement, and Canada Pension Plan benefits, we can serve the interests of our senior population and provide a boost to local economies. As a nation, we've forgotten how to properly take care of our veterans. While we've been busy planning monuments, our veterans have been going without proper care. We have a sacred duty to those who have served our country. If we can afford to send our citizens to war, we can afford to take care of them when they come home. Now, I'm proud to represent the people from Antigonish to Dutch Settlement, and I am excited to advocate for the interests of every rural community from Sherbrooke to River John. I have hope for the futures of the towns of Pictou County, as well as Musquodoboit Harbour and the rest of the Eastern Shore. These communities may have diverse backgrounds, but they share an interest in wanting to make their home a better place to live. The plan outlined in the speech from the throne will help make this vision a reality. For this reason, I am pleased to support this government and will proudly stand in support of the speech from the throne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his remarks. I just want to ask about his perspective on the Energy East pipeline. There is virtually no mention in the throne speech of the importance of the energy sector. The Energy East pipeline would create jobs and opportunity in my region as well as in his. So I want to ask him why the omission of reference to the energy sector in the throne speech, and what is his view on the Energy East pipeline?
Member for Central Nova.
I thank the member opposite for his question. Our government has been fairly clear, in my view, that we support projects that can get our product to market if they are environmentally friendly and have the support of the local community. What I would like to point out, though, is that there has been a sea change in the oil and gas sector in Canada. The drop in prices highlight the need to diversify the economy. We can't put all of our eggs into one basket. We need to be focusing on renewable energy as well as projects like Energy East, innovation, manufacturing, and supporting primary industry. In the short term, we should also be considering the workers that are impacted by the downturn in the energy sector by providing them with timely access to the social programs that are going to help them get by. Coming from a small rural community in Nova Scotia and having worked for a number of years in Alberta, I understand the impact that the oil and gas sector can have on our national economy. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Lubin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member from Central Nova on his speech. One of the points that the member from Central Nova made was a suggestion that the so-called middle-class tax cut would benefit those who need it most and would lift children out of poverty. Now, I wonder if the member from Central Nova would acknowledge that this measure would actually provide no benefit at all to those earning less than $45,000 per year, and that a much better way to help those who need it most would in fact be to reduce the first tax bracket as the NDP has proposed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Central Nova.
I thank the member for the question, and I do think this is an important issue. I come from a riding where I've seen statistics citing the median household income being less than $45,000 a year. But I think there's an important thing that I've noticed over the course of the discourse in this House on the government's economic policies that we all need to be aware of. We can't be cherry-picking individual policies here and there. We need to look at the entire platform because there is a lot of good material in there that's going to help people that earn far less than $45,000. For example, the investment in infrastructure, particularly social infrastructure, is worth noting. There's going to be an historic investment into affordable housing for seniors, vulnerable people, women's transition shelters. We're going to be changing the way the Canada Child Care benefit operates, so there's more money in the pockets of the people who need it, rather than giving child care checks to millionaires. We're also going to be working with the provinces to boost the amount that our seniors can receive under the Canada Pension Plan, rolling back the old age security benefits from age 67 to 65, and boosting the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors who are living alone, which predominantly impacts women in Canada. So I would take on any member of this House if they want to say that the government's platform does not include sufficient support for low-income people that live in my riding.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I waited for the answer from the member about Energy East. If I understood correctly, you said that there was a need for the consent of local communities in order to have a pipeline run through. The Prime Minister said that there was no support among this from Aboriginal communities. They didn't support this project. Energy East, 85 mayors that represent millions opposed this plan last week. So there is no consent from a local community. Will your position be to give a no to the pipeline?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite. I think the question highlights the need for improved consultation with communities. The Energy East pipeline is but one of many examples of similar projects going on around our country. I do stand by the position that if we consult with local communities and can gain support, then I'm okay with putting the products to market in that fashion. However, I think it's premature for me to say the time is now to build or the time is now to say it's never going to happen. Until I do sufficient consultations with members of my own community and other affected communities, I don't think it's the time to approve for once and for all the decision either way. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member for his maiden speech in the House. It was very eloquently put. Our government in the throne speech emphasizes a lot on infrastructure and the ability that it will have to create an environment for growth. By investing in our infrastructure, we open up our markets and their ability to increase productivity so that they can create the growth and the jobs necessary to get our country moving once again. You know, in the ideal environment that we're in today, where we've got a low debt-to-GDP ratio and interest rates are at historic lows, it makes sense to invest into our country. If we don't invest, who will? So I would like to pose a question to the Honourable Member as to the effect that this infrastructure investment will have on his riding. Thank you.
Member for Central Nova.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington for the important question. In the last election, our government was elected in no small part based on the plan to make a serious and historic investment into infrastructure to drive growth. The plan was to drive growth, so over time we can look at the long term and balance the federal budget while getting people back to work while the economy is flagging. The goal is not to create some short-term solution by selling assets or performing accounting tricks. We're going to look at the long term, beyond even a 4-year election cycle, and say, what can we do to get our economy in each riding going again? In my own riding, we suffer from an infrastructure deficit like everywhere in this country does. There's a need for improved water and sewer projects. There's needs for communities to improve the quality of their streetscapes. There's need for infrastructure such as breakwaters in the harbour in Jador that's going to help drive primary industry by further resisting climate change. It's quite obvious to me that these benefits are not just going to be to the construction workers who put up facilities we need, but to the local accountant who gets the project down the street and to the local restaurant owners as well. This kind of a plan is exactly what Central Nova needs, and I was thrilled to be able to represent the government's platform to the constituents of my riding during this election, and they responded in kind. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, on January 14th, Mr. René Angelil passed away. This great Quebecer left his mark on our history, first as a singer and then as an impresario. Thanks to fearless people like René Angelil, new borders were opened to Quebecers, and everything is now possible for all of us. It was thanks to his attentive eye that the career of Céline Dion, who was born in Charlemagne in my riding, reached new heights that no Quebec artist had ever even dreamed of. We will remember René Angelil, the man with a personality and undeniable charisma, as well as multiple talents. He was someone who defined, defended, and promoted a significant sector of Quebec culture. Thank you for having allowed us to dream, Mr. Angelil. On behalf of all of the Bloc Québécois, we offer our deepest sympathies to his family and friends.
Député de Madawaska, Restigouche.
The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish a happy and constructive year to everyone, and I would like to thank all volunteers in my riding who put their trust in me on October 19th to represent them in the House of Commons. Obviously, I would also like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank all of my family who encouraged and supported me, beginning with my parents, Thibert and Pierrette, my children, Dominique, Chloé, and Olivier, and my wife, Michelle. Mr. Speaker, the economic situation in my riding has been very tough for a long time. And this means that we're seeing a vicious circle of the population which is draining away from this riding.
That with this new government in place, I'll do all in my power in the years to come to correct this situation. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, more than 200 Canadians die needlessly every year, waiting for an organ transplant. Their death could be prevented if only more people were aware of the need and willing to help. In 2003, I donated part of my liver to my son Tyler, who needed a living donor. Any father would have done the same. Then his liver failed twice. Two grieving families came forward anonymously, their gift allowing my son to live. Sadly, for far too many, the outcome is not such a happy one. It seems potential donors or their families are unaware of the good they could do. I urge all members to support the creation of a national organ donor registry to coordinate and to promote organ donation across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, on January 14th, a giant passed away, René Angelil, and this has affected everyone. He was an impresario with extraordinary flair, a businessman, a philanthropist, an artist. He allowed artists to dream and to believe in their potential, and he gave them maximum visibility. He was larger than life. He had flair, intuition, and also courage, perseverance, and great determination. Thanks to his work, by setting an excellent example, he paved the way for generations of creators and artists. This warm and loyal man, who was very kind, will be sorely missed. We offer our deepest sympathies to his wife Céline, his children, and his friends and family. René, we learn to know you, respect you, and love you. Rest in peace. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 14th and 15th, 7 Quebecers lost their lives in the terrorist attacks in Burkina Faso and Indonesia. Tamar Amarawali, Louis Chabot, Suzanne Bernier, Gladys Chambella, and Yves Carrier, as well as their children Charlélie and Maud Carrier. These Canadians were the very example of what Canada has to offer, goodness and compassion, and this inhuman violence is what cost them their lives. It is difficult to find the words to describe such an injustice. I would like all of us to have a thought for their families and to take a moment to extend our deepest sympathies to them. We must honor their memory by making every possible effort to build a better world that is more fair and more human. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with some sad news to recognize the life of a Scarborough icon. James Loder was a staple in our community. He was a fixture at Morningside Cinemas and other theaters in the area for over 55 years. For generations, James greeted moviegoers with his friendly smile. James was a constant when everything around us seemed to constantly change. He was an ambassador of goodwill to the community. Throughout James's career with the Public Health Department of the City of Toronto, and after his retirement and until just days before his death at the age of 83, James moonlighted as a ticket taker. He worked his last shift on New Year's Day of this year. His hard work and long hours paid off and provided a better childhood for his children, who were at the center of his life. James Loder leaves behind 4 children, Kevin, Russell, Patricia, and Terrence, and his 2 grandchildren, Nicole and Alex. He'll be greatly missed. I wish to extend my deepest condolences to James's family, friends, co-workers, and his many fans.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to rise as the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap and wish everyone a Happy New Year. I want to thank the many people that supported me last October, and I wish to recognize that I am here to represent every constituent in my riding. I am honoured by the trust the fellow Canadians have placed in me and eager to work on their behalf here in Ottawa. It is truly an honour to represent an area as diverse as the North Okanagan-Shuswap, from our world-famous Adams River Salmon Run to our world-class agriculture and wine sectors, from our small manufacturing firms to our champagne powder skiing. We have much to share with Canada and the rest of the world. I am determined to be a strong advocate representing the good people of the North Okanagan-Shuswap. Together, our hard work and perseverance will allow us to overcome present challenges and those yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, in December, the remains of Cédrica Provencher, a young girl kidnapped in 2007, were discovered in my riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Allow me to express my deepest sympathies to her family, her friends, and an entire community that lives in the horrors of this indescribable crime. I would also like to pay tribute to those in that community, those volunteers who for the last 8 years have been searching for Cedrica. We all have the duty to ensure our children's safety. I therefore call on everyone, Mr. Speaker, to be even more vigilant and to work in solidarity to avoid or to solve each crime of child kidnapping. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You might think it would be difficult to get hundreds of people to jump into a frozen lake and pay for the privilege, but Oakville's Todd and Trent Courage and the Polar Bear Dip team do it every year. Held at Coronation Park in Oakville on New Year's Day, the Courage Polar Bear Dip is Canada's largest charitable polar bear dip. Over its 31 years, it has raised an impressive $1.4 million for World Vision clean water projects. Each year, a live band and thousands of spectators cheer on over 800 dippers, including me, as we run into the frigid waters of Lake Ontario, so that people across the ocean can have access to clean water of their own. I'm proud of people like Todd and Trent and the team, and those across Canada who work to make the world kinder, safer, and healthier every day, both at home and abroad.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Les-Rats. Mr. Speaker, Thetford Mines, which was hard hit by the shutdowns of asbestos mines, is recovering. It is the third best city for doing business in Quebec. This recovery is fragile, and the Government of Canada must continue to support diversification initiatives to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to talk to you about our dairy producers. They are worried because of the milk proteins are still crossing the borders, and that is endangering our small farms and endangering the supply management system. In 2016, the citizens of Lac-Mégantic are waiting for answers regarding the bypass, the rail bypass, and we want the minister to meet with the Lac-Mégantic mayor. And as a representative of this riding that was affected by the transport of oil, I would like to affirm my support for the Energy East pipeline, which is much safer. Thank you.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to pay special tribute to Ken Brody, a 73-year-old retired mailman and longtime Richmond resident. On December 30th, Ken Brody showed exceptional courage as he selflessly intervened in a vicious dog attack. Ken was in his garden when he heard women's cries for help in a neighboring schoolyard. He quickly jumped over his fence and ran into action, pulling the dog from one of the women. Unfortunately, during Ken's heroic efforts, he sustained injuries as well. On behalf of the good residents of Richmond, it gives me great pleasure to stand in this House to recognize Ken Brody for his courage and outstanding bravery.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
I rise today to honour the memory of John Harvard, former Member of Parliament for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, who passed away on January 9th after a courageous battle with cancer at the age of 77. Born and raised in Glenborough, Manitoba, John began an award-winning 30-year career in broadcast journalism in 1957. John then successfully ran for federal politics in 1988 and served as a Member of Parliament for 16 years. In 2004, John Harvard became the 23rd Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba, serving the province until 2009. John's commitment to democracy was unshakable to the end. In the fall of 2015, John had a friend take him to an advanced poll to vote, as he was not sure he would still be alive on Election Day. On behalf of the constituents of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, I offer my condolences to John Harvard's friends and family, and I thank John for his dedicated service to the people of Canada.
Cheers.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, violence against women continues to be a fact of life in Canada. Carol Culleton, Natalie Warmerdam, and Anastasia Kuzin were killed on September 22, 2015. In this case, they were murdered by someone known to each of them. On average in Canada, one woman is killed by her intimate partner every 5 days. The man arrested and accused of their murders had a long criminal history, including charges involving 2 of the 3 women. Happening in the middle of a recent federal election, their violent deaths barely caused a ripple in the national media, leaving the families and friends in rural Ontario community where these women live to grieve in silence. I invite the Minister of Justice to spend some time listening to the families of these murdered women. Changing our laws to blame the victim is just plain wrong. Let's not allow Carol, Natalie, Anastasia, and all the other women who have been murdered by their intimate partners to have died in vain.
The member for Winnipeg Centre.
My friends, the tragedy in La Loche has shaken and shocked us all. I offer the family and friends of the victims our deepest condolences. Our hearts and prayers are also with those injured in the attack. May they have a full and speedy recovery. We must acknowledge the medical professionals and the RCMP, who all worked tirelessly in a very dangerous situation and acted with bravery. All of Canada stands with the community of La Loche and its residents at this tragic time. We must be determined to do whatever is necessary to offer a hope and path forward to communities like La Loche and its people. Solutions need to be built from the community members through listening to their hopes and dreams. But for now, we grieve. Ispe me goche, tanawe me tapwe, nota we me kichi manitu. Hai hai.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Last Friday, the entire country was heartbroken with the news of a mass shooting at La Loche Community School. We send our deepest condolences to the families of the victims, our thanks to the first responders for their quick action, and our love to the entire community that continues to suffer this terrible loss. I'd like to thank, in particular, my friend and colleague, the new member for Deneste Missinippi Churchill River, for her incredible work in supporting her community in the aftermath of this tragedy. She is the former mayor of La Loche and had friends and family at this school. This shooting hits particularly close to home for her. Les mots manquent pour décrire notre...
We do not have the words to describe our chagrin at this terrible tragedy. Regardless of where we are, we feel a deep pain, and we sympathize with all our heart with the people who have lost people because of this tragedy. La Loche is a small community, and it needs resources and help now and in the future. Let us work together to offer them this aid and to begin the healing process. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to rise in this House to address all Canadians in order to bring to their attention the tragedies that occurred in Jakarta and Ouagadougou. Let us remember Tahar Amerwali, a hearing aid specialist who lived in Laval and who unfortunately died in an attack in Indonesia. Let us also remember the victims of the attack in Burkina Faso, Louis Chabot, Suzanne Bernier, both of whom lived in the Quebec City area, as well as Maud Carrier, Charles-Élie Carrier, Gladys Chamberlain, and Yves Carrier, who lived in Lac-Beauport in my riding. They were all there to bring help and hope to the citizens of that country. Everyone who knew them described them as being generous people who were charitable and empathetic. No one deserves this tragic end, and our community has lost a number of extraordinary people. It is our duty to honor their memory throughout time. Given these cruel, unjust, and unexplainable attacks, let us work together to thwart the terrorist attack and to build a better world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak for the first time in 2016 in this House, and I do so with a sad heart. On January 16th, 6 wonderful people from my riding lost their lives in Burkina Faso in a terrorist attack that we condemn and criticize. This was a tragic and barbaric attack. These people were Suzanne Bernier, Louis Chabot, Maud Carrier, Charles-Élie Carrier, Yves Carrier, and Gladys Chambellan. Those were people who embodied devotion, generosity, and joie de vivre. Unfortunately, they met the worst thing along their way. I offer my sympathies to the families of the victims, and I urge all my colleagues in this House to honor these exceptional men and women and to have a thought for them and a prayer. Thank you.
I now invite the House to rise to observe a moment of silence for the victims of La Loche, Saskatchewan. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, all Canadians were shocked and saddened by the news out of La Loche, Saskatchewan.
We're shocked and saddened about the news from La Loche, Saskatchewan. Our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers are with the community and with the families and friends of the victims. Could the Prime Minister update this House on any new situation with the issues that happened in La Loche?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her heartfelt words and indeed add to them personally that the entire government and indeed the country stands with the community of La Loche. Our heartfelt condolences go out to the community, to the family members, and offer all our support. The RCMP and Victim Support Services are working hard to make sure that we're giving the kind of support necessary to a community, not just in these difficult days, but in the weeks, months, and indeed years to come.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister was swanning around Switzerland with actors and billionaires, Conservatives were back at home listening to business owners and volunteers and regular Canadians. And what we heard from them is that they are increasingly concerned that this Prime Minister has no plan for the economy. Canadians are worried about their jobs, they're worried about the cost of groceries, and they're worried about their kids' futures. Infrastructure is not going to be enough. So what's the Prime Minister's plan to get these people back to work?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
thank the member for her question. Indeed, for 10 years, we've watched Canada not have the kind of growth to create opportunities for Canadians, which is why we got elected on a commitment to create investment in our communities, to create jobs for Canadians. And part of what I was doing in Davos was talking to leaders like Jack Ma of Alibaba, like Mary Barra of GM to talk about the challenges they're facing, Axel Weber of UBS to draw people in investing from companies like Ubisoft and GE and Unilever, who are already tremendously invested in Canada. We are working hard every day to create jobs for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister went to Switzerland to hang out with the 1%, but he couldn't actually help running down the people back at home who are working hard every day. The natural resource sector has some of the world's leading technologies, scientific innovation and creativity, but the Prime Minister just doesn't get it because it's not his world. He just doesn't care about these jobs. Does the Prime Minister understand, then, when he's insulting Canadians right across the country, when he insults the natural resource sector?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I find it quite peculiar that the honourable member doesn't realize that when we talk about the resourcefulness of Canadians, we include the natural resources sector and the people who work extremely hard to innovate, to create technologies, to build on science, to ensure, while they work hard, that we're creating the very best of value as we add to everything we have to offer the world. Resourcefulness is at the heart of everything Canadians do and will continue to be as long as we're in government.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that we left the government with a surplus over $11 billion, and the Liberals can't even tell us how much their deficit will reach and how much it will cost Canadians to fund all of their promises. They've already failed to respect their promises to stick to a $10 billion deficit. Is the Minister of Finance such a bad economic manager, or does he just not care? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I find that somewhat strange from that party. They're talking about economic mismanagement. We were elected on a platform involving investing in Canada, ensuring a stronger future, growth, which was lacking for 10 years. We are going to be creating the investments to give middle-class Canadians jobs and people who want to join the middle class. That is what we're going to be doing. We are working hard every day to offer Canadians with opportunities, and that's what we'll continue to do in our budget. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister should stop using his cell phone for selfies with Leo DiCaprio and pick it up and call Denny Coderre and fight for natural resources. There's almost 100,000 people out of work in this sector. Does the Prime Minister understand that his lack of leadership on this issue is creating divisions in the country?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite are criticizing us for not getting done in 10 weeks what they were unable to do in 10 years. We are working very, very hard right across the country with municipal leaders, with provincial leaders, to make sure that we're creating the social license, the oversight, the environmental responsibility, and the partnership with communities to get our resources to market in a responsible way, because that's what it takes in the 21st century.
The Honourable Member Outremont.
The Trans-Pacific Partnership was negotiated in secret during the final days of the Conservative government. And now, after campaign promises of a more open government with real consultations, the Liberals say they will sign the Conservative negotiated trade deal with absolutely no changes. TPP will kill 58,000 Canadian jobs. It'll kill 58,000 Canadian jobs, weaken supply management, hurt our auto sector, and put Canadian innovators at a competitive disadvantage. Why is the Prime Minister signing this bad Conservative trade deal without the consultations he promised?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question because it allows me to set something absolutely straight. We were elected on a commitment to consult with Canadians and indeed to consult with the House of Commons before a decision was made on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And indeed, not signing in the upcoming step would mean that we decided without consulting with Parliament not to go forward with the TPP. And of course, we are open to consulting with Canadians, consulting with Parliament, and that is the step that brings us towards ratification or not. That's what it's all about, and that's our commitment.
Now the member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, they decided to sign the highly controversial Trans-Pacific Partnership without changes. And we didn't have any consultations. Does the Prime Minister really think that people will be fooled, that they don't see that it's smoke and mirrors, that he has no intention to make any changes whatsoever, and this will kill scores of good jobs in manufacturing? Mr. Speaker, the only factory that might continue to work in Canada is the one that's making up the empty words and cliches coming from the Prime Minister. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore that if we're serious, as we are, about consulting Canadians and the members of this Parliament, we have no choice but to sign next week in order to subsequently hold those consultations. Because if we didn't sign, it would be the NDP's decision to not consult and to not look at the agreement for Canadians. That's not what we're going to do. We will be responsible, as Canadians have asked us to do when they elected us. Mr. Speaker, when the economy goes or weakens, the people who need help the most are the ones who suffer. There are choices, and fighting inequalities must be a priority. The PBO has stated that the Liberal tax plan mostly benefits the wealthiest people and, in fact, leaves the vast majority of Canadians with nothing from under the Liberal plan. Will the Prime Minister accept the NDP's proposal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of the Liberals' proposal, which will be at the heart of our budget. It will provide new child benefits to Canadians. It will put more money into 9 out of every 10 families. And this is a proposal that the NDP criticized during the election. We are going to be putting more money in the pockets of Canadians who really need it. And that is what we are going to do with the family child tax benefit. And the parliamentary budget officer proved that what he's just said is false.
University, Michael Wernick said that a group of peaceful students protesting an increase in tuition fees had, quote, no place in a lawful democratic society, and then he likened them to, quote, brown shirts and Maoists. The Prime Minister just appointed the same Mr. Wernick to be the clerk of the Privy Council, the highest position in Canada's civil service. Will the Prime Minister ask his new clerk of the Privy Council to apologize for these totally unacceptable remarks?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very pleased to have Michael Wernick as the new clerk of the Privy Council. Mr. Wernick has had a long career in the public service, and we look forward to working with him to renew the professional and nonpartisan public service.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, over 100,000 jobs now have been lost in Alberta. Housing values are dropping. People are desperate. Anyone who thinks this is only an Alberta problem is sadly mistaken. Hear, hear. And now the Mayor of Montreal has come out opposing Energy East. Where was the Prime Minister? He was in Davos being starstruck by Hollywood actors. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister won't show leadership, will one Liberal member of Parliament from Alberta, one of the 4, stand up for Western Canadian jobs?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud Western Canadian, I will stand up for jobs in Alberta and New Brunswick and Newfoundland. And Mr. Speaker, if this were a question and answer period, I would ask them how many major pipelines they built in 10 years. The answer, 0. And the reason they didn't build major pipelines is because their process did not have the public confidence of Canadians. We're talking to Canadians now, and what comes after these consultations, Mr. Speaker, will be Canadians' confidence in delivering these resources to market in a sustainable way.
Honourable member for Portage Lisbon.
First lesson to a new minister: never ask a question you don't know the answer to. In fact, our government saw 4 major pipelines built across Canada, 220 to the U.S., that amounts to 1.25 million barrels of oil per day flowing safely and responsibly to market. That's what our government did on this side of the House. That's the fact. Mr. Speaker, we want to see more pipelines built. They create jobs and investment. Will the Prime Minister pick up the phone, call his friend, the Mayor of Montreal, tell him to smarten up and start standing up for Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, one of the major obligations of the Government of Canada is to make sure our resources end up at Tidewater responsibly. And to do that, we have to have processes that have the confidence of Canadians. And if we would have had the confidence of Canadians, these major pipelines might have been built a long time ago, but there is none of that. But after we get through with a consultation process that has substance, includes Indigenous peoples, understands environmental incomes, we will have a better chance than this government had, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, last week the Mayor of Montreal stated that they were opposed to Energy East, and this is bad news for the Canadian economy. We need this project for the Canadian economy and for all the natural resource sectors in the country combined. What did the Prime Minister do faced with the situation in Davos? Between 3 or 4 selfies, he showed contempt for natural resources. That is insulting and not worthy of a Canadian Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister pick up the phone and call his good old friend Denis Coderre, the Mayor of Montreal, and say that Energy East is a good project for all Canadians, all Montrealers and all Quebecers? The Honourable Minister.
Had the opportunity to consult with Canadians in Winnipeg and in Halifax and in 2 weeks in Vancouver. And around my first trip outside of Ottawa was to Calgary, where I had an excellent conversation with industry leaders who had just come up to the realization that if we're going to determine the best way of getting our resources to market, we'll need governments, environmentalists, Indigenous leaders, and industry. If we're not able to accomplish that, we'll have the record that these people across should not be very boastful about.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the government seems to be forgetting that the way to proceed with an oil pipeline is the safest way of carrying oil. It's important, and that is part of the equation, Mr. Speaker. Now, what we're also seeing is that in Quebec, it's a very important project for the economy. We're talking about 3,000 jobs and spin-offs of over $1 billion. The Quebec economy, Canada's economy, needs this project. When will the Prime Minister take action? When will he take up his responsibilities and call the Mayor of Montreal?
Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we're aware of the importance of the resource economy to Canada. We know that 20% of our country's GDP is embedded in the natural resource sector. We are committed to developing this sector in a responsible way because we understand that there are tens of thousands of people who are now suffering because of low commodity prices, and not only in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but in New Brunswick as well. We understand the importance of developing the sector responsibly, Mr. Speaker. We also understand that the consequence of this downturn has real impact on people. We understand that. We recognize it.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have not yet brought in one new program to create even a single job. Well, I know of a shovel-ready, massive stimulus project that will create thousands of new jobs all across this country and won't cost taxpayers a cent. It's Energy East. Now, we know that Liberals have a habit of saying different things in different parts of the country. So will the regional minister for Saskatchewan assure this House that he clearly supports the Energy East project, and will he stand today and denounce the Liberal Mayor of Montreal's divisive statements?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Premier of Saskatchewan has actually quoted the Prime Minister on this matter.
Exactly, and he supports it.
Because we understand that to develop our resources responsibly, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, let's get off to a good start. Let's restrain ourselves. I know we're excited to be back in the House. It's nice to see you all, I must say. But let's restrain ourselves and let each side have their turn and listen carefully. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to find a responsible way to move these resources to international markets. They want to determine the safest, most economically advantageous and environmentally responsible way of moving them. And the only way that these resources will move across the country is if the people of Canada have public confidence in the decisions that got us there. That is our commitment. That's what we intend to do.
Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the thousands of people in my province employed in the energy sector want to hear from the Saskatchewan minister. Now, the member for Wascana has a habit of voting against his own constituents. Instead of listening to the people back home in his riding, he voted to keep the wasteful gun registry. He jailed farmers under the wheat board, and he stayed silent while his prime minister killed the Northern Gateway. But it's never too late to kick the habit. Will he stand today, denounce the divisive statements of the Liberal Mayor of Montreal, and stand up for Saskatchewan's energy sector?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't mind having the member's voting record. The people who have voted for him over these last 20 years, and there was 27 years. And I'm sure one of the many reasons they vote for him, Mr. Speaker, is because he listens to them. He's responsive to what they have to say. This government will be responsive to what Canadians tell us about moving these resources to market responsibly. That is the way we develop public confidence, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are grieving and offer our sincere condolences to the people of La Loche. But we must do more, Mr. Speaker. Too many young people in northern communities grow up without hope and need support. The Conservatives cut health services left, right, and centre. Today, Health Canada regularly rejects requests for assistance in mental health for First Nations when they're available for other Canadians. Will the minister put an end to this discriminatory practice and finally help those people who are in need? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to respond to this question, although obviously it is under tremendously tragic circumstances, and I want to say first of all how deeply I grieve with all Canadians for the tragedy that took place in La Loche. Immediately upon hearing the news, I got in touch with the folks at the First Nations Inuit Health Branch and spoke to them to ensure that they were sending crisis workers to the community, and they did so immediately. I have been in touch on a daily basis with the folks in Saskatchewan, and I have committed to people in that community that the First Nations Inuit Health Branch will continue to provide support for mental health needs in the community in the days and months to come.
Member for Timmins, James Ferry.
Mr. Speaker, I know I speak for members of all parties when we express our grief at the tragedy in La Loche, but condolences are not enough. Parliament must take action because all too often the young people feel left alone, whether it's the suicide and violence in La Loche or the 600 young people who gave up hope in the Mushkegowuk territory and tried to kill themselves since 2009. So I'd like to ask my question to the Health Minister. Her department routinely rejects requests for counselling services for mental health for Indigenous youth. What steps will she take to guarantee that that practice will end and will continue, not just in the days and weeks ahead, but in the years to come?
Measure of health.
Mr. Speaker, the matter of mental health needs in First Nations, Indigenous, and other Indigenous communities is a pressing matter that I will pay full attention to. I absolutely agree with the member that up until now there have been absolutely inadequate resources and serious gaps in terms of the health outcomes and the opportunities that First Nations children and Inuit children have to access these resources. We will do everything in our power to be able to make some changes in that area, and I will work in the months and years to come to make it so.
Very good. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, what a difference 6 months makes. In July, Canada was hosting an anti-ISIS meeting in October in Quebec City.
About that restraint, folks. Come on now. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman has the floor.
In July, Canada was hosting an anti-ISIS meeting in Quebec City, and now we weren't even invited to the anti-ISIS meeting in Paris. The Liberals' incoherent and indecisive messaging has diminished Canada's reputation on the world stage. When will the Prime Minister provide Canadians and our allies with a detailed strategy to defeat ISIS, and will he leave our CF-18s in the fight?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, meeting with our coalition partners is extremely important. That's why in my first 2 weeks of taking on my mandate, I hosted the Halifax Security Conference where I got to meet with my counterparts from all over the world. But more importantly, just meeting with political leaders is actually to get the ground truth on the ground. And that's why I went to the region twice within 2 months, and that's how serious we take this mission.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians and our allies have grown tired of the Liberals' incoherent messaging and lack of concrete plan to defeat ISIS. And that's why we weren't invited to the anti-ISIS meeting in Paris last week. When the Minister of National Defence was first asked why he was not attending the meeting, he used his busy schedule as an excuse. Later, his office confirmed that he was never even invited. When will the Minister apologize for intentionally misleading Canadians?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years, Canadians had not actually attended this meeting. I have attended a meeting with my coalition partners and got to meet with Secretary Fallon in London, got to meet with my counterparts in many different countries. But more importantly, Canadians expect us to be responsible, and that's why I'm taking the time to make sure that we get this right, to make sure that we take the fight to this horrible enemy, and making sure that we not only do it from a military manner, but also to bring in with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of State so we get this mission right. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the families of the Burkina Faso terrorist attack learned about this through the news, and it was only 48 hours after the incident, because of intervention by the official opposition, that they got a call from the government. Since the attack, there has been no compassion shown by the Prime Minister. A call to one of the spouses and a mayor said, in fact, I'm ashamed of my Prime Minister. How can the Prime Minister justify his attitude and this mess created with respect to these victims? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say just how much the government is affected by the pain felt by the victims, the Prime Minister as well. I would like to thank the staff in the International Operations Centre, the staff on the ground in Burkina Faso who took heroic action to help the families of victims. I can assure you that the families of the victims will continue to receive consular support, including repatriation, and they are going through very difficult times, and we offer our condolences. The Honourable Member. These attacks that cost the lives of 7 Canadians are terrorist attacks, and reality is catching up with the Prime Minister. He must realize that this isn't theatre and that the terrorist threat is real. Canada must not play the role of an extra on the international scene in the international coalition. It must continue its airstrikes against ISIL. It's not just through training and humanitarian assistance that we will defeat these terrorists. Can the Prime Minister reassure Canadians that we will continue to play an important role in fighting ISIS? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Canadian Armed Forces, the Air Force, are doing important work. However, we believe that if we realign the forces, which is what the coalition is asking us to do, to focus on training, to place other efforts in other areas to fight terrorism, Canada will be a more effective enemy to these terrorists. We will be working in cooperation with all of our allies on the ground with courage and determination.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's veterans have suffered cuts to benefits, the closure of frontline offices, and worse. Suicide rates have climbed, homelessness increased, and yet veterans still face unacceptable waits for mental health services. And a report on veterans' treatment, buried by the previous government, is still missing in action. Our veterans need help today. They shouldn't have to wait for the minister to get around to reopening offices. When will all veterans finally get the mental health and other services they need?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, I thank the member for her question. I can tell you us at Veterans Affairs is working hard to rectify many of the situations that she put forward. We are going to be reopening offices. We are hiring more frontline staff. We are going to get a handle on our mental health issues and ensure that our frontline staff is delivering the services in a timely manner for our men and women who have fought for this nation. I can assure the member that we're working hard, and you will see a better Veterans Affairs going forward than the one you saw under the former government.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the practice of charging ancillary fees for insured services has been legalized in Quebec, even though it goes against the Canada Health Act. It's unacceptable that the size of one's wallet determine access to care. Last November, I wrote to the minister to explain the situation to her and alert her, but until now I've received no answer. What action will the minister take to preserve the accessibility of the public health care system from coast to coast?
Health.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I have just met with my provincial and territorial colleagues, and I reiterated to them that our government fully supports the principles of the Canada Health Act, which are meant to ensure that all Canadians have reasonable access to medically necessary care based on need and not based on the ability to pay. I am committed to working with my provincial and territorial colleagues to uphold the Canada Health Act, and I will continue to discuss this with my provincial and territorial colleagues in the months to come.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, having grown up in a large farming household, with all the opportunities and challenges that it provides, I have a strong place in my heart for this country's agricultural sector. I recently had the distinct pleasure of speaking with a cattle producer in my riding who operates a large feedlot. His biggest concern was the discriminatory U.S. country of origin labeling policy and its effects on his operation. A WTO arbitrator recently ruled that Canada could levy more than $1 billion in tariffs in retaliation for the discriminatory response. Will the Minister of International Trade update the House on this recent developments regarding this situation?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his hard work. And I, too, am a daughter of and granddaughter of farmers and ranchers, and I am delighted to report to this House that on December 18th, the U.S. Congress repealed this discriminatory legislation. A lot about Western jobs today, but I am really proud.
The honourable member for Brattlebridge, Lloyd-Munster.
Just like coal, Mr. Speaker, the heavy lifting's been done on TPP, and Canadian business may welcome the minister's statement in the last couple of days. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Council of Chief Executives, Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, Canadian manufacturers, all have been telling the minister to ratify TPP to maintain our strong portion of global supply chains. If she really thinks she's Canada's chief marketing officer, when will she listen to these stakeholders and ratify this important agreement?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, first of all, I hope the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster will join with me in supporting and cheering the repeal of COOL. When it comes to TPP, the former government negotiated the deal in secret without consulting with Canadians. We are keeping our promise to listen to Canadians and to consult on this deal. Since being sworn in, I myself have been part of more than 70 consultations on this issue, and today I wrote a letter to my colleagues in this House and to my colleagues in the Senate asking committees to study it. The Conservatives didn't...
Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydsminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all welcome the opportunity to study this again. Of course, the former chair of the Trade Committee for the House of Commons had hearings while that negotiation was going on. We welcome the minister's epiphany on the road from Davos to signing the TPP, but there's also a meeting of TPP ministers the day before that signing that's also very important as they study prospective new partners in the TPP. I'm wondering if she's been invited to that meeting or if we've been left out, just like we were in Paris.
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, of course I will be at that meeting in New Zealand, and I am pleased to report to this House that I met with many of the TPP ministers at the WTO ministerial, which was held at Davos. We are working very closely with the other TPP countries and consulting with Canadians. This is an important issue, and we are working hard on it. Thank you.
Member for Grant Barry Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by appointing Mary Jane McFall as the Chief of Staff, the Minister of Agriculture is disregarding rules that were intended to protect Canadians from corruption. Now, Ms. McFall's family is the owner of the largest egg-producing corporation, and she herself was listed as being the owner of $140 million worth of egg quota in 2010. Now, the Minister makes decisions with regards to this family business on a regular basis. How can he justify her hiring, and how can he justify this blatant conflict of interest?
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Chief of Staff has a strong agricultural background and is a pillar of her community. But from day one in my office, she was subject to the conflict of, if you want to listen, she was subject to the Conflict of Interest Act. And any recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner will be followed in detail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, following her defeat as a Liberal candidate, Ms. Mary Jane McFall was appointed Chief of Staff of the Minister of Agriculture. She apparently had a $140 million egg quota. She's a member of the Braybury family. These questions of supply management come up on a daily basis. Why does the minister feel that it's appropriate for his chief of staff to own this quota when it's directly linked to his portfolio?
I think it's important for my Chief of Staff to have a strong agricultural background. And as I said before, she is subject to the Conflict of Interest Act, and also any recommendations provided by a nonpartisan ethics commissioner will be followed.
Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, a new study reveals the TPP will cost 58,000 Canadian jobs and worsen income inequality. Many of the jobs at risk are in my community and others like it throughout Southern Ontario. In spite of the reality for these families, the minister tries to hide behind technicalities. But it's simple. If you don't support the deal, why would you sign it? So will the minister stand up for Canadian jobs, or will she sign the Conservatives' bad deal?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats oppose this deal without reading it and without consulting with Canadians. We promised during the campaign to consult with Canadians, and that's what we're doing. That's why I have already had, since being sworn in as minister, more than 70 meetings about the TPP, and that's why today I've written to my colleagues in this House and asked that our Trade Committee study the deal carefully. The NDP knows, notwithstanding the posturing we've heard today, that signing and ratifying are very different things, and in trade deals, technicalities really do matter.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, On December 10th, the Minister of Immigration stated in the House that he was reinstating the moratorium on the removal of nationals from Zimbabwe and Haiti. Yet after checking the facts, we've discovered there have been no new directives within the department. When will the minister follow up on that statement he made in the House and reinstate the moratorium? Does the minister understand the anguish of those who fear removal? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I've consulted my Quebec colleagues and we decided very firmly to allow these people to stay here in Canada. That's what we decided, and that's what's going to happen.
The member for Brant Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is trying to dress up the same old Senate appointment system in new clothing. But I don't know exactly who they think they're fooling. They've announced an unelected, unaccountable board that will be making secret recommendations for an unelected Senate. And the Prime Minister will just continue to appoint whomever he pleases. Why do the Liberals support the same old, unelected, unaccountable Senate?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians mandated us to provide real change to the Senate without opening up the Constitution. I was pleased to announce at the beginning of December with the House Leader the implementation of a new merit-based assessment process that is public, made available online. And in a few months, for the first time ever, Canadians will be able to apply to become senators. That is real change.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, that minister's got a whole different definition of public than the rest of us use. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Senate Appointment Board were chosen by the Prime Minister at his absolute discretion in secret. Their suggestions are reviewed by the Prime Minister in secret. The names of unsuccessful candidates remain secret. The reasons why the Prime Minister will choose one candidate over another will be a secret. Will a pattern development as to who is being passed over by the PM? Perhaps, but that'll be a secret. In fact, it appears that it will remain a secret whether the Prime Minister even uses the list or casts it aside entirely. So my question is this: why are the two values at the centre of this ostensibly new process? Number one, absolute secrecy, and number two, absolute authority to do whatever he wants on the part of the Prime Minister.
The Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the advisory board will be guided by a public merit-based criteria that will allow them to assess the nominees according to those rules. For the first time, we have opened the doors and we're reaching out to the provinces with the vacancies to be filled. Again, that is real change, and it's the kind of historic change that we have not seen in the Senate for some time. We are confident that will enhance the public's confidence in this important democratic institution.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
The goals are public, but everything the Prime Minister does with them is a secret. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of electoral reform, in the past 2 months we have seen a tsunami of editorials across the country calling for a referendum on electoral reform. The Globe and Mail summarizes this near unanimity by stating that electoral reform would be, quote, the biggest ever change in Canadian democracy. It will change how members of Parliament are elected, how governments are formed, and who forms them. The Globe's conclusion was categorical. Quote, when it comes to a change this big and this fundamental to our democracy, the only people qualified to decide are the peoples themselves. This has to go to a referendum. Isn't the Globe right?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the government's committed to convening a parliamentary committee to study this and consult broadly with Canadians. And I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the members of this House that 100 years ago this week, the women of Manitoba secured the right to vote for women, and that is worthy of celebration.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Last week, we saw terrible terrorist attacks in Jakarta. A Canadian died, another one in Burkina Faso, in which 6 Canadians died. Our thoughts continue to be with the victims and their families. Can the government inform the House of measures taken to aid the investigation. The Honourable Minister, we are repulsed by the horrible attacks in Ouagadougou and Jakarta. The families of Canadian victims can count on all the humanitarian and consular aid possible, including retrieving the remains. I'm particularly upset by the lives cut short of these teachers who'd gone to Burkina Faso. Let us continue their work by fighting terrorism everywhere that it is a threat, and by spreading good everywhere it is needed.
Mr. Speaker, last week, leaders from the Jewish, Sikh, and Muslim communities wrote to the Minister of Global Affairs indicating their strong support for the Office of Religious Freedom. They wrote, "The office has proven an effective advocate, raising our country's profile as a world leader in human rights promotion on the international stage." Mr. Speaker, this office is bringing people together, internationally and here at home. So will the Minister commit today to keeping this vital office open?
Good question.
And the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, freedom of religion is something that we will fight for very strongly. The way by which we'll do it is something that the government is considering. All rights must be supported together. If we isolate them, they will be weaker. If we bring them together, they will be stronger. It's the approach that government will do in order to protect the freedom of religion and all human rights everywhere where Canada needs to be.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Former Conservative government slashed environmental protections and gutted pipeline reviews, leaving out First Nations, issues like climate change, and cutting public participation. Right. Now, last fall, the Liberals promised to reverse the damage and put in place a new review process for all pipelines, including existing proposals. But as I speak, the Kinder Morgan and Energy East reviews are continuing under the Conservatives' broken rules. Will the minister stop pushing through reviews that come from the old, discredited government and make good on the Liberals' election promise to establish new, stronger rules?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we have said all along that there will be a transitional process that will govern those major projects that are currently under review, and that process will embody the principles that will be necessary if we are going to get approval of these very important projects for Alberta, for Saskatchewan, for New Brunswick, and for Newfoundland. So, in an odd way, Mr. Speaker, we're taking the member's advice.
Now the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the people of Mississauga, Erin Mills in the House today. In my riding and across the country, Canadians have shown their willingness to help those who suffer and find themselves displaced from their homes and their countries. People have responded more than positively to the government's commitment to take in Syrian refugees. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship update this House on the number of Syrian refugees to have arrived on Canadian soil?
Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to thank my colleague for all her hard work in this area. And I'm also pleased to tell the House that as of today, 13,800 Syrian refugees will have arrived in Canada. But more important than the numbers is that we've done this well, the world has noticed, and Canadians can take great pride in welcoming 25,000 people from a vicious civil war into our wonderful country of Canada.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months now, we've seen a growing wave of deadly attacks against Israelis by Palestinians, driven by the incitement of their leaders. Hamas and the Palestinian Authority make it clear they refuse to accept Israel's right to exist. Leaders of both entities have spoken openly of a third intifada, an uprising against Israel. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs explain his outrageously vague expression of concern yesterday and tell this House why he won't explicitly condemn the incitement?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Hamas has been listed as a terrorist group in 2002 by a Liberal government, and Canada will always fight the terrorism and will never do something else than to condemn Hamas terrorism. What we want also for our friend Israel. It's security. And for that, we need a two-state solution. And any unilateral gesture, like the try to have the recognition of Palestine in a unilateral way instead of by negotiation, and the settlements, under to help for peace.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All this chatter about Davos, I wonder if everyone's forgotten that the previous Prime Minister used that foreign and lofty perch to cut the retirement benefits of Canadians. It may have had something to do with his earlier retirement. But my question is to the Minister of Fisheries. Right now, there is an abandoned, derelict vessel of great concern locally, and I think to Canadians across this country concerned about derelict vessels. The Catherine Spirit, abandoned by its Mexican owners, has no one making sure, Mr. Speaker, that the toxic material within does not leak to Lake St. Louis. Could the Minister of Fisheries give us an update, please?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. I think one of the main priorities and mandates of the Canadian Coast Guard is to protect our marine environment. I want to take this opportunity to assure the member, all members of this House and the public, that the Catherine Spirit is not discharging any pollutants. In fact, the Quebec Ministry of Environment has confirmed that there is no risk of contamination. We will continue to work with our partners to mitigate any risks that fall within our jurisdiction. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, while opposition to the TransCanada Energy East pipeline is intensifying, mayors of Western Canada are attacking Quebec and saying that this should be Quebec's contribution to Canada's economy and threatening them with making them reimburse equalization payments. They say this is a matter of unity. Quebec has different choices environmentally. It's up to us to decide what goes on back home. Will the Prime Minister respect Quebecers' choice not to have a pipeline go through their national territory?
We are building the Canadian economy, and the Canadian economy will be built with large projects if they have the public confidence of Canadians. They have not had the public confidence of Canadians, which is why we are committed to modernizing the National Energy Board. And that modernization will proceed with a set of principles. And the set of principles will include meaningful consultation with Indigenous Canadians, a respect for the environment in all decisions, and an understanding that moving these resources to market.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Montreal Metropolitan Community tabled its report following public consultations held last fall regarding TransCanada's Energy East pipeline. 82 municipalities, representing 4 million Quebecers, are against this pipeline project. Since this project is obviously not socially acceptable, which was a condition set out by the Prime Minister, will he listen to the voices of the representatives of 4 million Quebecers and keep his election process to not go forward with this pipeline?
Mr. Speaker, major projects will proceed if Canadians feel that they have been heard, if Canadians feel as if the process enjoys their confidence. It is possible, Mr. Speaker, in Canada to look at environmental protection and economic development at the same time. That is the commitment of this government, and that is what we intend to do.
Maintenant, j'invite les députés à se lever.
I now invite the members to rise to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso and Jakarta, Indonesia.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Minister of Labour, Advanced Education and Youth for the province of Nova Scotia, the Honourable Kelly Regan. The Speaker has very few prerogatives, so there's one of them. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. We have some tabling of documents, don't we? Yes. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of 93 departments and organizations, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the departmental performance reports for 2014-2015.
Just wait a minute. Members, I want to encourage members to take their discussions outside, into the lobbies or behind the curtains. We would like to proceed with routine proceedings. And I invite the whips to assist me with this. Thank you. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Amendments to Annex 1 of the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, notified on September 22, 2015, and amendments to Annex 2 of the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, notified on December 15, 2015. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Thank you.
Get that. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, in bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 12 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise to inform colleagues that I would be designating Thursday, January 28th, as the first allotted day in the winter supply period, and I know my colleagues in the Conservative Party are looking forward very much to that day, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Government House Leader. Motions. Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. Oh. Do we have a petition? No. Oh, we have a petition. Excuse me. Glinsky is Yellowhead, of course. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to present a petition representing thousands of Canadians. The petition sadly highlights the fact that 22-year-old Cassandra Collis was killed by a drunk driver. A group of people who have lost loved ones to impaired driving, called Families for Justice, believe that the impaired driving laws in Canada are much too lenient. The petitioners therefore call for a new mandatory minimum sentencing for people who have been convicted of vehicular homicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any petitions? Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'm pleased to present a petition collected in my riding of Etobicoke Centre. The petitioners are concerned by the alarming increase of tank cars transporting crude oil and other hazardous materials by rail through Canadian communities, including Etobicoke. My constituents urge the adoption of enhanced tank car standards, more robust safety oversights, a push for industry to invest in ways to reduce the volatility of crude, and the requirement for railways and shippers to carry sufficient insurance to cover costs of derailments and spills in populated urban centres.
Presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Questions Q17. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions numbers Q1 to Q16 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? No. Just 1 second, please. It's the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Address and reply to speech from the throne.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, be it noted that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Barrie, Innisfil. Mr. Speaker, as this is my first opportunity to stand in this House, I would like to begin by thanking the people of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte for electing me as a member of Parliament this term. Our riding is smart people, our country. It's large and diverse. We have internationally recognized wetlands in the Minising Wetlands, incredible agricultural production in Springwater and Oro-Medonte, and an urban core in Barrie that resides on the shores of the beautiful Lake Simcoe. It is a downtown that's in transition, growing up, and working to help those in our community who are less fortunate. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, it was an incredibly close election, and I would like to formally stand in this House today and congratulate all of the candidates, but particularly Brian Tamblyn, on a hard-fought, respectful race. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to stand and thank my wife, Erica, our entire family who supported us, and our amazing children. We had our second child just 4 weeks before the election was called and made it an incredibly exciting time for us. To my constituents, I ask the following in holding your team in Ottawa to account. If our office does not respond from a position of service, please demand it. If I talk of our successes without defining new goals and service, please request it. And when I speak of being an MP as though is who I am rather than a position I serve in, please correct it. Mr. Speaker, as a new generation of MPs were elected to govern and define this country, I take particular notice of the need to reach out to new generations of Canadians. It is, after all, our responsibility to engage Canadians as much as it is their responsibility to vote and elect governments. As a younger parliamentarian, our office is looking for new ways to reach out to all generations and create interest in the business that is conducted in this House. Therefore, I offer the following. It's an honor to stand in this House and address its honourable members, a place that's full of diverse opinions, some minions, visionaries, and tax spenders. A place that's built on the bedrock of the Canadian Shield that represents from east to west those who keep us safe in our urban core to those who perseveringly work their fields. All that we yield is because of these people, no matter their creed or faith, from mosque to synagogue to steeple. We strive to take care of our feeble, sick, and weak, offer a home to those who seek refuge in times and places way too far and often far too bleak. It's impossible for us to understand that having grown up in this land, we have won the most important lottery by merely being where we stand. So as I look upon the speech from the throne, beginning to end, I relish the tone, but it is the details on which I wish to hone. This speech, Mr. Speaker, is not merely to reprimand or oppose, rather the opposite. It is to highlight opportunities. It is to propose. Where we now engage and debilitate our enemies from the sky, this throne speech seeks to cut and run without explaining a single reason why. There's no compromise or plan to justify. This government is leaving Canada's allies, refugees who seek home, and our military high and dry. Even after events just weeks ago, where our CF-18s assisted in the defense of Mosul, this government refuses to see what we all know, that this mission requires a multifaceted approach. Settlement of refugees here at home, betterment of camps where new refugees go, humanitarian aid, training soldiers to defend against terrorist raids, and the engagement of CF-18s to stem supply flow. After all the speeches, glamour, and promises faded, we found out this government had set expectations without basis, failing to hit its own targets on resettlement, betraying those who voted for it and those refugees who seek betterment. Back at home, little is different. This government promised tax cuts that would be cost-neutral and middle-class spirited. As it turns out, neither is true. A $2 billion hole in the budget, and if you earn $190,000 a year, guess what? This tax cut really benefits you. And if you're a senior who needs to reinvest after being taxed on your RIF, this government's taking away your TFSA room only to offer you a legalized spliff. Like an automobile that's been driving off a cliff, this government proceeded with tax cuts in haste, only to realize that it's the top 10% of income earners that benefit most from this reduced tax rate. Leaving those without confused and irate, there is an entire section of population that has been neglected, forgotten, and wondering if real change has lost its fate, or is it just going to come far too late. I stand today asking not just as an MP, but because growing up in government housing, on our welfare system, with help from my community, is what makes me me. And what of all of us who've grown up with little crave to see is great employment, more jobs, and incredible opportunity. An economy that is growing based on not how much a government can spend, but one that is stable and strong, supported by a government that lends, that sees trends and delivers help to business and employers that are glowing, not arbitrarily blowing money and subsidizing those that leave liabilities on balance sheets growing. When hearing that the Liberal leader believes that transitioning away from manufacturing is his government mandate, like movement of a tectonic plate in southern Ontario,
the Liberal leader has caused a manufacturing earthquake. While our dollar weakens and there is pain in the energy sector, we ask this government to listen to its Southern Ontario electors. While we understand that for some this is positive news, for most exporters the low dollar is in fact like sweet nectar. But if there's ever a time for the government to act and support manufacturing jobs, the time is now. Do it before the opportunity is robbed. With so much competition for made goods, products, employment, why has only a single private sector vendor received a repayable loan through FedDev anointment? And even this was approved by the Conservative government back in July, which raises the questions, what isn't the government doing for the Canadian workforce, and why? I know from experience that when FedDev invests, the economy digests, it is driven, creates jobs, helps families, and puts back out 3 times more than it was originally given. When I look back to those who stood and announced over $4 million in repayable loans from a podium, resulting in a Canadian success story, an expansion of product lines, an increase to over 800 jobs in Oro-Medonte at Napoleon, or the stable funding to help startups like G-Shift Labs in Barrie. The fact that the government has not unilaterally invested a single dollar in the private sector in 4 months with FedDev is scary. Correctly written in the throne speech is that the economy and environment are in fact compatible. But where, Mr. Speaker, is there measurable targets that this government has made actionable? I think of the conservation that was introduced across its vibrant land and in the last House was read, or at home the funding that's turned Lake Simcoe back to life. As it was said, if we had done nothing, this lake would be dead. Instead, the previous government expanded its focus, doubled the funding, helped Lake Simcoe, Nottawasaga, southeastern Georgian Bay, even as Liberal policies provincially threatened to choke us. If this government is supporting agriculture, they sure didn't show us they do, as there was not a single mention of those who work endlessly to provide our rural and urban areas with food. Not a single word of the challenges facing the agricultural industry, specifically those that are family-owned, or the difficulty transitioning between generations, maintaining the family farm as the family home. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I looked across this incredible building, I think of the people, the parliamentarians, and the soldiers whose will and dedication was unyielding, of the minds of history that have been navigated with absolute precision, of the governments that knew standing up for those without a voice was not a choice, but an automatic decision. In fact, that's where I believe we stand today, as the government seeks to form itself in a new way, without referendum, asking those whom it represents if it may. Our democracy is brittle as we make it, if we fail to properly engage it. But it is as strong as our country is vast if we humbly approach the people with humility and ask. I will therefore request of colleagues that they change their course. Respect those who have elected you. Do not try to take this Parliament with political force. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to stand and deliver this speech in prose. As you can see, I have many issues. This is a speech from the throne that I must oppose.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup. Et merci à mon collègue pour...
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Now, I heard my colleague opposite talk about families.
Families and the struggling situation that some might find themselves in, and I wonder if the member opposite might share his view on this government's plan to invest in a new monthly tax-free Canada Child benefit that will deliver the most to families who need it most, while also helping middle-class families and asking those who have done very well over the years to contribute a little bit more so that families from the lower and middle income situations and households right across the country can help their young children grow and develop into happy and healthy citizens. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question from the honourable member. I can tell you that what I've seen so far from this government, whether it's in the throne speech or it was in the motion that was passed before the Christmas break is not that they are helping people who are in need, those earning less than $45,000 a year. What I've seen is actually an increase in the benefits to those earning $190,000 a year. Those are the people who are reaping the most from the motions that your government has put forward. And I think that it's a little bit, to quote my friend and my colleague earlier this day, a little bit disingenuous for the government to come out here and continually speak out of one side of its mouth when the only people they have really benefited, or those who they benefited the most, are those earning $190,000 a year.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his wonderful speech today, and I would like to highlight some of the issues that he didn't bring up when he was speaking about poverty. I would like to address and ask the member a question around the poverty that our seniors are struggling under in Canada right now. Seniors in Canada cannot afford their prescription medication, they cannot afford to pay their rent, they cannot afford to buy food. So I would like to ask this member if he would support the return of the OAS to age 65 from 67 as it was removed or as it was put at that level by his government, and would he also support an increase to Canada Pension to elevate seniors out of poverty in our communities?
The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously this was an issue that I heard much about during the election as we were pounding the door, attending seniors' residence, etc. And one of the things I was very proud to speak of during the election was the concept that the Conservative Party put forward that would allow widowed seniors and single seniors to take advantage of a new tax cut. And that's something that had incredible support out in the community. That's something that I will continue to support as an elected member of Parliament, as an elected member of this House. And certainly I'm open to looking at other options, but that was something that I saw right away would certainly help seniors who are among the most sensitive in our society when it comes to income. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Chair, it's wonderful to see you in this position in this House. I was very interested in a speech from the honourable member. And while we're talking about seniors, let's also talk about folks with mobility issues. There has been no sign from the Liberal government that they will restore home mail delivery, and that's of profound concern to us on this side. I wonder if the member believes that that should be indeed restored as it was before the post office began to tinker.
Member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me first say that one of the reasons that my family and I grew up in government housing was because of my mother being hit by a car and permanently disabled. So I completely understand where the member is coming from. I also understand that the Canada Post is a arm's-length organization, and certainly we need to rely on the experts to make the decisions on the future of that asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Resuming debate. The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to begin today by thanking the good people of Barrie Innisfil for their confidence in electing me as their first Member of Parliament in the new riding of Barrie Innisfil. I also want to thank my family, my wife Leanne, my son Jeff, Courtney, Mitchell, and Matthew as well for all their love and support. Madam Speaker, I have big shoes to fill. With riding distribution and now representing Barrie and Innisfil, I've replaced two very hard-working and well-respected members of Parliament in these communities, Mr. Patrick Brown, now leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario, and the current member for York Simcoe, who both work tirelessly for their constituents, and I will continue to do the same as the member for Barrie Innisfil. Madam Speaker, Barrie Innisfil is a diverse mix of urban and rural. It's home to large employers like auto parts manufacturer Matsui and one of the largest onion farms in all of Canada, Horodinsky Farms. Madam Speaker, Barrie Innisfil is a key driver of Central Ontario's economic engine and a growing player in the Canadian economy. Barrie Innisfil has one of the lowest unemployment rates in Ontario and is entrepreneurial to its very core. As the Mayor of Barrie, Mr. Jeff Lehman, often states, entrepreneurialism is rooted into the DNA of our area. And meanwhile, Mayor Gord Walkup of Innisfil is leading his council with a vision to create an economic development corridor along Highway 400 that starts in Innisfil and leads into Barrie. If ever there was a poster child for investments in infrastructure, Barrie Innisfil certainly is one as we begin in our next phase of significant growth. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to point out that we like our business taxes low. We don't like government red tape, delaying projects, or getting in the way of our entrepreneurial spirit. Barrie Innisfil is also blessed to be situated on the waters of Lake Simcoe and Kempenfelt Bay. It's a 365-day-a-year destination attracting tourists from all over North America. These waters alone inject $200 million annually into our local economy through tourism and recreation. Suffice to say, we are very sensitive of the need to preserve and protect this jewel in Central Ontario. We are also a growing and increasingly diverse community with a large and proud Filipino and South Asian community, many of whom I'm proud to call not just my constituents, but my friends. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government's speech from the throne sets Canada on a path to higher deficits, higher debt, and higher taxes. While the new government's list is long when it comes to spending on grand schemes, it was short on detail and how these commitments will roll out. As the official opposition critic for urban affairs, I'd like to talk today about infrastructure and the serious challenges communities face, including my communities of Barrie and Innisfil. With less than 10% of the overall tax revenues at their disposal and nearly 90% of the burden to fund infrastructure, municipalities across Canada need more help to meet their obligations. My riding of Barrie Innisfil is no exception. And as a former longtime city councillor in Barrie, I understand all too well the battle being waged at the local level to combat infrastructure deficits. Madam Speaker, please allow me to give a little more details and background on the riding. In 2006, the Ontario government passed the Places to Grow Act, and the City of Barrie was targeted by the province to realize a near 100% increase in population by 2031. 3 years later, the same government at Queen's Park passed the Barrie-Innisfil Boundary Adjustment Act, and the city's boundaries increased the municipality's area by over 30% overnight. 23 square kilometres of largely rural and unserviced lands from the township of Innisfil was annexed into Barrie, many say kicking and screaming. While the direction to grow rapidly, to increase transit and to follow intensification guidelines, the Ontario Liberal government largely left Barrie and Innisfil to their own devices when it came to how to pay for all this growth and how to face the very real problems that rapid growth brings. In the recent years that followed, all levels of government have made many efforts to address the needs of Barrie-Innisfil area, but so much more needs to be done. Madam Speaker, I've met with both mayors of Barrie and Innisfil numerous times on the issue of infrastructure funding, and they're not ashamed to say that they could use more help. The City of Barrie has currently 9 significant shovel-ready projects for this year that will cost $52 million, and the town of Innisfil has no less than a dozen pressing improvements needing funding in 2016. The previous Conservative government made significant investments in the Barrie-Innisfil area. Barrie received significant funding for projects like the 400 Duckworth Interchange, the new Wellness Centre at Georgian College, and the Lampman Community Centre refurbishment. Federal infrastructure monies helped secure a central fire station in Barrie, monies flowed for a new transit facility, and significant federal commitments helped build 2 new GO stations and a GO service that had disappeared many years ago that was restored for the commuters of Barrie-Innisfil. Madam Speaker, I also can't overstate how critical the previous Conservative government's investment in the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund has been for our environment and to our local economy. With unprecedented federal investments totaling $60 million, partnered with local municipalities, conservation authorities, and stakeholders to take action to protect and preserve these valuable waters. In the 1990s, the average phosphorus load levels for Lake Simcoe were well over 100 tons per year. The Lake Simcoe Southeastern Georgian Bay Cleanup Fund was the catalyst to improve environmental monitoring, conserve critical aquatic habitat, and reduce the discharge of phosphorus from point and non-point sources. Madam Speaker, the plan was a success as the latest data shows. Annual phosphorus loads have significantly decreased. As a member whose riding benefits from a clean Lake Simcoe economically and recreationally, I am asking the government to continue the partnerships with so many cities, so many towns and peoples who've invested so much of their time and money to keep our local waterways clean beyond 2017, when the current funding is scheduled to end. But the strongest commitment made by the former government was to enhance the former temporary gas fund after taking office and then later indexing it and making it permanent. I want to spend the remaining time I have to speak on this and to make a suggestion to the government. This funding stream was instrumental to communities across the country, and certainly for a city like Barrie. Prior to 2006, the city of Barrie was receiving less than $2 million annually, and by 2010, the amount had quadrupled to $8 million. The Gas Tax Fund provides predictable, long-term, stable funding for Canadian municipalities to help them build and realize their local public infrastructure by creating jobs and long-term prosperity. Madam Speaker, the Canadian economy is facing strong headwinds. The Liberal government has publicly stated that they will be making short-term investments in infrastructure of roughly $2 billion over the next 2 years, which ironically is an amount equal to the total amount cities and towns across the country currently receive annually from the federal gas tax fund. Madam Speaker, I suggest strongly to the government that if they're going to follow through with their stated promise of $2 billion in new funding for infrastructure, that they consider releasing the money immediately, doubling the federal gas tax transfers to municipalities this year. I make the suggestion for a few reasons. I believe all parties acknowledge our economy has reversed its course. In addition, the criteria and formula already exist, and there would be no need to reinvent the wheel. Municipalities know how much to expect in 2016 and have already budgeted for it in their capital and operating plans. A one-time doubling of the transfer would mean, for example, that the City of Barrie would receive $16 million in this coming year and the town of Innisfil $3.4 million to put towards projects already identified as being shovel-ready, and to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities' point, shovel-worthy. The most important point I would like to make is that by doing this now, the government will be putting money into the hands of local councils who've already completed their budget process, having already identified priority projects in their asset management programs. Municipalities are now heading into the tender process before the construction season starts and before labor and material costs inevitably rise as they do during construction season. Madam Speaker, again, if the government intends on spending $2 billion on infrastructure quickly, doubling the federal gas tax fund is an efficient and equitable way to move quickly on an issue of national importance. It's also the fairest way to distribute sorely needed funds for infrastructure to ridings across the country and thereby avoid any potential criticisms of partisan decision-making. It's the right way to do it, and it's the fair way to do it. The template's there. They just have to follow it. I'm aware, as I believe all Canadians are, that the Liberal election platform relating to infrastructure was ambitious. Doubling the fund now helps municipalities tackle their biggest issues, stimulates a sagging economy, and gives this new government some room to work out their long-term infrastructure policies moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Willowdale, is it? Spadina, Fort York. Thank you.
Thank you. It is with great pleasure and with absolute respect that I welcome the member opposite. It's nice to hear a municipal voice coming from the party opposite. I recall when I was first elected, every time I spoke as a former city councillor, the cheer that came across from the government side to the opposition side was, go back to city council if you want to fix those sorts of issues. I'm glad that we now understand that federal partnership is fundamental to building stronger communities and stronger cities. I'm also glad that the gas tax, one of the great initiatives of the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister and the government of Paul Martin, is being celebrated as such. But my concern is this. One of the challenges we saw in simply transferring dollars to municipalities and not making sure the money was spent on infrastructure is that quite often dollars like that would land in some municipalities, not all, but some, and then be used by councillors to cut taxes rather than to make the investments we need to grow the economy, to build stronger communities, and make sure that infrastructure that is critically needed is built. By simply advocating for a transfer of dollars to municipalities without any conditions, without any framework or a national infrastructure program, how would the member opposite ensure that people on those city councils didn't simply use the money to cut taxes and avoid the infrastructure deficit which we're trying to address?
Honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. And it's precisely for that reason that I make this suggestion now, because most councils across cities and towns have already set their operating and capital budgets. They've already identified, as I said earlier, in their asset management programs, what projects they're going to do. Now, the member mentioned about the framework. The framework is already set. The criteria is already set in the gas tax fund to allocate those fundings for specific projects. And if municipalities were given that money, they can certainly apply it and stimulate the economy to the extent that the government wants and certainly that we want as members of the opposition.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to put this question to my colleague, who is in a riding that it's in a good position to take advantage of the low dollar with exports. Doesn't he believe that beyond infrastructure, other things have to be done to stimulate exports? And many of these jobs seem to be in that milieu.
Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think, obviously, with the low Canadian dollar, it does help exports and manufacturing. I think what helps businesses across this country is a low-tax regimen and cutting red tape and making sure that government doesn't get in the way of their business, that we actually stand behind them and push them forward. And I think if we're going to do anything, and I think if anything the Conservative government did in the past, and what worries me about taxation and the increase of corporate taxation, what we did is we kept that tax environment low and we encouraged manufacturing right across the country, not just in a specific region.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Avant de continuer,
before we continue,
remind the members that you sit in your chair and then you get up to speak when it's time to speak. And when someone's asking a question, you sit down in your chair until the next round. So I just want to remind the member. So the member from Barrie Springwater.
I just wanted to ask for you, first of all, congratulate the member for Barrie Innisfil, who I had the opportunity and honor to serve on council with for 8 years in Barrie, and ask a question, a follow-up on Lake Simcoe. Certainly there was a lot of funding and use of dollars as well as other infrastructure items that were invested by the federal government that had a positive effect on Lake Simcoe. But following 2017, is there a route you want the federal government to take in terms of extending the funding or increasing it?
Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you to the honourable member for his question. There was a lot of work that's been done over the last 9 years in the previous Conservative government among all members that surround that particular lake and those waters that saw an unprecedented funding, as I suggested in my remarks, of $60 million. A lot of the intake for those projects are going to stop very, very soon, and what we're looking for is an extension beyond the 2017 for additional funding. We've seen phosphorus levels decrease. We've seen investments by surrounding municipalities. We've seen investments by stakeholders to make sure that we get that lake to the degree that it is right now. And those phosphorus levels have decreased significantly, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to inform you, Madam Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the member from St. John's East. Madam Speaker, it's an honour to stand in this House at the beginning of week 1 in the new year and address my distinguished colleagues. I am looking forward to the year ahead of us as we work together to build our country and our communities.
During the break period, I met people from the entire riding of Toronto Danforth. I talked with many associations for business improvement zones regarding their priorities. I also had the opportunity to speak with representatives of the creative industries in my riding. They explained their hopes and their concerns. Pre-budget consultations allowed me to meet with a wide range of voters who expressed their views on their priorities for this government and what we should be adopting. Many of the ideas I'll be discussing today were raised and advocated for by the voters I met with during the break.
In this House to ensure that the concerns of the residents of Toronto, Danforth, and Canadians are addressed by our new government. I look forward to hearing more stories from constituents and learning from their experiences as we discuss the issues that face our community and our country. Today, I am here to address this House regarding two ways in which the speech from this throne looks towards our future. The first relates to green infrastructure, and the second relates to food security. In my writing, green infrastructure takes the form of climate change resilience. Infrastructure spending in Toronto Danforth that addresses vulnerabilities in existing systems has the potential to unlock one of Canada's most underutilized urban environments. I am referring to Toronto's Portlands and the renaturalization of the mouth of the Don River. La rivière Don traverse...
The Don River crosses the city of Toronto like a ribbon. From my riding in the west and north, from Lake Ontario in the south, and Taylor Creek in the north. Its shores are made up of parks and natural ecosystems, but it also has creative spaces such as the Evergreen Brickworks site and historic sites such as Todmorden Mills.
Of Canada. Before the arrival of European settlers, it was an important transit way and resource for countless generations of Indigenous Canadians. 5,000 years ago, Indigenous Canadians were camping and hunting on the eastern side of the Don. Before Confederation, Canada's Parliament met from time to time on its western bank. The river has always been a special place. As Toronto grew, the valley of the Don went from wilderness to urban space. It slowly filled with factories, mills, and garbage dumps. The demands of the expanding city meant that the mouth of the Don had to be changed to facilitate transport and commerce. Initially, the river spilled into a natural estuary. Over time, fill was deposited that changed the lakeshore significantly. And during the last century, the watercourse was diverted at a 90-degree angle through a concrete channel. This created a usable industrial space, but not a human one.
It's this unnatural diversion that creates risks for my riding. But green infrastructure can free up the potential of these lands.
By machines and concrete, puts approximately 3 square kilometers of land and more than 600 homes at risk of flooding. Some of this land is industrial, some is residential, and much of it lays fallow, awaiting regeneration. If the Don River's current configuration were exposed to a rain event like Hurricane Hazel, which occurred in 1954, where nearly 20 centimeters of rain fell on southern Ontario over the course of one evening, the results could be catastrophic. This is the place where an important part of Canada's movie and television production industry is quartered. This is a vibrant neighborhood with families and businesses.
During our discussions, voters told me about crying needs, such as affordable housing and public transit. But they also strongly expressed the wish to have a foundation for the future. We have to establish infrastructure that will open up a future made up of creativity, innovation, and economic development. As we approach the 150th anniversary of Canada as a country, we have to think about the future of our country and our next 150 years. The renaturalization of the mouth of the Don River and the development of this Portland is part of the work that has to be done.
Secretary General for the Bureau International des Expositions, who is currently visiting the City of Toronto at the Mayor's invitation. The Secretary General is visiting with a group of people who are exploring the possibility of hosting a World Expo in 2025 in Toronto. A World Expo has a great deal of potential as an opportunity to showcase Canadian creativity and innovation to the world. The favoured site, if a bid were to be made, is the Portlands. This is one example of how people are looking at this urban space as part of the future of Toronto and our country at large. And yet, without a significant investment in flood protection, the parts of the community that are already in place are at risk, and nothing further can be developed for fear of flooding. We put our best foot forward by investing in social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and community development, rather than the risked costs made greater by climate change events of flood cleanup.
What are we proposing? Well, in a few words, renaturalization of the mouth of the Don River. Madam Speaker, that is an example of green infrastructure, an example of infrastructure that takes into account climate change and that is good for urban development. Green infrastructure spending will protect neighborhoods and undeveloped portlands against flooding and will lay down the basis for the future of these lands that have been largely abandoned and unused.
Final matter, which I would like to discuss in this House today, is food security. In a speech from the throne, our government committed to support the health and well-being of Canadians. One of the ways that this can be accomplished is through ensuring food security for all Canadians. Indeed, the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food is tasked in his mandate letter to develop a food policy that promotes healthy living and safe food. What does food security mean? It means giving Canadians reliable access to high-quality, affordable, and nutritious food. Nous avons tous besoin de nourriture saine.
We all need healthy food to live well. That's a fundamental need for everyone. When we have access to healthy food, we are more capable of concentrating at school or at work, and we are less dependent on the healthcare system. Food security has a direct impact on the welfare of Canadians and the economy.
Fresh food can push people to rely on less nutritious options that can be high in sugars, fats, and salts. In the north and in remote communities in particular, the cost of healthy, nutrient-rich food is prohibitive. Many diet-related illnesses can be directly linked to food insecurity. Conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular illness, dental diseases, and obesity often stem from diet. The cumulative effect of food insecurity is tremendous, and some estimates put the cost to the Canadian healthcare system in the billions of dollars each year. A food-secure Canada is an achievable goal, and benefits would not only be measured in dollars saved. In Toronto, Danforth, many people are working on food security issues to build the health of our community, be it through the Riverdale Food Working Group, the South Riverdale Community Health Centre, our local East York, Leslieville, Withrow Park, and Good Food Farmers Markets, or local school nutrition programs. We can build on these great first steps. Food security also benefits the environment. Sustainable farming practices are less harmful to water and soil. Furthermore, efforts to reduce food wastage would limit the amount of good edible organics going to landfill. Locally, I worked with Second Harvest to create the Danforth Hunger Squad to divert healthy, edible food from being wasted and to support new Canadians by bringing food to newcomer women's services. I also worked with the farmers at the Withrow Park Farmers Market to gather healthy, local, organic produce to bring to a food bank at the Eastview Community Centre. The possibilities available to achieve the goals set out in the speech from the throne, specifically ensuring the health and well-being of all Canadians, are endless. Food security is one of them, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in this House to achieve it. Madam Speaker, I've discussed two matters of importance to Canadians and to my constituents. The speech from the throne clearly looks to the future, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on these issues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In my time knocking on doors in Elmwood Transcona, one of the stories that stuck with me most is of a woman living in East Kildonan in an apartment block whose living room I was invited into. She was living on CPP, is living on CPP, and we moved the discussion from the living room into the kitchen, where she opened up her fridge and showed me that literally the cupboards were bare. So for her, improving the CPP is a really urgent issue. Every year her rents go up and her income doesn't. It's why I was disappointed after the latest meetings of ministers of finance from around Canada, that the federal Minister of Finance had nothing to say about a timeline for increasing the CPP. I'm wondering if in the internal conversations of the government caucus there has been concrete suggestions about a timeline, and if so, if the honourable member could enlighten us now. Thank you.
The honourable member from Toronto Danforth.
I thank my friend for the question, Madam Speaker. And there are many ways to tackle issues of food security. I'm particularly proud of the Canada Child Benefit, which is a way of creating a guaranteed annual income for children, essentially. It's a way of ensuring that there will be more access for food on the table for children in need across this country. And it's a way of doing it that is means tested so that the people who are most in need get the most benefit.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, félicitations à la députée.
Congratulations to the member for Toronto Danforth. She gave an excellent speech with very interesting issues that she raised about climate change, infrastructure, and the questions of local food.
The throne doesn't give any direct reference to the question of food security, to local food and food sustainability. I'm encouraged by her focus on this coming from local projects in Toronto Danforth. I can share with this House that within Saanich Gulf Islands there are many projects that involve local food security. Efforts on Salt Spring Island, for instance, to have shared funding for the storage and transport and shared processing facilities so that many farmers can use the same high-tech, high-standard equipment to make jams and jellies and sell them and so on and meet CFIA standards. I'm wondering if the member for Toronto Danforth has any insights on whether her government is willing to consider support for local agriculture, local sustainable agriculture, and projects such as these.
The
honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and these are interesting questions, and what I was particularly excited to see was that in the mandate letters for the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food Food Policy was the second issue listed as a priority. There are a lot of opportunities for us to work together on these issues, and I look forward to working with my colleague on food security issues in the future.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre, is it? Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's comments. She made reference to the child benefit program that the federal government is bringing forward. And when we talk about the importance of food, there's no doubt that we are lifting literally tens of thousands of children out of poverty through this federal initiative. And what better a way to get good quality food into the mouths of our children if in fact we can support them through a program of this nature. And I'm wondering if she could maybe just provide some more thoughts from her perspective in terms of how helping lifting children out of poverty is going to assist in improving the nutritional food that hopefully they'll be eating as a direct result.
The member from Toronto Danforth.
I thank my colleague, Madam Speaker, for his question. And having a guaranteed income means that for children allows them more opportunities to access nutritious food. It allows them to be able to pay attention in school and concentrate. It allows them more opportunities. And having access to that base need is exactly what helps them put their best foot forward. It's something that's just a basic need for all of us. We all share it.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member from St. John's East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the speech for the throne. But first, let me thank the people of St. John's East for placing their trust in me. The election was closely contested, and so I also thank the former member, Mr. Jack Harris, and also thank him for his years of public service. He was a member of the 33rd, 40th, and 41st Parliaments. He was a longtime member of the Newfoundland House of Assembly, and of course he was also the longtime leader of the New Democratic Party of Newfoundland and Labrador. I would also like to thank all of my incredible volunteers and supporters throughout the historically long campaign. In particular, I would like to thank my wife, Dr. Sarah Noble, for her steadfast support and wise counsel not only during the campaign, but also in our life together. My children for their understanding, love, and homemade campaign signs, and my parents for being exemplary role models. My mother is an environmentalist who has fought for tougher environmental assessment standards and against the importation of foreign garbage for incineration in Newfoundland and Labrador. And my father practiced law for 39 years, taking on many cases in support of human rights and the impoverished, and presented himself as a candidate for the Liberal Party of Canada in 1974 when I was only 1 year old. Although he inspired me to run, he never pushed me towards it and actively discouraged me a couple of years ago when he learned that I was interested. But when he found out that he couldn't dissuade me from my lifelong dream of representing the people of St. John's East, he jumped in with both feet and was my biggest supporter. Thanks, Dad. Also, a big thanks to all the people of St. John's East, including the 24,000 people who voted for the other candidates. I'll work hard to make sure that St. John's East is able to take the full benefit of the ambitious platform outlined in the speech from the throne, and on which the Liberal Party of Canada campaigned and won the election. During January, I participated in many public and private sessions as part of pre-budget consultations, and I can assure the House that the people of Canada are optimistic that the speech from the throne and the minister mandate letters incorporated therein by reference chart the right course for Canada and should also benefit the people of St. John's East. I would like to highlight for the House how St. John's East participates in Confederation and highlights hopes for the government priorities in infrastructure to help the middle class, putting climate change and environmental science at the heart of resource development, research and innovation, and support for our cultural institutions. The electoral district of St. John's East has existed in one form or another since Newfoundland and Labrador joined Confederation. As urbanization has pulled a greater concentration of citizens into St. John's and the surrounding municipalities, we've compressed geographically, but we are still very economically diverse. Our over 80,000 constituents live in both 19th century mansions and public housing, or on the streets. New subdivisions like Kenmount Terrace have public transit needs, while the former mining town of Bell Island has an aging population and very serious ferry troubles and food security issues. We host the provincial seat of government, the main campus of Memorial University of Newfoundland, and the St. John's International Airport. While we face serious challenges, we also have great opportunities, especially in infrastructure. The timing has never been better to invest in Canada's infrastructure. Although we inherited a recession, $3 billion deficit, and a mounting infrastructure deficit, we campaigned and won on a platform of being honest with Canadians about the state of our economy and on investing in public infrastructure as a means to spur economic growth and improve Canada's lagging productivity. Our government is committed to increase planned infrastructure investment from $65 billion to $125 billion over the next decade. This historic investment in our nation could not have come at a better time. With $20 billion in three areas, public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure, it is hands down the largest infrastructure investment in Canada's history. Our public consultation attendees have identified many projects to drive economic growth now. In respect of public transit, the suburban municipality regions around St. John's are already investigating the expansion of their public transit service so that they get into St. John's more easily. They've had successful pilot projects completed. Transit hubs in those areas feeding into St. John's would get people moving again. In respect of green infrastructure, Newfoundland and Labrador is already undertaking a mega project at Muskrat Falls in Labrador with financial backing from Canada. The continued federal support and the completion of Muskrat Falls will mean that renewable energy can power 100% of Newfoundland and Labrador's on-grid electricity needs. This project will replace electricity in St. John's East, currently serviced by the oil-fired Holyrood Generating Facility. The Gull Island project of the same river has the opportunity to provide an additional 2,250 megawatts of clean energy to the North American distribution system. Federal government participation in ways to get clean energy resources to market would be appreciated by all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and indeed all Canadians. In respect of public infrastructure, housing, especially seniors housing and affordable housing for young families, is a constant concern. It's an issue my constituency office discusses on a weekly, if not daily basis. Our party has heard their pleas, and I'm proud to say that our Prime Minister announced that this government will build 500 new affordable housing units in St. John's. This is a good start towards addressing the social ills inadequate housing has been shown to cause, and we welcome the support to those in my riding struggling with housing needs. Responding to climate change is of importance to the people of St. John's East. After almost a decade of being forgotten, the environment will now again be at the core of natural resource development. The speech from the throne helps chart a course to restoring Canada's international reputation on environmental matters and helping us earn back lost market share in green technology research, development, and commercialization. The fishery, mining, and energy sectors in my province are keen to participate in projects and to see new and innovative ideas develop in collaboration with universities and government. I had the good fortune to meet with Seacor, a leading-edge ice and geotechnical engineering research institution at Memorial University of Newfoundland. They are interested in the applied research needed to understand how oil spilled from increased ship traffic or offshore development in the north will interact with sea ice, and how such spills can be contained and remediated. Newfoundland and Labrador is an ideal place to carry on such research. My community is excited by the promised investment by this government in research and innovation, and in university, incubator, industry collaborations. These will be at the heart of answering the sea ice oil dynamics question, which will determine whether and how we can safely pursue shipping in the Northwest Passage. Du 7 au 9 janvier, j'ai
From January 7th to 9th, I also had the opportunity to take part in the 69th Annual Fisheries Research Conference, which was held in my riding. Canadian experts on oceans, freshwater, and fisheries work hard to help us find solutions on how to manage these resources sustainably, and I commend their efforts. I'm very pleased that I will be seeing a number of them again at St. John's at the International Marine Conservation Conference, which will be held in July. In the Minister's mandate letter, the government promises that Canada will reinstate and reinforce environmental legislation governing the protection of our watercourses, our lands, our air, and our country, so that the current generation of Canadians and those to come can continue to have a healthy environment. The citizens of St. John's East really wish to participate in these efforts.
Is not limited to climate change. Commercialization of research drives productivity. Research and development are crucial in our plan for a more competitive Canadian economy. Also of particular concern to St. John's East is support for the arts. Our vibrant arts and cultural scene rivals any in Canada. Theatre, live music, public art, arts festivals and radio, movie and television productions, these are prominent parts of the daily life of many in my hometown.
After a decade of cuts made to the arts sector, my voters are happy to hear that finally the government will increase funding to the Canada Council by $90 million per year for the next 2 years, which will bring the amount from $180 million to $360 million.
There will be renewed investment in cultural infrastructure. There will be to build the spaces and places artists and communities will use to promote our culture. By increasing the CBC funding to by $150 million over the next 2 years, the CBC can better perform a mandate it has been hampered in doing over the past decade, promoting Canadian culture, identity, bilingualism, and heritage. I'm very grateful to have the support of the people of St. John's East and the privilege to serve them in this august chamber. I promise to work diligently with my colleagues in all the seats of this House to help see the speech from the throne fulfilled and to usher in a new era for Canada where no one is left behind. Merci, Madame la Ministre. Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to have a positive relationship in terms of moving ahead on an important agenda. And I note, Madam Speaker, that in the last election, the Liberals promised to negotiate a new health accord with provinces and territories. Very important. Tomorrow, the Canadian Health Coalition will be on the Hill, and they'll be very interested in what my colleagues in this House have to say. Now, I want to remind folks that in the next 20 years, there will be 10 million seniors in Canada, and they have to be accommodated. Their health needs have to be met. And so my question is, will this government move ahead in terms of providing home care, in-hospital care, long-term care facilities, through palliative care, and will they take care of those 250,000 seniors now living in poverty by moving forward with their promised boost to the guaranteed income supplement?
The honourable member from St. John's East.
I thank the honourable member for her question. It's very important, and it's something I heard a lot during the campaign and indeed over the recent break and in my consultations. Seniors' poverty is a real issue throughout the country and also in St. John's East. In respect of home care, hospital care, renewed facilities, and 200,000 seniors living in poverty, I'm pleased to announce that during the election, our party committed to increasing the GIS for single women seniors or single seniors living in poverty so that they would have 10% more funds available to help them deal with the rising costs of food and medications. Our government is committed to negotiating and discussing and involving Aboriginal communities, municipalities, and province in the really necessary discussions that are needed to move forward with an agenda that includes better health care and better support for seniors. We can't do it alone. We have to do it with consultations, and we need the social license. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from, is it Peace River?
Grasswood. Saskatoon Grasswood.
Oh, Saskatoon Grasswood.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Congratulations to the honourable member. I have a couple of questions. CRTC today holding meetings with broadcasters, saying that by the year 2020, half the local stations now existing in Canada will no longer exist in 2020. It was interesting. You're going to put more money into all arts and culture, which we all like in this country. But you also mentioned the CBC, where today Rogers announced that they will be reducing their staff by 200 members as of February. Bell Media in this country announced in November and December 380 employees left. We've had two newspapers in this country in the last week disappearing. One today in Guelph, and the other one was in Nanaimo, BC. So on behalf of the deputy critic of Heritage, I'm wondering, with the increase in CBC funding, where are you going to put this money? We're very anxious on this side of the House when we see media in this country evaporate, and yet you're putting more money to the CBC.
I'd like to remind the member that he is to address the questions to the chair and not to individual members. Thank you very much. So the honourable member from St. John's East.
Yes, Madame la Présidente. I'd like to thank the member for Saskatoon Grasswood for his important question. Obviously, everyone is concerned when the cultural heritage of the country is threatened, as it had been for the past 10 years. Restoring funding to the CBC is important so it carry out its core mandate, which has been hampered in doing and providing local news coverage for places from coast to coast to coast. It has been unable to do it, and it has seen loss of employment and loss of facilities and functioning over the course of the last 10 years. We would love to see a growth in the private sector newspaper and news media as well. It is important for them to make their own personal decisions regarding how best to staff their enterprises. But in terms of the government support for the CBC and for arts funding, it's very important to encourage this type of nonpartisan, high-quality public broadcasting from coast to coast. And also, the support I talked about was also for primary arts funding. And these are the people, the creators, the producers, the directors, the actors, who go on to help staff and provide support to the commercial enterprises that we all hope to protect as well.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I wish to notify you that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for North Island Powell River. Although this is not the first time I have spoken in this honourable House, it is my first official speech as I take my turn in participating in the debate on the reply to the speech from the throne. I would like to start by thanking the great people of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford for the trust and responsibility they have placed on my shoulders. It is truly an honour to stand here in our nation's Parliament and represent my community, and I will work hard during the course of this 42nd Parliament to make sure that my riding has the federal representation it deserves. I would also like to take time to acknowledge my family and my friends. 1 year ago today, I was nominated as the NDP candidate, and it was their love and support that kept me going through what seemed to be a never-ending campaign year. I come to this House as a member of the Progressive Opposition, the New Democratic Party, where I will be constructively holding to account the new Liberal government to ensure that they follow through on their promises to Canadians. As our former leader, Jack Layton, once said, "I've always favoured proposition over opposition. We will oppose the government when it's off track. We will support positive suggestions that we'll bring forward and support the government when it's making progress." The Liberals were given their governing mandate based on ambitious commitments, and I sincerely hope that they will fulfill them. The speech from the throne expanded on some of these commitments, and I certainly appreciated seeing the references to First Nations, the Canada Pension Plan, post-secondary education, employment insurance, and climate change. The leader of the NDP's sub-amendment to the reply to the speech from the throne included proposals to present realistic, structured, and concrete changes to benefit some of Canada's most vulnerable citizens, such as increasing the guaranteed income supplement, reducing taxes on the first income tax bracket, introducing a $15 an hour federal minimum wage, and reforming the employment insurance program. While it is unfortunate that this House voted against this sub-amendment, I am proud of our leader for carrying on the tradition of offering proposals that will truly help our fellow Canadians. Madam Speaker, my riding of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford covers 4,700 square kilometres of spectacular Vancouver Island in beautiful British Columbia. It is home to ancient First Nations cultures, including the Pacheedaht and the Dididat on the west coast, the Malahat to the south, the Halalt, the Penelakut, and the Chemainus to the north, and the largest band in British Columbia, Cowichan tribes. Many of these First Nations communities saw record turnouts during the election because they were inspired to bring about much-needed change to our federal government. During the election, the Liberals made specific promises towards new nation-to-nation relationship and substantial investment in First Nations education and child and family services. Repairing our relationship with Canada's Indigenous peoples and working towards true reconciliation must be a priority for this government, and it is something which we in the NDP will be pushing for in the coming months. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not mention the wonderful communities that make up my riding: Chemainus, Crofton, the District of North Cowichan, the City of Duncan, the Town of Lake Cowichan, Port Renfrew, Cowichan Bay, Cobble Hill, Shawnigan Lake, Mill Bay, the District of Highlands, and the City of Langford. Each of these places has a proud history and are filled with wonderful people who give true meaning to the word community. There are many issues that are extremely important to the constituents of my riding. Many of the mills on Vancouver Island have been closing down, and the families that depend on them for jobs have suffered because of the continuing increase in the export of raw logs. We need to see an investment and innovation in value-added manufacturing for our wood sector to make sure that good jobs stay in local communities. Yes. With respect to climate change, we are already seeing the effects in my riding with summer droughts and low snowpacks that are seriously affecting local rivers. In particular, the Cowichan River dropped to dangerously low flow rates, endangering the salmon spawning runs and risking the shutdown of the local Catalyst pulp mill in Crofton. I will be pressing the new government for investment to raise the weir in Lake Cowichan so that our community can hold back more water supply for the Cowichan River during these summer droughts. Madam Speaker, the time for talk is over. We need serious and firm emission reduction targets to combat climate change, and we need a plan to get us there. Continuing on the theme of water, the community of Shawnigan Lake is rallying against a contaminated soil dump that threatens their watershed. Although it is the provincial government that is responsible for the granting of the permit, I would like to see the federal government take a leadership role in protecting our water resources, as there are serious risks to fish and fish habitat that are supposed to be protected under the Federal Fisheries Act. Agriculture and food security are also two issues of great importance to the residents of my riding. The Cowichan Valley is blessed with a beautiful climate. It is roughly translated as the warm land in the Hulkaminam language, and there is a very real connection between local farmers, the food they produce, and consumers. Over the last several years, the NDP has developed a pan-Canadian food strategy titled From Farm to Fork, and I know that my constituents would certainly like to see the government work on the recommendations of this strategy. Many of my constituents also actively campaigned against the previous government's Bill C-51, and sadly there has been no indication from the Liberal government on repealing this horrendous Conservative legislation. More than 100 of Canada's brightest legal experts from institutions across the country expressed their deep concern about C-51. They called it a dangerous piece of legislation in terms of its potential impacts on the rule of law, constitutionally and internationally protected rights, and the health of Canada's democracy. In the south end of my riding, the city of Langford is home to many young families who cannot afford to live in Victoria. Not only are they struggling with high housing costs, but many are juggling the need to find work with finding adequate childcare. It is not just the high costs of childcare, but it is the lack of available spots. Unfortunately, the Liberal child benefit does nothing to address the lack of childcare spots in this country. Madam Speaker, I am honoured to stand here as the NDP's critic for seniors issues. The population of seniors is expected to grow significantly over the next 2 decades, and we urgently need a plan in place to meet their needs and ensure that everyone can age with dignity. A national strategy on aging, one that covers health care, home-based and hospice palliative care, affordable housing, financial security, and quality of life is needed for Canada's seniors. On a final note, I would like to take the time to acknowledge that it is Robbie Burns Day here in Canada, and that Canadians all across the country will be celebrating. Burns was a friend of the underdog and the oppressed in every form, and his poetry was drawn from the everyday experiences of the common person. His poem about a mouse whose home was unwittingly destroyed played a part in shaping speeches given by Canadian social democratic politicians, including our first leader, the great Tommy Douglas. The that Tommy Douglas made famous was the story of electing people from the common folk to represent their interests instead of a government filled with people who were there simply to be in power. Yes, there are many things that the Liberals have promised, and I will be here with my colleagues fighting every day to hold them to account. We will also champion our vision, a vision of Canada without inequality. We are a social democratic party who believes that our seniors must be taken care of and that we can offer a better future for our children. We will fight for reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples and work to protect our environment. My constituents can count on me to stand up for their interests and to work with them in building a better Canada. And I know I have the great support of my honourable colleagues in this House, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak to the speech from the throne. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed the member made reference to childcare, and I let the member know, and I applaud him on his comments on the speech, that in order to achieve a child care program that would be universal across Canada, one of the things you have to do is you have to work with the provinces. The last time that was done was actually during Paul Martin. Paul Martin did have an agreement with the provinces that would have seen an enhanced child care. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that was actually defeated by the combined opposition back then. Today, we have a Liberal Prime Minister that is very progressive in his thinking in terms of the need to get children out of poverty. And the biggest step in doing that is to introduce the Canada Child Benefit, which will put more money in the hands of the parents and children in terms of than ever has been before, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can just reflect on just how important it is that the Government of Canada give directly to those children through the Child Benefit Program, and how that's going to benefit children from coast to coast to coast because of that one initiative, which will deliver children out of poverty.
L'honorable député de Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
The honourable member.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, but I would also like to offer a little bit of a correction on his comments. The previous Liberal government, it actually had a majority running from 1993 to about 2004, and I'm not sure exactly why you didn't get the job done during that time and instead blame it on a minority parliament. The fact is, Madam Speaker, I am a father of 3.5-year-old twins and many of the young families in my riding, and when I was out knocking on doors all last year, the one thing I kept on hearing over and over and over again is we need to have affordable childcare and we need to have the spots. Many families are simply facing a situation where they cannot afford to get a second job. Getting that second job that only pays minimum wage simply does not match the cost of childcare. And while I certainly welcome any financial assistance that comes to young families, I don't think it actually personally goes far enough, and we have the research to back that up. Thank you.
I just want to remind the member and all members of the House, when you are speaking in the House, you are addressing your comments to the Speaker and not to individual members. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as a fellow British Columbian, I'd like to welcome the new member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. And he did mention something early in his speech, and he talked about the need for reconciliation. And I think all members in this House agree that we need to move forward in terms of our relationship with First Nations. The recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, there's 94 of them, and the government has said they are going to move ahead with all 94. I would like to ask the member, in our pursuit of reconciliation, will he join me in calling on the government to release a full costing and an analysis of the implications of moving forward with all 94 recommendations? Again, many of them are very excellent, but I think some will be leading us down a particularly difficult path.
The honourable member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I think looking at the costs of every program is important. It's important that we as parliamentarians do our due diligence in holding the government to account. But I don't think that's the end-all in our pursuit of reconciliation with Canada's Indigenous peoples. I am blessed in my particular riding with many different First Nations bands, and I have listened to their counsel, and I include among them many of my friends. I think with Canada's history over a century long of the mistreatment of our First Peoples, that we need to go above and beyond looking at a simple price tag and go the full way, because I think through that renewed relationship with Canada's First Peoples, we are actually going to see a lot more economic benefits flowing their way, and I know that's what many of them are speaking to me about, so thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Just 1 second here. À l'ordre. Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove, taxation.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, et l'honorable député de Kamloops.
And the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Indigenous Affairs.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Couch and Malahat Langford on his excellent first speech in the House. It is great to work with such a talented parliamentarian. I would also like to start by thanking my constituents for putting their trust in me. I am grateful for the privilege of representing North Island Powell River. I, like many of my fellow members, know that my riding is the most beautiful in all of the country. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my family, who have shown such support for me in following my passion to this role. If it were not for Henry, Kai, Rebecca, and Darren's support, I would certainly not be here today. The riding I represent is the third largest in British Columbia. It includes North Vancouver Island and goes over to the mainland to Powell River and up part of the coast. A riding made of coastal communities, access is often by multiple ferries, and some communities only by boat or float plane. It is one of the most amazing and challenging ridings to travel. It is also one of great diversity, includes over 20 Indigenous communities that span the Kwakwaka'wakw, Nuu-chah-nulth, and Coast Salish territories. Across my riding, there is also many communities, the largest being over 30,000 and the smallest comprised of just a small handful of people. Whether it be members living in Lund, Comox, Was, Campbell River, Cortez Island, Port Hardy, Port Alice, and the many other communities of my riding that I have the privilege to represent, the people are hardworking, dedicated to their communities, and proud of the region that we share. Over the next 4 years in Parliament, I will work hard in my riding to be a strong voice for the people of my riding to Ottawa. North Island Powell River has faced multiple challenges in the changing Canadian economy. The history of our region is built from resource-based economies, fishing, mining, and forestry. The beauty of our region also welcomes tourists from across the country and around the world. Through the changing global economy, the people in these communities have persevered, whether it was municipalities and regional districts working towards creative solutions, one parent choosing to travel far away for work so that the family could remain, if they were people creating small businesses, exploring new industries, and creating innovative solutions with historic industries, the people of North Island Powell River have rallied around one another. Through good times and hard times, the people of my riding know that we are all in this together. We take care of one another and work collaboratively to create long-term solutions. It is no wonder that I am so proud to stand here representing the riding that I live in. North Island Powell River has seen a decrease of good-paying jobs and an increasing amount of people struggling to get ahead. Single people are stretching to afford housing and increasingly having to live in overcrowded situations. Child poverty is a major concern, and too many children are going to school hungry. Too many parents are worried about where their next meal will come from. These are stories of families who have a parent or parents working more than one job, and often more than two. The cost of housing, childcare, food, and the basics of everyday life are adding up, and it is becoming increasingly hard. It is these hardworking people that are the backbone of our country, and their continued struggle shows a lack of focused attention to this riding and to many of the small and rural communities across Canada who have been left behind. My riding wants to see tax cuts that benefit the most vulnerable of the country, a concrete housing strategy, to see the leadership of a $15 minimum wage, federal minimum wage, as too many Canadians are working full-time and living below the poverty line. It is time to see tax dollars stop leaving this country through stock option loopholes and see that money being invested into preventing child poverty here in this country. They are our future, and we must support them. In North Island Powell River Healthcare is a growing concern. Many of our communities struggle to secure family doctors and healthcare professionals. With long distances and multiple ferries, many of my constituents struggle to access the basic services they require. We are looking to hear a commitment to cancelling the former government's plan to cut funding to healthcare, to see increased communication across federal and provincial governments to address the issues that are unique to small and remote communities in our country. Seniors are very concerned about healthcare as well. They face challenges of affording prescriptions and in accessing services they need in their community. Many of the seniors in my riding are feeling pressured to move to larger centres. As one constituent said to me, "If I move, who will help me? I have lived in this community for over 40 years, paid my taxes and worked hard. If I moved, I would be completely alone." My constituents are relying on me to work towards a strategy for seniors, a coordinated one that supports seniors in the care they need at home, in the hospital, in long-term care facilities, and through to palliative care. The life of seniors is becoming increasingly hard, and poverty for this group is growing in my riding. It is time that there is an increase to the guaranteed income supplement to help lift many seniors from poverty and support them in a way that they have supported this country. The many Indigenous communities across my riding are asking me questions. As one elder, Rupert Wilson, said to me, "Nation to nation, show me what that really means." Across Canada, we know that it is time to accept ownership of a history with Indigenous people that is painful. The process of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission must be used to increase understanding across Canada of the history of colonization in residential schools. To move forward towards reconciliation, it is time to commit to clarity on funding for First Nations education. In North Island Powell River, the history of the relationship between government and the communities has not been one that has built trust. The lack of discussion in this House on Bill C-51 has not helped to increase this trust either. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous community are sharing concerns about the lack of commitment to action in this area. This bill must be reversed as it is an invasion of privacy and civil liberties. In a riding full of raw nature, living with the changing tides of the ocean and the beauty of the forest, my constituents are concerned about the environment. Many people who have worked for years in the resource industries are close watchers of the environment around them, and they are concerned. The impacts of climate change are visible in our riding. We watch with the amount of snow on the mountains in the summer, the number of salmon that return up the rivers, and the noticeable warming of our ocean. Young people have stopped me in the street to share concerns about the environment. They know that this is what they will inherit. The people of my riding know that the economy and the environment can and must work together. Practical, clear, and firm targets are important to us. It is time that Canada become the leader again in addressing climate change. It is time to set hard targets and meet them, to have an environmental assessment process that is rigorous and includes meaningful consultation with First Nations and a process to connect to the communities that will be impacted. I am very proud to stand here as the voice of North Island Powell River, and I will be a voice that represents the people that I serve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues in which I'm actually very proud of, when she made reference to the fact of being a very proud member, one of the things in which I'm very proud of is the new relationship that the current Prime Minister has established with Canada's Indigenous people and our First Nations. In fact, one of the things that we have come out with in a very powerful way, I believe, with a sense of cooperation and wanting to consult, is the recognition that we needed to have the public inquiry in regards to the murdered and missing women and girls of our Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. This is something, as in opposition, we argued for many years, and today we have that. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment in terms of just how important it is that we really reinforce a positive relationship with the federal government and our Indigenous people, in particular our First Nations. And having the public inquiry is a great step in that direction.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
I'd like to thank the member for the question and take this opportunity to really remember the hard work that Libby Davies did for this party in bringing forth the need to have a murdered and missing women inquiry. So we're happy to see that that's moving forward. That's a great story. But here's what is important to our riding and to many remote ridings is how are we going to make sure to connect to those remote communities so that we're getting those stories heard. We want to see a plan of how we're going to include the people that need to be part of this discussion. We are waiting for that. We've had the announcement, and now we wait for what the actual structure will look like. It's important that those voices are heard. It's important that we have a strategy that includes those communities, and we look forward to working with our members to see that happen. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Much, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate the member on her speech. I don't think I've heard a better and more comprehensive statement of the challenges faced in the riding by any MP that stood up on the throne speech. I had the opportunity of meeting the new member for North Island Powell River in her capacity as a community development worker, and she's now listed all the challenges in her riding. I wonder if she could tell us something about the innovative ways that communities are meeting those challenges in her riding.
The honourable member from North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much for the question. I will be a member that always stands in absolute pride of the amazing work that my riding does. They're innovators and they're strong people, and I'm very impressed by the work that they do. And as I travel across the riding, I am again humbled by the great innovation of communities. Some of the examples that I would love to share is looking at Powell River, who has small businesses that are all collaborating together. A community that can only be accessed by ferry or plane. They have found a way to support each other in their economy. I look at the communities of Port Alice, Port McNeil and Port Hardy, who came together and created a community forest, and they're accessing some funds so that they can provide support for their communities as they face those massive challenges. I look at the Namgis First Nation, who, with funding from multiple stakeholders, including the federal government, is right now doing an on-land fish farm project. And they are at a point where they are almost breaking even and looking at having a prosperous future. We're excited to see those activities happen, and I'm excited to see a federal government that will work with them in a positive way, and I will be here to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to you. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
I just want to remind the member, this is questions and comments. Do you have a question for the colleague? Questions and comments. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I commend my colleague and congratulate her from North Island Powell River. And I'm particularly grateful that she's raised the issue of C-51 as a critical issue for this Parliament to work on. I would put to her that in addition to the excellent points she made, that it's an invasion of privacy and civil liberties, it's far worse than that. Bill C-51 actually makes Canadians less safe by putting into concrete those very things that we were warned about in the Commission of Inquiry into the Air India disaster and terrorist attack on the soil. And we've been warned not to approve systems that allow intelligence agencies to operate without talking to each other. I'd ask for her comments on that aspect of Bill C-51.
If the member from North Island Powell River could give a very brief answer, please. Merci.
My very brief answer is that we agree that it is a huge concern. Bill C-51 across my riding has been something that people are very passionate about. They protested it, and I will stand here in this House and make sure that something is done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I think that's right. I want to take this opportunity, as this is my first speech in the House in 12 years. I was the Member of Parliament for Kenora Rainy River from 1988 to 2004. So for some 16 plus years, I had the great privilege of sitting in the House on both sides through the first term of my mandate as the Member of Parliament when Brian Mulroney was in power, and then, of course, under the Chrétien government. So, Madam Speaker, this is a great honor for me to have the chance to stand here in this place again, which is a great honor for those of us who spend a lot of time thinking about the business of the nation. So I want to say thank you for this opportunity to speak. Before I get into the remarks about the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, I just want to say to people in the Kenora riding, thank you for their support. The Kenora riding, of course, as you know, historically has been a very tight race between three parties, sometimes just two, but in this election it was no different. The ex-Minister of Natural Resources under the previous government and the NDP leader of the NDP and I went at it for some number of weeks. I think it was 11. And so that was an interesting campaign in that we got a good chance to talk about the issues in the North. So before I talk about the North, I want to first of all thank my family, my wife Lana, for letting me do this again. This is a great place to work if you believe in improving the lives of the region that you come from. And I know you can't do it without your family. When I first came here in 1988, Madam Speaker, I had no children. Left with 2 children, one 10 and one 6, and now they're grown up. And very proud of both Samantha and Daniel, who had a big part in my campaign. Madam Speaker, I'm here because I belong to a particular party, but I am here also because I'm a northerner and a rural Canadian. And in this place, sometimes, as you might know, we spend a lot of time talking about issues that are more urban than rural, because it's a fact of life that there are way more urban Canadians than there are rural Canadians. So I'm here representing the views of northerners and some of the unique issues that we face. And I'm also here to say to you that I don't think I would have ran in this campaign if it wasn't for a leader in a party that had put forward an agenda of real change. Because real change has to take place every so often in this country, every so many generations, because people insist that those changes take place. And so I want to thank the leader and the Prime Minister of Canada for giving me the opportunity to be here to talk about real change. Now, Madam Speaker, in the last campaign, over 70% of people in our region voted for change. That means they were not happy with the present member, or they weren't happy with the present government, and they certainly weren't happy with the direction that we were going in. So here we are at the very beginning of a new mandate with the new government, talking about real change. And so, if you're a member of Parliament in your first tour of duty, and you're just starting out, I strongly recommend that we go out and ask our constituents what they mean by real change. So you just can't assume that everybody has the same view. So for the last number of months since I got elected, I've been out there talking to people, mayors, councillors, all different organizations, whether they be healthcare, education, obviously First Nations, what they expect from this government. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that what's most interesting about what you're hearing from people is that they want a government that is active, that cares, that wants to do things, that believes you can make real change. In a region like mine, Madam Speaker, where you see the lack of infrastructure, the lack of development, a part of the world where 42 First Nations live, where over 20 of those First Nations still don't have roads, still are looking for a basic piece of infrastructure that most Canadians take for granted. And then you wonder in this place, and we talk about this on a regular basis, why First Nation people struggle. It's pretty simple. If you can't get to someone's home, as simple as their driveway, on a day-to-day basis, it's very difficult to build an economy. It's very difficult to build sewer and water. It's very difficult to build infrastructure. So when we talk about infrastructure, I hope I want to remind my colleagues not to forget the importance of regions like Northern Ontario, where we're still basically struggling to get that kind of infrastructure in place. So when the Prime Minister and the party and in the platform talk about major infrastructure development, you have to understand how important that is to those First Nations and the North. You have to understand the importance of what we're trying to achieve in the North when we talk about basic infrastructure. So why did I run, Madam Speaker, again? Because I think Northern Ontario, under the previous government, is falling further and further behind. Further behind in the fact that all the First Nations in the region had their capital funding cut. All First Nations in the region had their PTO cut. So that's the provincial territorial organizations that organize all the work that these communities do. When you know that that's happening, then you say to the party opposite that that's not going to hold for very long because communities need to grow. So, Madam Speaker, I ran on real change. I ran on the frustration because of a particular view that I think all Canadians share, that the basic principle of governing is that we look after our elderly, we look after our children, and we make decisions that are best for our country in the long term. So, Madam Speaker, when I went and talked to veterans in my region who were angry at the government for making major cuts and making their lives so difficult that they couldn't take it anymore and had to start going out and talking about demonstrating and doing the things they were doing, I knew that we were in trouble as a nation. When we started cutting things like the experimental lakes, one of the most successful research facilities in the world, in my region, and was cut by that government of the day, which saved them a total of $1.5 million and embarrassed us all around the world because scientists could not figure out how anyone in their right mind would do something like that to a facility that was making such a difference to our environment. And then, Madam Speaker, when we look at things like health care, and one of the things that the previous Prime Minister making the decision of having an 11-week campaign did for me, it gave me, Madam Speaker, the opportunity to go door to door for a very long time and talk to a lot of people. And the number one issue for many people in regions like mine is health care. And the issues of health care, and how we're going to deal with seniors, and how we're going to deal with elders, and what we're going to do on home care. Those are the kinds of things that we are going to deal here in this place. Madam Speaker, in the short time that I have left, I just want you to know that this government, like any other government that runs on major real change, is not going to do it in the first 100 days. It's not going to do it in the first term. It takes a decade to make the kind of change that we are promoting here on this side of the House. And I think, like everyone else on this side, the platform that we ran in was the right one. But we have to take our time, get it right, make sure that we put in place those long-term changes that will improve the lives of this generation and the next generation to come. So, Madam Speaker, I'm honored to be in this House. Now, I've sat in almost every position that you can think of, except yours. I guess I just don't fit that criteria. But I've been a minister, I've been a parliamentary secretary, I've been a committee chair. All the things that I've done in this House have taught me one thing. If we work together and we forget that we just remind ourselves that the election is over and now it's time to govern, we'll make some very good decisions for the people we represent. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way. I did take note of the fact that he mentioned on numerous occasions that he was a member of the previous Liberal government, and then spoke about the need to support our First Nations communities. I would like to ask a question based on the fact that it was that previous Liberal government who imposed a debilitating 2% cap on First Nations spending. And of course, it was followed by further cuts by the government that has now been replaced. My concern is that we've seen promises in regard to an immediate inquiry into the cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women, a promise around funding education for First Nations communities, equitable funding for child and family services. I need absolute reassurance from this member that this promise, that these promises, that this commitment is going to be fulfilled. And I base that concern on the experiences of the past.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The question is a good one. The question is always from the opposition. Are you going to meet your commitments that you made during the campaign? And it's pretty obvious. If you don't, then eventually you get defeated and you go and sit on the other side. So I could say, for the sake of argument here this afternoon, that when we were in government last time, we did, in fact, put a 2% cap on First Nation amount of their budget on a yearly basis. But in fairness to the people that were there then, when we took over from our friend Brian Mulroney, I was there, and most people in this House weren't there. We inherited a $42 billion deficits that had been run for a whole decade, and an economy that was in complete collapse, almost as bad as today, what we've inherited. So I say to the people opposite, be careful that you don't overemphasize the fact that we've, haven't made all our commitments happen all in 100 days. Because circumstances dictate how you operate as a government, and so, yes, I expect that we will fulfill our commitments. How and when will depend on the financial situation that we're in, Madam Speaker. And just to remind everyone, when Brian Mulroney was in power, he made those commitments, but never fulfilled them, and we had to turn around and clean up that mess. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member. From Dufferin County? Dufferin County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question for the member from Kenora. One of the major platforms of the government is to have great amounts of infrastructure funding, and he referred to some of it in his comments to the House this afternoon. And of course, everyone in this House, we all represent different types of ridings. We represent big cities, small towns, rural communities, areas for Indigenous peoples. My question is, with the amount of money that's being planned to be spent by the government on infrastructure, is he aware of the strategy that the government will be imposing as to which communities get what and when?
Honourable member from Kenora.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll just say this to the member. I come from a region that still is waiting for its Trans-Canada Highway to be twinned. So I hope that part of our strategy is start twinning the highway in Northern Ontario so we can have a twinned highway like most other Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I hope, Madam Speaker, that this budget will allow us to build all-weather roads to the First Nations, and power grids, by the way, because they're still on diesel-generated plants, as part of our strategy. But I will say this, Madam Speaker, before I sit down. The members should know that the decisions that this government will make will come and flow through the budget. So I recommend that he be very patient, like the rest of us, and when the budget comes, it'll lay out exactly what we're attempting to do, and then we'll start to move in the new fiscal year with the major spending commitments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Madame la Présidente, merci beaucoup.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here in this historic chamber to give my first speech as the federal member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, I would first like to thank all of the people of Vaudreuil-Soulanges for their support for giving me the opportunity to represent them here in Parliament during this mandate. I would also like to thank my wife Paula, who was always there for me during the long campaign, my son Anderson, who each day gives me the energy I need to continue, my mother Louisa, Jean-Paul, and Alain, my brother Alexander, and all the members of my family who helped me to become the voice of my community here in Ottawa.
The great people of Vaudreuil-Soulanges for giving me the honour to address this House today and to represent them and be their voice here in this historic chamber during the 42nd Parliament. Ensemble, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne was very well received by my fellow citizens. I had the opportunity to discuss it with many of them since it was read by His Excellence, the Governor General. I received many positive and encouraging comments on this government. I would add, Madam Speaker, that the choice of this government does represent the values of my fellow citizens and those of Canadians, especially equality and opportunity. Madam Speaker, that has contributed to making Canada one of the most prosperous countries in the world. It is a land chosen each year by hundreds of thousands of people in search of a better life. I am confident that the plan of this government, as expressed in the speech from the throne, will mean that the people of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and those of everywhere in the country will be able to reach their potential. Over the past 10 years, demographic growth in Vaudreuil-Soulanges has been one of the highest in the country. Tens of thousands of people have chosen to live in our region. Many of them came because of the richness of our natural heritage. I'm speaking, Madam Speaker, about the panoramic views of Morigo and the orchards of Ile Perrot. I'm talking about the water in Hudson, the stables in Saint-Lazare, and the agricultural land throughout our region. That is why, Madam Speaker, I join myself to the citizens of Vaudreuil-Soulanges in the goal of building a stronger economy while respecting our environment. My fellow citizens in Vaudreuil-Soulanges are eager for an environmental evaluation system that is stronger, which will give their municipal representatives, as well as Aboriginal communities, a voice in the project development process. In addition, my fellow citizens welcome the government's promise to invest historic amounts in sustainable green technology and infrastructure, as well as in Canada's capacity to mitigate climate change. All of that will contribute to the growth of our economy while ensuring the protection and preservation of our environment. In fact, Madam Speaker, this government recognizes that our natural resources, first and foremost, belong to future generations and that we must do all in our power to protect them.
Madam Speaker, our community has had the privilege of welcoming so many new families over the last decade, predominantly young families like my own with young children. These families have come from the island of Montreal, from all across the province of Quebec and Ontario, and from all around the world. They are proud to add to the richness of culture and history that blankets our region. Our community is proud to celebrate this diversity through annual cultural festivities in the cities of Paincor and Vaudreuil, and the citizens of my riding applaud this government statement in the speech from the throne, and I quote, "We are, as Canadians, stronger because of our differences, not in spite of them." Madam Speaker, I also want to state that the families that make up my riding are incredibly hardworking families. They're owners of small businesses, they're farmers, they're healthcare workers, they're teachers, aerospace workers, pilots, public servants, and of course, Madam Speaker, the hardest job of all, their parents and their grandparents. Like most Canadians, they're working longer hours, yet still find it hard to make ends meet and provide for their children and grandchildren. And that is why, Madam Speaker, they welcome this government's pledge to increase support for lower-income seniors and reduce taxes for middle-class families, both of which will put more money in the pockets of those that need it and less in the pockets of those that don't. They also welcome this government's plan to introduce a more progressive Canada Child Benefit, a plan that, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will lift over 300,000 children out of poverty, many of whom, Madam Speaker, live in my community.
In Canada today, over 1 million children, nearly 1 out of 5, live in poverty. 1 out of 5. Madam Speaker, I am proud that this government has decided to address this unacceptable reality. In doing so, we are following in the footsteps of other Canadians who, before us, have had the confidence and courage to invest in the future of our country, future generations. I believe that my honourable colleagues agree. It is the best way to equip ourselves for future challenges. That is why, Madam Speaker, this government will put forward an ambitious plan to respond to the issues affecting Canadian youth. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth, these issues are, of course, very important for me. In addition, these issues affect me in a special way because I was raised by a single mother and because today, Madam Speaker, I am the father of a 14-month little boy, and I want to make him proud.
Working with the Prime Minister to increasing the voice that our youth have in the walls of Parliament by creating the first ever Youth Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. I look forward to ensuring that we increase opportunities that we offer youth to serve their country, both locally and abroad. I look forward to implementing our plan to reduce the economic burden of all Canadian youth who pursue post-secondary education. And, Madam Speaker, I look forward to providing economic opportunity by reducing the economic burden of unemployed youth on their families by increasing the capacity of the government summer job program over the next 3 years. L'idée, Madame la Présidente.
The idea, Madam Speaker, is that if we put all of our efforts into channeling the energy, innovation, and creativity of all young Canadians, our country will benefit. This principle has always been one of the drivers of our country's success, and it will help us to realize our full potential.
Speaker, I take this opportunity to note that at one point in our history, we stood up and recognized that if we wanted our country to thrive, we needed to provide every single woman with the same rights and privileges of men. At one point in our history, we rose up to make the case for universal primary and secondary education to ensure that we empowered the next generation with the tools necessary to meet the challenges of their time. And yes, Madam Speaker, at one point in our history, we recognized that providing equal universal health care for all Canadians was necessary to ensure that we met the basic needs of our population. This ensured that the thoughts of Canadians were focused not on how they would pay for their health care costs or the health care costs of their family members, but instead on growing strong families, building more prosperous businesses, creating or assisting community groups, and serving our country in other ways. These are just some of the ideas and plans that have been put in place over our 149-year history and that have helped Canadians build a Canada that every single one of us in this House can be proud of. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, when we invest in Canadians, we set the table for a stronger, more prosperous country for us and for future generations. It is for these reasons, and for many others, that I am proud of the way forward chosen by our government since October 19th. On behalf of all of the people of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a long name, I know. I've said it many times over the past few months. Madam Speaker, and first of all, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague for his speech today. But I believe there are some concerns that have been raised and need to continue to be raised. I think actions speak louder than words. Obviously, we've only been here for about 4 months. But in those 4 months, the actions we've seen are a tax break that benefits those who earn $190,000 while does not benefit those at all who earn less than $45,000. And if governments were judged, as you said, you've heard from your residents and constituents that they like the throne speech. If governments were judged on words alone, then they would continue to get reelected over and over again. Why did this government put a priority on helping those earning over $190,000 a year over those earning less than $45,000 a year.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
For his question today, and I thank him for his accolades. I just wanted to respond to his question by saying that we have put in place many measures that will help lower-income families, many of which would have helped my mother when she was raising my brother and I on her own, particularly a significant increase to the Child Canada benefit, which will lift over 300,000 children in this country out of poverty. We're also putting in place measures to increase the amount of funding that we provide to lower-income seniors. The list is very lengthy, Madam Speaker, and I'm very proud of the measures that this government has put in place to help those most vulnerable, struggling families in this country, and I look forward to working with this government to making sure that those measures are put in place.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to the member across on his excellent speech. I'm pleased to hear him mention seniors and health care in his speech today because some of that was missing from the throne speech. We're deeply concerned that there is no commitment to cancel the Conservatives' planned cuts to health care. Reversing these dangerous cuts is critical to strengthening our health care in Canada. Will the government commit to a strategy to provide the care that seniors need at home, in hospitals, in long-term care facilities, and through palliative care? Will the government cancel the Conservatives' planned cuts to health care in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Question from my colleague once again across the aisle. I have to say that healthcare is an issue that is a personal concern to me. I've been diagnosed with cancer twice in my life, and I understand all too well the wait times that some of us face in various provinces across the country. One of the things that I'm very proud of is the fact that our Prime Minister has stated clearly and categorically that we are going to once again play a proactive role in working with the provinces to ensure that we are offering the best possible support to the provincial systems in offering quality health care to all Canadians. And I look forward to seeing what this government is going to do over our mandate to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from, is it Guelph?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good one. And thank you to the honourable member that made such a great presentation on youth. So exciting to see the government focusing on youth and having an advisory council for youth. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, whether the member has any plans to address youth unemployment and youth mental health, working with the provinces to try and correct the situation with the youth on unemployment and mental health.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that question. I have to say that one of the things I'm most proud of in working with the Prime Minister is that he has put the utmost importance on the quality of health care, the quality of opportunity for our youth across the country. And he has basically given me a mandate to work with him in whatever capacity that I can to make sure that we're providing quality health care, quality care in terms of mental care, and ensuring that we provide opportunities for youth to find jobs. One of the things that we're starting off with is to ensure that we're doubling the number of jobs that are available for youth throughout the summer that are sponsored by the Government of Canada, and that's something that will help lift the burden off of families who are unfortunately having to take care of youth who can't find jobs. It's going to help those families. It's also going to help those youth attend university and find the jobs that this country needs to get us out of this economic crisis. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House this evening. It's the first opportunity I've had to rise in the House since the election for a speech. I'd like to let you know that we're going to share the time with the member from Sarnia-Lambton. First of all, I'd like to thank the residents of Huron-Bruce counties for their confidence in me. Re-electing me again for the third time. It's a tremendous honor. It's an honor that all members in this House, whether they've been in for many years or just newly elected, will come to understand that it is an honor to be in here. And this time, being a 79-day election and really almost a 2-year election, certainly put a lot of miles on the feet. And so for those at home that might be interested, we recorded roughly how many miles we logged, and it was about 400 plus miles outdoor knocking. So we took a few treads off the shoes. In addressing the speech from the throne, I should also thank volunteers, my staff and family for the tremendous help as well. I couldn't do it without them. With the speech from the throne, this is the first speech from the throne that we've heard from a Liberal government in many, many years. And two of the themes they talk about is a strong economy and a strong environment. And one thing that investors looking to reinvest in this country, new investors in this country, certainly is going to be certainty. This speech from the throne and the actions taken from this government in the first 3 months certainly wouldn't give any investor certainty or confidence to make Canada a place to invest. It would probably be in spite of this government that they would make those investments. When we look at a couple of points that I would point out that would just kind of open the debate on my argument is, one is the deficit. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister talked about a target that he had, and almost immediately after being elected, they admitted they would blow right through that, and they'd actually measure their success by a different means, which would be a ratio. That wouldn't give too many investors a lot of confidence. In addition to that, a price on carbon. This has been a long-standing commitment from the Liberal Party to put a price on carbon. At a time when our resource sector in this country and really around the world is on its knees and looking for a little bit of good news, the news of a carbon tax is not reassuring. So we're starting to see some themes here. In addition to that, and we've heard the Prime Minister say it in the House today and abroad when he's been traveling, is the review of environmental assessments. Now, we can all debate on what an environmental assessment looks like today compared to what it looked like just a few years ago. But if we look back to a few years ago at the heights of the economic downturn, projects that received funding from the federal government and the provincial government went through two levels of environmental assessment, a federal environmental assessment and a provincial environmental assessment. We all agreed, and the provinces agreed at that time too, that if the provincial environmental assessment was suitable, that we should cut the red tape and just strictly stick to a provincial environmental assessment. And it's worked out quite well. I know in my riding, it's worked out well. The municipalities, the engineers, the contractors understand the red tape that's been removed. But when we hear from the Prime Minister talk about environmental assessments, we need answers. The economy needs answers. Business needs answers. When we look at environmental assessments on large projects that would warrant a federal environmental assessment, we hear that there's a new day, there's a new time for these assessments. And that is a cause for concern as well, because these environmental assessments that have already been undertaken, say, for example, the Northern Gateway project, I have the numbers on this. There was 180 days of hearings. There was 80 expert witnesses on top of many, many deputations that took place. And as well, the panel had 30,000 pages to review. Now, any business that's looking to make investments in this country, whether it's a pipeline, whether it's opening a mine, whatever it may be, even a hydroelectric project that is green energy, they're going to look at this, in the words from the Prime Minister, and if they're looking for certainty, if they're looking for reasonableness in a threshold to satisfy both what you're trying to do and the environment, they're going to have second thoughts. When you look at now a carbon tax on the horizon, when you're looking at now environmental assessments that may not even improve the current system, just add layers of red tape that were eliminated, that's a concern. When we look at what also we hear about, and this was on the election campaign as well, was the Navigable Waters Act. I mean, this directly affects my riding. We have many rivers, none of those that are navigable, maybe by a kayak or a canoe. And now we're going to go back and turn back the clock and now ask Transport Canada to take a look at every project that may be involved in a river
that has no navigation, a kayak or a raft, and waste valuable resources at Transport Canada to ask them if there's any concerns. This isn't improving the environment. This isn't improving the economy. This isn't improving red tape. This is adding layers and layers and burden to the system. So for the economy, we're off to a bad start. In addition to that, we're telling businesses that want to add more staff or to set up new shops in this country, we're asking them now for increased dollars on payroll taxes in the form of a proposed addition or a new form of the Canada Pension Plan. And I know in my province of Ontario, the Premier has talked about this, and it's disastrous. It's going to get rid of jobs, and it's one more thing that is going to have businesses take a look and say, we're going to take a pass. It's unfortunate to have this pessimistic view, but people are going to be at the boardroom, likely as we speak, trying to make decisions on where they're going to allocate their capital for the rest of this year and next year and years beyond. And they're going to have a lot of questions. If you take a look in Australia, I don't know if the Liberal Party in Australia has eliminated the carbon tax that Labor brought in, but that was certainly one of their policies that they had. Why? Because they saw what it did to the country. Another thing I want to talk about is brain drain. It's been many years since we've talked about brain drain, but brain drain is going to be on the horizon again. We know that many of the professionals in this country, and especially in small communities like mine, we value those professions, the doctors, the dentists, on and on and on. And what the Liberal Party is proposing with their increased tax hikes on those professionals is, and also looking at the way the dollar is relative to the United States currency, they're going to cause a brain drain once again. Something that had been corrected over the last decade. We're now going to be having discussions in the near future about brain drain. In addition, one of the platform pledges that the Liberals made was tax relief for the middle class, tax hike for the top tax bracket, and in there it was supposed to be revenue neutral. Well, again, it wasn't shortly after that the Liberals were in that, again, they were wrong, that it wasn't revenue neutral, that it was at least $1 billion to the wrong side of the ledger, and again, not giving confidence to the market. The Energies pipeline, basically, that's turning out to be a bungled mess politically from the Prime Minister and some of his Liberal mayors throughout the countryside. It's causing issues. Another one, Mr. Speaker, I have lots to talk about here. Perhaps in the question time, we'll have some questions to bring up. The other one I wanted to talk about was Canada's position on the world stage. In 90 days, the Liberals have diminished our place at the world stage. We're not asked to meet with NATO countries in Paris to work out a plan to rid our country, to rid the world of ISIS, and that's a shame. So hopefully we'll get some more questions. Thank you for the time.
Thank the honourable member. Questions and comments? The honourable member for from Fredericton, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup. I was glad to hear the honourable colleague across the way end with Canada's reputation in the world. Frankly, it's a matter of great pride and privilege that I had the opportunity, and I know colleagues throughout the House have had the opportunity to be on hand to help welcome the tens of thousands, now over 10,000, 13,000 refugees who have landed in this country, that has demonstrated to the world that a compassionate and caring Canada is back, that has demonstrated to citizens that they should be proud and inviting once again, that despite our differences, we are much stronger when we work together in communities, in provinces, and right throughout the country. In my mind, that has signaled to the world that Canada is willing to once again be a human rights leader, be a promoter of peace and of democracy building and I would ask the member opposite what he thinks the invitation and welcoming and resettlement effort for Syrian refugees speaks to as it relates to Canada's role in the world.
Honourable member from Huron-Bruce.
The member be happy to know that our government, the Conservative government, welcome more refugees than any other government, and we're quite happy to have these productive people come into our country and get away from the tyranny they were involved in. Unfortunately, in 90 days, the Liberals again have created a two-tier refugee system, and I just actually over the Christmas break when the House wasn't sitting, a resident from one of my communities commented on how upset he was because their community was trying to welcome a family from Ethiopia, and their application had been put on the back burner. So that's unfortunate. The people that they're welcoming, they have to repay a loan. The Liberals have waived the loan for the Syrian refugees, so they've created a two-tier system. But our place on the world stage in 90 days, the Liberals have diminished to the point now where the Liberal strategy is, it's called the 3 C's, Mr. Speaker: coats, campfires, and cannabis. Those are the 3 ways the Liberals have to solve the world's issues, and it's a failure, it's a flop, and we used to have a place at the table, and now we don't. What a shame, in 90 days.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Johnson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I actually do want to thank my colleague in terms of, I thought, bringing up some very critical issues in terms of how the new government is dealing with the economy. We all know that investors and money goes where it's wanted, and I listened to great interest in terms of this environmental assessment process. As a government, we made sure that absolutely the environment was protected, but got rid of the unnecessary duplications. I'd like to use an example. The Kinder Morgan pipeline knew what the rules of the game were. They've been very actively going through their National Energy Board process, following what was in place for them to get to a yes or a no, or to a yes with conditions. And I'd like to hear from the honourable member what it means to a company like that when the rules all of a sudden can be changed in a very arbitrary and unfair fashion.
Well, companies, businesses don't have an infinite amount of money and an infinite amount of time to decide where they're going to deploy their capital. They have to decide because they're responsible to their shareholders. So in more times than not, when there's uncertainty created by this government, they're going to take a pass. The environmental assessment process is very, very rigorous. There's been an environmental assessment process going on in my riding since I've been elected, 7.5 years. And the answer is still, we don't have a yes or a no. That is, to me, would seem a very onerous and very rigorous system, and one maybe in which in some cases is warranted. But if the average is that long, that certainly is not going to work. And if anything, I believe the Liberal government should find ways to make the environmental assessment process work quicker, better, and faster, so that companies that are looking to invest in this country know that they have certainty. And right now, unfortunately, the Liberal government has raised a multitude of red flags that will have investors scratching their head and looking to see where else to invest.
Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a Happy New Year to you and to everyone here. I would like today to speak to you about the speech from the throne. It wasn't very long, but in many places the text was so concise that I would have appreciated it if the government had given more details. So I would like to read some of those passages that were too vague and talk about what, in my opinion, should have been said.
Section of the speech where it says, and recognizing that public investment is needed to create and support economic growth, job creation, and economic prosperity, the government will make significant new investments in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. I hope that when they say public transit, they mean not just all the money going to big cities, but that it will be spent in rural communities as well. People in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton have no public transportation to get from the county to the city, and our connectivity to other cities needs to be enhanced. When they say green infrastructure, I hope they are including support for our nuclear industry in Ontario, which we are dependent on if we don't want to see brownouts. Our nuclear industry can help reduce our carbon footprint at an economic price, as well as generating export opportunities for Canada's CANDO technology. I hope that green infrastructure also includes the infrastructure at universities, colleges, and centres of excellence that promote clean tech. I hope it includes water infrastructure so that all Canadians can have a safe source of drinking water. But I hope it does not include any more green energy priced at 5 times the alternate rate. I hope that in social infrastructure, this government is including rural intranet. We have areas within my riding that have no and slow internet, and that access is a barrier to economic development and competitiveness. I hope that they are also including housing in social infrastructure. My riding has infrastructure needs from homeless shelters to subsidized housing to senior housing, and I'm sure this is true across the country. One thing not mentioned in this infrastructure strategy to support economic growth are upgrades to trade routes. In Sarnia, we have an opportunity to create an oversized load corridor to ship large equipment and fabricated modules globally, but funding support will be needed. The trade corridor in the north will need support as well, as we can see from the most recent Nipigon Bridge failure.
Mr. Speaker, I also would have expected that the passages on economic growth make reference to science and innovation. And I had hoped that the government would explain in detail how it plans to encourage innovation, all the way from fundamental research, basic research, to commercialization, always with an eye to creating jobs. I thought that they would set out targets to focus our efforts and increase our world leadership in strategic research. I would have thought that they would have gone further than simply talking about clean tech and health sciences and climate change, but they would also focus on those things that represent fully half of our GDP today: agriculture, the forestry sector, the mining sector, fossil fuels, energy, aerospace, and that's without mentioning the future areas of expertise for this country, including genomics, nanotechnology, and megadata.
Page in the throne speech that talks about a clean environment and a strong economy. Having just passed through the section on openness and transparency, and hearing continually how this government will consult broadly on issues, I was disturbed last week to hear Perrin Beatty, the CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, say they don't feel they've been adequately consulted on the plans to implement carbon pricing, and he is concerned for the impact on the business sector. As a riding that's heavily invested in fossil fuel production, I am also concerned that this government is supporting provinces to implement carbon pricing mechanisms like cap and trade that have been shown to make money for those trading credits, but to do nothing for the planet. During a period when this industry is struggling with low oil prices and demand, this could be the tipping point. Also, Mr. Speaker, when I read that this government will introduce a new environmental assessment process, I was hoping I would see words that would give me confidence that we will see a balance between ensuring environmental diligence happens and allowing businesses to implement economic development like pipelines sometime this century. Patricia Moore, who is the chief strategist for Scotiabank on hydrocarbons, has clearly stated that if we do not get pipelines built to the east and the west in this country to export oil, we will become a very poor country indeed. Moving along to the diversity section of the throne speech, one of Canada's strengths, I'm happy to see that we want to make it easier for immigrants to build successful lives in Canada. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, this means that when we get engineers and doctors to come to our great country, we can accredit them from a list of known and approved university and country standards so that they don't have to drive taxis for years. Hopefully, that means that when they apply for permanent residence, we don't make them wait for years with multiple interventions required from Service Canada once they qualify. Je me réjouis.
Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to see that there will be an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. But I hope that it will help find real solutions and not simply go back over data that we are already familiar with. The speech from the throne suggested that we need to improve support for veterans, and I certainly agree with that. However, it's also important that we think about seniors, all those who worked hard all their lives here and who now are looking on with envy at the medical and dental care that is being offered to Syrian refugees, things that they themselves cannot afford on fixed income.
To the section on security and opportunity, and I see that the government plans to strengthen its relationship with its allies. From the lack of inclusion in Barack Obama's list of allies in his latest speeches, to the non-invite to Paris to talk about stepping up the fight against ISIS, I would say it's clear this government has to change from its campaign promises based on the new information and the new reality we are seeing. I would also quote where the speech says, and to expand economic opportunities for all Canadians, the government will negotiate beneficial trade agreements. I hope this means that they will successfully sign the TPP and the EU agreement, both of which are being made with countries who share our human rights viewpoints. What this government needs to clarify is, do we really care about human rights? If so, how can we be entertaining making trade agreements with Iran and with China? Either we only care about the jobs and economic benefit for Canada, in which case just say that, or we really care about human rights violations, and we will either not engage with countries that are clear chronic violators, or we will impose punitive measures for human rights violations into our agreements. Next, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a few other things in the throne speech. In his introduction, the Governor-General brings this whole speech, the plan for the next 4 years in this country as a representative of Her Majesty the Queen. Our Westminster style of Parliament is linked to the Queen, and each of us who serve in this House have pledged allegiance to the Queen. How then, Mr. Speaker, can we allow someone who has lived in Canada for 13 years, who has seen how our government is based, who knows this and wants to be a Canadian citizen, to swear their oath pledging allegiance to the Queen one day, and then the next day revoke that allegiance and still retain their citizenship? Will we also allow them to revoke the other part of the oath where they pledge to obey Canadian law? My view is that when someone takes the pledge to join this great country, they should not be able to pick and choose which parts they like. It's not a buffet. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the prelude to the throne speech says that Canada succeeds in large part because here, diverse perspectives and different opinions are celebrated, not silenced. Is this true? Are we not more and more not able to express what we think because it's unpopular? I had a male colleague in this House say he was afraid to express his views for fear of being labeled a racist or a chauvinist, of which he is neither. I have heard Christians in our country say they're afraid to express their views for fear of being mocked, even though they represent 64% of the population in a country that's a democracy with freedom of religion. I think that freedom of speech is so fundamental to our democracy, and although all Canadians may not agree on our opinions, we need to be able to say what we think and allow each other to do that without the punishment of bullying behaviors, but with respect. The throne speech, Mr. Speaker, says that in Parliament, all members will be honoured, respected, and heard. And I hope these words from the throne speech, at least, are true. Merci. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Questions et commentaires.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her excellent speech, and I appreciate the tone. One of the questions that I had, because of course I share her convictions on human rights, was the question of Saudi Arabia. As she's aware, the previous government had made an arms deal with Saudi Arabia. A very sizable amount of weapons is going to be shipped to Saudi Arabia. And I was simply wondering if she had an opinion as to whether or not the current government should continue with that deal.
Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Obviously, we can't change the past. All we can do is, in the go-forward position, do the right thing. I think that once you've committed to a contract, it's hard to break it without breach of contract. But that said, I think there needs to be some kind of punitive actions taken in these situations, because it's not just that we want to do business with them, they also want to do business with us, and we have control over that. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member from Sarnia Lamberton on her great opening speech and for her election. Just last week in my riding, gas prices hit an all-time high. In Qualicum Beach, it was $1.16 a litre, $1.12 in Parksville. It was the highest in the country, more than even the Northwest Territories. A recent Bank of Canada report shows that record low oil prices that are rocking the Canadian economy aren't being felt at the pump. And in British Columbia, with an increase in MSP, it's affecting people and making inequality even higher and higher. Will the member join me in calling for a gas ombudsman to protect seniors, working families, small business owners from gas gouging at the pump? Because we need help, Canadians need help, and they're looking for this government. Will you join me in calling on this government to implement someone to protect consumers and Canadians from what's happening to us at the pump?
Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Obviously, I also am extremely concerned about the high price of gas, considering that oil prices are in the toilet. When it comes to the things that go into gas pricing, we know that taxes provincially, other taxes, and then above and beyond that, it is companies that set the price of gasoline. I used to work for one of those companies. However, that said, I think people are really struggling. We see those on a fixed income and seniors really struggling in this area, and certainly I would support having lower gas prices for everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see you back in the House of Commons. Congratulations on your electoral victory and your current posting. I want to, first of all, thank my colleague for her astute comments. She's obviously a very savvy professional businesswoman and brings great esteem to this House in that capacity. And before I go any further, I'd like to pay homage to her predecessor, Pat Davidson, who was a great MP for Sarnia Lambton for almost 10 years. And I'm going to ask my colleague a question in regards to the commonalities between our ridings. Our respective ridings both host some of the largest petrochemical installations with Nova Chemicals and so on. My site happens, I represent the fine people that live and work at Joffrey, and I know that some of my friends from where I grew up started working for Nova Chemicals in Calgary and now are working and living in Sarnia. So I would like to ask her what the importance and significance is of pipelines, of energy mobility and access to markets for these products that do all this great value added in our respective ridings, the value that those jobs bring, and her concern about the mere absence of energy and petrochemicals in the speech from the throne.
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for an excellent question. Obviously, I am not pleased to see energy not mentioned in the throne speech. It's an extremely important part of our GDP. When it comes to pipelines, I referred in my speech to Patricia Moore, who is the global hydrocarbon strategist for Scotiabank. And if you look at our GDP and you look at where we're going to grow, there is nothing that we can immediately substitute in the fossil fuel industry. And there is $160 billion of opportunity in the upgrading of products that if we don't upgrade, what's happening is 1 million barrels a day are being shipped down to the U.S. in place of the KXL pipeline that was not approved. It's now going in a more dangerous way by rail, and they will then upgrade those products into the solvents that we'll bring back. So certainly we are losing opportunities. Pipelines are a great answer, and the infrastructure money, I would encourage this government to spend it on Energy East.
Very much. Et maintenant, la reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Say that I'm going to share my time with another honourable member. Mr. Speaker, it's a genuine honour and a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of St. Boniface St. Vital, who on October 19th of the previous year voted overwhelmingly for a change in leadership a change in direction, and a change in priorities in St. Boniface St. Vital. C'est un vrai honneur.
It's a real honor for me to represent the residents of Saint Boniface Saint Vital, who, on October 19th, voted overwhelmingly to change things.
Mr. Speaker, St. Boniface St. Vital is the birthplace and the resting place of the father of Manitoba and leader of the Métis Nation, Louis Riel. Mr. Riel is very well known, but aside from the leader himself, there are literally thousands of other lesser known and some completely unknown Métis who were born, raised, lived, worked, and today are buried in the cemeteries along the Red River in St. Boniface St. Vital. Today, I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are many, many citizens, young and old alike, who are reclaiming their Métis identity, which has been historically oppressed and taken away by the powers that were in Manitoba of that era. Saint Boniface Saint Vital, c'est aussi une communauté.
Saint Boniface Saint Vital is also a francophone Métis community, which is undoubtedly one of the most vibrant communities in Western Canada. Institutions like the Division Scolaire Franco-Manitobaine, l'Université de Saint Boniface, the Centre Culturel Franco-Manitoba, le Musée de Saint Boniface, la Maison Riel, among many others, ensure that the Franco-Manitoban population will continue to thrive and be proud of their heritage.
Diverse communities in the city of Winnipeg. We have some of the oldest, most historical communities in the city. We have some communities that are facing some real poverty challenges, as well as some of the wealthiest neighborhoods in the entire city. Immigration has been a positive force in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. There are many, many communities, neighborhoods that boast a wide variety of new Canadians, including many of East Indian and Sikh descent, many Eastern Europeans, et de plus en plus des Africains.
And increasingly, Africans who also speak French, who come to Saint Boniface because they want to study at the university. This is all good news, and I hope this will continue for some time.
The citizens of St. Boniface St. Vital voted overwhelmingly to rebuild our cities through Canada's largest ever infrastructure program. That is reflected in the throne speech. The citizens of my area voted overwhelmingly for a renewed middle class who will benefit from a middle income tax cut as reflected in the throne speech. And the citizens of my constituency voted for an enhanced, more generous, and tax-free Canada Child Benefit, which will raise over 300,000 children out of poverty. The citizens of my constituency voted for a Canada that recognizes that climate change is real and needs to be addressed in an intelligent, comprehensive fashion so that our future citizens, our sons, our daughters, our grandchildren, do not bear the brunt of short-sighted, myopic policy of today. Mr. Speaker, as a former city councillor for many years, that I can tell you that our cities from coast to coast are in desperate need of funding for the most basic of infrastructure. Regional roads, residential streets, sidewalks, backlanes, bridges, underground infrastructure, community centers, and more all need the investment of the federal government. And let me give you a real-time City of Winnipeg example. The city currently spends over $1 billion a year on infrastructure, underground and above ground, which is not nearly enough. A report, several years old now, said that the city should actually be spending an extra $400 million annually just to maintain the infrastructure at its current level. Let me repeat, this would not improve the infrastructure, but it would prevent further decay. The time is right for federal investment into Canada's infrastructure, and I am proud that the throne speech speaks about getting the ball rolling. We will create thousands of jobs across Canada in the construction sector of this great country. And with interest rates at a historic low level, there has never been a better time than now to borrow to invest in publicly owned infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of my constituency also voted for leadership in developing and improving the relationship with our Métis, First Nation, and Inuit citizens. Whether we recognize it or not, there are too many Indigenous citizens represented in poverty statistics, on unemployment lines, on welfare rolls, in hospitals, and child welfare rolls, and we need to turn that around. Canada needs to work with Indigenous communities, Indigenous leadership, to improve Indigenous healthcare, Indigenous education, and Indigenous employment. The city I represent, Mr. Speaker, is the Indigenous capital of Canada. We have more Métis, First Nations, and Inuit people in Winnipeg today than Nunavut, the Northwest Territories, and the Yukon Territories combined. The fastest growing population in Winnipeg today are young Métis, First Nation, and Inuit people. Canada needs to partner on a nation-to-nation basis to create opportunities for those young Indigenous population. The throne speech lays out the framework for addressing these challenges. The citizens of St. Boniface St. Vital voted for the Government of Canada to finally put forth a critical path to resolve the Manitoba Métis land claims issue of 1870, as per the decision of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court decision was clear and it was unambiguous. They ruled that the Government of Canada at the time acted inconsistently with the honour of the Crown when it bungled land distribution to Métis families as negotiated by the Provisional Government as Manitoba entered Confederation. And thanks to strong leadership and 30 years of challenge by the Manitoba Métis Federation, we now have a clear legal ruling. And finally, we have a federal government that promises to make good on the Supreme Court decision. I am proud to stand as a member of that government.
The residents of Saint-Boniface Saint Vital also voted for justice for the Métis Nation in Manitoba and in Canada, and they voted for a federal government that would take a critical approach to solving land claims issues dating back to 1870, as mandated by the Supreme Court in 2013. Employment is a very important issue for young Métis, and our people demands better from the federal government. The speech from the throne set out a positive agenda and highlighted many of the elements I mentioned today. I'm proud to support these important initiatives. The residents of St. Boniface Saint Vital are happy that our country is finally back on a positive path that will create jobs, rebuild our cities and communities, fight against poverty, and fight against climate change.
Last week of 2015 lays out a positive, hopeful agenda, which outlines actions on many of the initiatives I have identified. I am proud to support these important initiatives, and the people I represent are proud of our great country to finally move in a positive direction, which creates jobs, rebuilds cities, addresses poverty, addresses Indigenous issues, as well as climate change. Merci, Monsieur le Président, miigwech, and thank you. Final clarification, I'm sharing this throne speech with a member from Stetson, Richmond East. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Questions et commentaires.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have had the privilege and opportunity to actually get to know the member from St. Boniface, and very much have seen much of his good deeds as a city councillor. So it's great to see him be a part of the House of Commons here in Ottawa. I know he'll be a very strong advocate for the St. Boniface community that he's very boastfully talks about, and justifiably so. My question to the member is in regards to what he feels is the most important issue for his constituents today, and what maybe if he can just provide some sort of a comment from his personal perspective, thinking of as a former city councillor, now as a member of Parliament, and how does he see the relationship between the City of Winnipeg and how important it is that the Government of Canada work closely with our municipalities going forward, especially on programs like the infrastructure.
The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to say that in the last 8 months, I quite literally knocked on thousands and thousands of doors in St. Boniface and St. Vital, and many of the issues were paramount to the citizens I now represent, not the least of which is infrastructure funding. As the honourable member has mentioned, I was a city councillor for many years. I was chair of Public Works and Infrastructure Renewal at the City of Winnipeg, and I know that people care and people want better infrastructure for the taxes they are paying. Whether it's transportation infrastructure at Marion and Archibald, whether we're talking about the Waverley Underpass, whether we're talking about many, many other priorities in the city of Winnipeg, or simply better residential streets for citizens who live all over the community. Better regional streets, which not only it is needed, but it enhances productivity. So I would say as high a priority as any to the people I've spoken is infrastructure renewal.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I won't say no to a follow-up question to my colleague from St. Boniface. You know, he makes reference to infrastructure. Another major platform issue from the last election is trying to address the needs of Canada's middle class. And that was done through tax breaks to the middle class. It was done also through the Canada Child Benefit. And if maybe he might make some reference or some comments in regards to those two platform issues and his thoughts on it.
The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Again, Mr. Speaker, after my intensive consultations of the last 6 months, I can tell you that the middle income tax cut was very, very well received at the door. I also know there's some questions in the past about what are you doing for people who are struggling to join the middle class, Mr. Speaker, and that's where the Canada Child Benefit comes in. It's more generous, it's tax-free, and that was a huge, huge attraction for many of the young families that I spoke to, and it's going to put more money in the pockets of young families. In fact, it's going to raise 300,000 children out of poverty over the long term. If you couple that with a 10% increase in the guaranteed income supplement for seniors, we are doing an incredible job, or we will be doing an incredible job when those initiatives are rolled out all across Canada.
We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I'm going to ask a similar question to one that I asked the NDP. I know we all believe we have to move forward with reconciliation in terms of our relationships within our Indigenous communities. The 94 recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, would the member not agree that any government should actually be analyzing not only the implications, but providing all parliamentarians with the costs? So I think we're absolutely agreeing it's something important, many of the recommendations to move forward with, but is that not a responsibility of any government? Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital, very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very proud when the government said they were going to implement all 94 recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. It's a very important, groundbreaking work that the Commission did, and I think once the report flows, it's through the systems of the House of Commons here. They will be analyzed very closely in all degrees and all aspects.
Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to stand in this House for the first time to discuss and debate the speech from the throne. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Steveston East Richmond. I truly feel blessed and honoured to be their Member of Parliament. I'd like to begin, though, by paying homage to my grandparents and my parents, my nonno and nonna. God bless them. They're not here any longer, but they took care of me. They raised me. They gave me the values and principles that I hold dear, while my mom and dad, Loreto and Margarita Pescaslito, came from a small little town, Ciprano, just south of Rome. While they were working, my mom and dad started out, my mom started out as, she worked at a dry cleaner. My dad started out picking up stuff on streets, and then they owned some stores and whatnot. and they gave me everything. But while they were away working and doing business, my mom, my grandma, and my granddad, Nonno and Nonna, they took care of me. And in many ways, I'm here because of them. And in my riding of Steveston, East Richmond, I have many folks like my parents and my grandparents and myself who come from a variety of parts in the world, perhaps have the most diverse riding in all of Canada, be it ethnically, socio-economically. Et je suis fier d'être le député.
I am proud to be the member of this riding, Richmond-Steveston, which has people from all over the world, people of Chinese, English origin.
Originally, one's parents or themselves or their grandparents, whether it's from England, whether it's from the Philippines, whether it's from Punjab, you probably find them in Steveston, East Richmond. And I'm also blessed that I have a riding that's very diverse economically. I have an airport not exactly in my riding, but just a little bit north. I have a harbor. I have a port. And in the speech from the throne, we talked about reinstating the Kitsilano Coast Guard. And it was done. And for a place like Steveston, East Richmond, where we have the south arm of the Fraser and the north arm, where we have a lot of boaters and folks going out, to have the security that there is now a Coast Guard station not that far, well, that's a good thing. And we promised that during the campaign. It was in the speech from the throne, and it has been done. But you know, I talked about my parents, and I talked about my nonno and my nonna. And in Steveston, East Richmond, there's a lot of folks who are waiting for their parents. In fact, a lot of folks are waiting for their spouses. In the speech from the throne, we talked about changing, revamping our immigration system. We shouldn't have a system where it takes, depending on where you're coming from in the world, 4 to 8, 9 years to bring over your parents and grandparents. Or a system where you have to wait 2 years before you even put an application to ask for your spouse to come over. I don't know how I would have dealt with not having my mom and dad around, or my nonno and nonna around. And I don't think anyone should have to be in that situation. So we spoke in the speech from the throne, and we will do and commit to doubling the funds in the processing of family members. We need to do that. Once again, it's not a good thing. It's just wrong for individuals to wait 4 to 9 years to bring over parents and grandparents. I discussed a little bit about Steveston, East Richmond, about the port and the airport. One of the things that we talked about in the speech from the throne is a fancy word, cooperative federalism. Basically means that we're going to be talking to one another. And I've been blessed that I've had the opportunity to sit down with His Worship Malcolm Brodie. I had the opportunity to sit down with the Speaker of the House or the Legislative Assembly in British Columbia, to talk to the MLA from Steveston, to discuss a variety of issues. And also we had a fancy word in the speech from the throne, stakeholders. Well, that basically means community groups, people. And I've had that opportunity to go out and talk to a whole slew of folks. And one thing that we talked about was the infrastructure spending that we talked about in the speech from the throne, and we will be implementing. Infrastructure spending that'll go to transit. There's a lot of folks in Steveston, East Richmond who want to get to work, they don't want to drive. Well, there's bottlenecks. Now, in the campaign and in the speech from the throne, we're not going to dictate how we're going to use this infrastructure money for transit. But I've had the opportunity to sit down with, once again, His Worship Malcolm Brodie, the councillors as well, to talk about ideas on what's the best way to getting rid of those bottlenecks. And I've had great conversations with the food bank, great conversations with Pathway and other organizations to see how we can also use money from the infrastructure spending to also get the economy going, because we do need to kickstart our economy, but also to see how we can help those who need help with social housing, with help for those who need a little bit more than just a roof over their heads, and maybe need a bit of help on some issues of abuse, some issues of having alcohol problems or mental health. And that's the type of approach that this government will do. And I look forward to spending at least another 4 years as the Member of Parliament in Steve St. East Richmond, speaking to the good folks there and hearing from them what they'd like to see moving forward. The last thing I'd like to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is the nature of Steve St. East Richmond. To paraphrase Ronald Reagan and some parts of the Bible, and I apologize, Mr. Speaker, I forget where, but I believe that Steve St. East Richmond acts as a beacon to the world, a lamp, a wonderful light on a hill. Well, we're not on a hill, but we're in an estuary. But still, we have folks from everywhere. We have folks that have different faiths. We have number 5 road in Steve St. East Richmond, and we call it Highway to Heaven, where we have churches, synagogues, we have mosques, temples, and where people from different faiths and different backgrounds, we get together. And you know, sometimes the human condition is such that there is conflict. And our roles as Member of Parliament is to make sure that, well, if you can't eliminate the conflict, at least manage it. And that is something that I believe our cooperative federalism approach will be taken into dealing with the good people of Steve St. East Richmond. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address you in the House.
Merci. Comme il était...
Thank you. As it is now 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put forth any question to dispense with the sub-amendment and the amendment that the House is seized with. The question is the following.
La Métis, Matane, Matépédia, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moved that the following address presented to His Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, to His Excellency, the Right Honourable David Johnston, Chancellor and Principal. May I dispense? Okay, very good. Now the amendment. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. LaBelle, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following, and regrets to inform Your Excellency. May I dispense? Okay. And regrets to inform Your Excellency that your government has not acknowledged that many of its promises do not provide transparent cost estimates, implementation plans, or consider cost burdens to the provinces. And as such, your government should put the best interests of Canadians first by reversing its plan to deliberately put Canada back into deficit, since such a move would ultimately lead to higher tax burdens for Canadians, just as it reversed its unrealistic promise to bring 25,000 Syrian refugees to Canada before the end of 2015. Further regrets, may I dispense or shall I continue? Continue. Further regrets to inform Your Excellency that your government has failed to outline a plan to create jobs in Canada's private sector and has ignored important economic drivers such as the agricultural, energy and manufacturing sectors, despite the billions of dollars of economic activity they produce every year, and your government has also failed to mention Canada's responsibility to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies against ISIS at the time when they are stepping up their fight against terrorism. And now the sub-amendment. Mr. Generou, seconded by Mr. Cooper, move the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following after the words tax burdens for Canadians. May I dispense? I'm sorry, I don't have unanimous. Et revenir sur son plan antidémocratique.
And by backing away from its undemocratic plan to scrap Canada's current voting system without consulting Canadians in a referendum first, as most democratically minded governments, such as the governments of British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Ontario, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom have done.
The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favour of the sub-amendment will say yea. Yea. All those opposed will say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Lord, order. The question is the following one. Monsieur Massé,
Mr. Massé, Avignon La Métis Matin Matapédia, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moved that the following address be presented to His Excellency the Governor-General of Canada. To His Excellency, the Right Honourable David Johnston, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada.
It's agreed. Go to the back page. The questions on the sub-amendment. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr.
Caribou. Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Boutaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr.
Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albas.
Mr. Albas.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Aleslev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr.
Mr.
Shifke.
Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr.
Ananda
Amos.
Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Batlina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Derowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Joe Harry.
Mr. Joe Harry.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur
Mr.
Sanson.
Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spiegelman.
Mr.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 95, 95. Nays contre 216, 216.
I declare this amendment defeated. The next question is on the amendment. Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia. Seconded by Ms. Sahota, moved that the following address be presented to His Excellency, the Governor General of Canada. To His Excellency, the Right Honourable David Johnston, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of... Shall I dispense? Dispense. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
And back to Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms.
Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra. Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr.
Ms.
Carr.
Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Aleslev.
Ms. Aleslev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Cesar Chaban.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. de Courcy.
Mr. de Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr.
Ms.
Essassi.
Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot
Monsieur
Taylor.
El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu.
Mr.
Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spegeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tam.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Miss Vanderbilt.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr.
Miss
Julian.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Madame Sans-Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Williamson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson, sorry.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 87, 87, nays contre 226, 226.
Je déclare
I declare the amendment defeated.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now do adjourn. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak in the adjournment proceedings this evening. And on December the 8th, I asked the Prime Minister and received an answer from...
Excuse me, I'll interrupt the Honourable Member for a moment. If I can ask everyone to take their discussions outside into the lobby. Merci beaucoup. You can continue. Thank you. The Honourable Member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked a very important question, and it was about seniors. Mr. Speaker, the government had just announced with great fanfare that they were going to be increasing the amount of taxes that seniors, Canadian seniors, pay. And it was not good news for Canadian seniors back in December. Mr. Speaker, on December 8th, I asked the Prime Minister and received an answer from the Finance Minister that they were balancing their election promises, that the government was going to reduce the amount that Canadian seniors could contribute to their tax-free savings plan. Over half of the tax-free savings plans in Canada are used by seniors. They put money away so that they can save that to support themselves. Mr. Speaker, it's good to see seniors contributing by putting money away. Mr. Speaker, right now in Canada, every sixth person in Canada, every sixth person is a senior. And in 14 short years, 1 in 4 Canadians will be a senior. So that is a very large percentage of the Canadian population will be a senior, 1 in 4 in 14 years. There's this dramatic foundational shift in Canada. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's important that seniors continue to be productive citizens within Canada, but also they prepare. They prepare while they age. And that was why it was so important and why so many seniors contribute to the tax-free savings plan. Well, the government said that they were going to take that away because they had made a lot of promises to Canadians and they were going to balance what they were doing on the backs of Canadian seniors. Now, Mr. Speaker, during the election, they made a lot of promises, the government did, the Liberals did, and they promised that they were going to do a lot for seniors. Well, Mr. Speaker, it was just a few days ago that the organization known as CARP, C-A-R-P, were outraged. They said that finance ministers will not move CPP reform forward as had been promised. CARP members are outraged. All Canadians should be. They said that the government is going to not do what they had promised they were going to do. And what was that promise? Well, that they were going to make these changes to help seniors within 3 months of the election. 3 months of the election would be January the 19th, just a week ago. And they've just told seniors that they're not going to keep those promises. And so an organization like CARP is outraged, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker. The question remains is, why is the government trying to keep these promises on the backs of Canadian seniors? And it's just not right, Mr. Speaker. The other major concern that I'm hearing from Canadians is that why does this government have a minister for seniors? And it's important when you have 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior, why does this government not have any representation for seniors? And I ask the member, will they appoint a minister for seniors, and will they stop attacking the accounts, the savings accounts of Canadian seniors?
To thank the honourable member from Langley Aldergrove. Et maintenant, le secrétaire parlementaire.
Now the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's a privilege to be speaking here today. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, a very important question for seniors in our middle class. Monsieur le Président, quand la classe moyenne...
Mr. Speaker, when the Canadian middle class has more money in its pockets to save, invest, and grow our economy, we all benefit as Canadians. The previous government's plan, Mr. Speaker, aimed to double the TFSA limit, and it would have helped those who are best off in Canada. It would have helped them save even more. But it would have cost hundreds of millions of dollars to the federal treasury over the next 5 years, tens of billions of dollars over the long term. Mr. Speaker, the choice made by that government is different. Our government has a plan to grow the economy, and we have already started it. We plan initiatives that will help the most Canadians succeed. During the election, we talked about the middle class, and those are the people we want to help. In December, we started by reducing taxes for the middle class. In the 2016 budget, we will create a Canada Child Benefit that will help 9 out of 10 families in the country to be better off. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that only 6.7% of Canadians eligible for the TFSA used the maximum in 2013. Doubling the limit for TFSAs does nothing for the 93% of Canadians who cannot contribute the maximum to the TFSA. What I can guarantee, Mr. Speaker, what I can say to Canadians is that the limit for the 2015 year is still $10,000, and that change will not be retroactive. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my honorable colleague for having done pre-budget consultations from Moncton to Yellowknife. There were about 20 of these meetings, hundreds of Canadians were met with, and submissions from over 100,000 Canadians were received online. What people are asking, Mr. Speaker, is that we focus on the middle class, that we talk about innovation, productivity, intelligent infrastructure that will help our country advance. People also talked about exports. What people want in Canada, after we've been across the country, is that we have a responsible government that will invest in the middle class and ensure that the country continues to grow economically. And that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, when we invest in the middle class, as we did in December, by reducing taxes for the middle class. That's exactly what we do when we create the Canada Child Benefit. It's putting money in the pockets of Canadians to grow the economy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for telling us about what they're going to do for the middle class, and it's important. Mr. Speaker, he also said that his government is quite different than the priorities of the former Conservative government that increased the age of credit amount by $2,000, pension income splitting, saving seniors taxes, and the home accessibility tax credit for seniors, and on and on. The former government lowered the taxes for seniors. This new government is now raising the taxes for seniors, and that's why in the poll that CARP just conducted, 84% of respondents were outraged and angry with the government for breaking its promises. So will the government keep its promises that it made to seniors, and will the government appoint a minister for seniors' issues?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, by investing in the middle class. What my colleague said wasn't quite precise. We reduced taxes in December. What we've done is part of a number of promises we will be keeping, including the Canada Child Benefit that will benefit over 9 million people in the country, 9 families out of 10. That's exactly how we were elected. On that basis, we told Canadians that our decision was to invest in the middle class, to provide benefits to families who need them. Many children will be raised out of poverty. That's what we told Canadians during the election campaign, and that's what we're doing today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak in the House today about a very important topic, one that I think all Canadians agree upon, and that is Canada's response to the refugee crisis that is happening in the Middle East. Certainly, I think all sides of this House, all parties agree that this is a humanitarian crisis of great scale and one that Canada should have a role in responding to. But the question is, how do we respond to that? During the campaign, the Liberals focused on an escalating series of numbers, and they landed on 25,000, I think somewhat arbitrarily, and that was by the end of 2015. Of course, they weren't able to make that commitment. But now the question becomes, how are refugees being cared for when they come to Canada? And what we've seen over recent weeks is that certainly there are questions around affordable housing, the provision of affordable housing long term. That's a big concern for many municipalities, refugee agencies, language training services, the cost associated with various programs and their sustainability, who will bear that burden. And, we're seeing more and more of this. And today, there is actually a report, Mr. Speaker, an article posted by CBC News. The title was "Syrians Feel Hopeless as Government-Sponsored Refugees Are in Toronto." And there's a quote here. It says, from a refugee, we were told, through a translator, the refugee said, "We were told that when we arrived to the hotel, we would only be staying for 3 or 4 days maximum. However, things have been changed, and we've been here for 10 to 11 days, and we've been told it could be even longer. The problem is that we have kids, and we would rather be outside in a settle house than sitting at a hotel." And a wide variety of people commented in this article, talking about, frankly, the fact that what we all know is that the government really didn't think through the plan on how they were going to manage this. And I think, certainly we will be hearing more of this to come, and I think that's very unfortunate. And, I think we're all willing to work with the government on this, but then today in the House of Commons, the minister responded to a question from a government member, again, on the number of refugees that had come to Canada, and he responded, "However, more than the numbers, we have done this well." And I think that's a little blind, given this article that came out today, the reports that we're hearing from different municipalities, agencies within these municipalities requesting pauses on the arrival of refugees. And I think that this mismanagement is something that is very important, both when we think about accountability to Canadians, as well as ensuring the success of refugees when they arrive in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, last year, the government staged a photo op at Pearson Airport for the first arrivals of Syrian refugees here. And given the amount of mismanagement, the override in cost in this that we've seen through this in the preamble that I've just put out, I'm wondering if the government can tell the House exactly how much was spent on that photo op, both for lighting, there was production quality lighting that was set up there, staffing, transportation, the number of full-time equivalent hours that were put into designing the photo op. I'd love to have that number. I certainly don't think they've been forthcoming with it, and why they decided that spending the amount of time that they did on staging a photo op was more than dealing with some of these very pressing issues, such as looking at the issue of long-term housing for refugees. Thank you.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend from Calgary Nose Hill for her question, and I have some remarks in response. In terms of the effort that we are undertaking, Mr. Speaker, all of my honourable colleagues have been impressed and inspired by what we've seen, by how much Canadians from coast to coast to coast have embraced our new arrivals with warm and open hearts through these cold winter days. Mr. Speaker, we've always said that it is not simply a federal government project, and you've heard that line repeated by the minister, but it is truly a national effort, a partnership among individuals, organizations, and different levels of government from communities across this country. Our partners in the private sector, in the public sector, in governmental and NGO organizations of all sizes, in places large and small, have contributed their time, their energy, and their resources to make our national project a reality. But they've also maintained and even increased their level of commitment and enthusiasm over these many weeks, which is apropos of what the minister was saying today during question period. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that that enthusiasm will take us through to the end of next month and beyond, when we expect to surpass our initial goals. As for the federal government, our efforts are proceeding at full pace. The minister has frequently talked about these efforts as a wave, a building wave, and what we are seeing now is that this wave is virtually at a full crest. Whether it's the identification and processing of refugees from Lebanon, Jordan, and now Turkey, the flights to Canada, the welcomes in Toronto and Montreal, or the settlement and community integration in every corner of the country, all systems are working at their full capacity. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we have been committed to being transparent with Canadians about the progress of our national effort, including any setbacks or hurdles or challenges we've faced along the way, some of which were mentioned in my friend's comments, the member from Calgary-Nose Hill. Her original question, for which we are here at adjournment proceedings, related to the specific numbers about how the processing was proceeding with. So I'll propose to give you some of those numbers now and then address some of her comments forthwith. The numbers, in terms of today, are 13,512 that have been admitted into Canada since November the 4th. 7,691 are government-assisted, 4,985 are privately sponsored, and 836 are what we call blended visas. In addition to this, there are 5,660 applications that have been finalized overseas, which include 4,000 visa holders who have not yet arrived to this country. In grand total, Mr. Speaker, that is 19,172 refugees who have either arrived in our country or have been approved but have not yet traveled to Canada. There are also a total of 15,000 additional applications currently in progress. This leads us to the optimistic perspective, Mr. Speaker, that we are well on track to reach our targets. And that's thanks to the Government of Canada's proactive outreach and cooperation with the governments of Turkey, Jordan, and Lebanon, who have helped to expedite the exit permits. It's an ambitious commitment, Mr. Speaker, but it's a commitment that was warmly received by Canadians last year. It has been warmly received by Canadians in terms of their participation and their cooperation in getting behind this national effort. In terms of the latest numbers, further information is available on the IRCC website. A couple of specific responses to the member from Calgary-Nose Hill. The comment was made that we've reached the 25,000 target arbitrarily. Far from it, Mr. Speaker. A lot of input was put into achieving that number, and we are committed to achieving it, and we will be achieving it by the end of February 29th. Some hurdles have been identified by my friend from Calgary-Nose Hill in terms of housing, language training, and the costs associated. We've been fully conversant with all of the costs that have been provided, and in terms of the housing issues, we're working with the settlement agencies to resolve them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member from Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite earlier this month said, and I quote, "Are we treating Syrians differently than refugees from other parts of the world?" Yes, we are. That's clear. That's fact. So given that the government has, through some criteria that's unknown to us, decided that this cohort is different from others, could they tell us when they will be tabling the immigration levels report and what feedback they've received from the provinces on reports saying that they will in fact be lowering the number of provincial nominee programs in light of the Syrian Refugee Initiative?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
So, in response, I thank my friend opposite for the question. In terms of the differential treatment of Syrian refugees, that is absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. We are doing a dedicated airlift. We have provided 54 flights thus far, and the flights continue. It is no different than what any other of the major parties committed to during the campaign. It is no different than what we are doing now. There's a humanitarian crisis, which my friend identified in her initial comments. It is the largest migration of individuals the world has seen since World War II. The European Union has identified it as such, so has the UNHCR. In terms of why we're treating them differently, because their crisis is severe, the civil war is severe. In terms of what we are doing in terms of addressing some of the hurdles that were identified earlier, my friend took issue in her original comments with the fact that the minister has claimed we have done things well, and she doesn't need to take, my friend does not need to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. She can take the word of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, who has said that Canada is a shining example in this regard in terms of its leadership, symbolically, and in terms of the mechanisms it is putting in place to successfully receive individuals and integrate them into our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to rise during adjournment procedures today. And Mr. Speaker, this is in follow-up to my question of December 7th, 2015, And on that day, I had asked the Minister of Indigenous Affairs to tell Canadians the full cost of implementing the 94 recommendations made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And of course, the Minister, I don't think, not only did I not have a cost, which I had asked for, but I also asked her, had they analyzed what the implications were being. So I really felt that this is an important area and we need a more fulsome discussion. The Commission, of course, was created by the Conservative government in 2007. A year later, the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage, stood in this House and he apologized to former students and their families for the Canadian government's role in the operation of the residential schools. And, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt the school system had profoundly lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. There is no place, as has been noted a number of times in Canada, for the attitudes that inspired the Indian residential school system to ever prevail again. And of course, it took extraordinary courage for the survivors who came forward to share their painful memories. It is a testament to their resilience as individuals and to their strength of their culture. The scars are a long way from healing, and the work of the Commission, of course, is a step towards that goal. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has promised Canadians a transparent government. He's promised Canadians that his government will implement each one of those 94 recommendations. Mr. Speaker, while many of the recommendations are excellent and necessary, I believe the government needs to appropriately calculate and share with Parliament the full cost and the implications to Canadian taxpayers. For example, the implications of the acceptance of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and what that impact might be and what the assessment is in terms of Canada's economic future. The Declaration calls on countries not to just consult and accommodate Indigenous people on laws and protects them projects that might affect them, as Canada has been doing, but also obtain their full consent. Mr. Speaker, there's many legal minds that have suggested that this is going to give a veto. And of course, this implementing this declaration was in the minister's mandate letter. Is it the intention of the federal government to give a veto in terms of specific developments? Obviously, they have the right to be consulted, but I do believe that it is important for the federal government to maintain its final authority. Otherwise, there's no clear process to follow. Legislation can be, and projects may be stonewalled indefinitely, whether it's natural resources, tourism, or these are projects that are vital as we're struggling with difficult times, vital for our economy, and so we need to have clarity around what that means. We can't operate with that level of ambiguity. In addition, there was many, many far-reaching from anywhere from the money for Truth and Reconciliation Centers, monuments, athletic programs, CBC radio. So again, Mr. Speaker, I think we absolutely need to move forward on these important recommendations, but I think there's some that perhaps need a second view, and we need to share with Canadians fully the cost and the implications.
Thank you. The honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to respond to the question by the honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I think for all of my colleagues here, it's very clear and understood that the Prime Minister has said no relationship is more important to him and to Canada than the one with Indigenous peoples. The relationship that Canada and Indigenous peoples have is vitally important, and we have come to recognize that each and every day, not just to our shared economic interests, but to our respective identities as a nation. It is way past the time for a renewed relationship based on trust, based on respect and a true spirit of cooperation. Mr. Speaker, the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission provides all Canadians with a renewed path forward. for Canada's unfinished journey of healing and reconciliation with our Indigenous people. As a Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, I would like to acknowledge the hard work, the tremendous efforts that have been displayed by the Commissioners and the Commission throughout this mandate, to all the staff that have worked so diligently on this. The final report is a monumental achievement, and that has been recognized by all Canadians. For many of those former students and their families, it is also a testament to the courage that they have showed in sharing their stories. We want to acknowledge them. We acknowledge their suffering. And, Mr. Speaker, we admire their strength, and we want to move forward being inspired by their words, by their hope for change and new direction, for a new culture that can be shared between Canada's Indigenous people and our country and our government. So this will provide that path forward for federal and provincial governments and all Canadians so that we can build on these efforts towards reconciliation. Our government is committed to working in partnership with the survivors, in working with First Nations, Métis and Inuit people, along with the provinces and territories, parties to the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and other key partners to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Canada's call to action. Doing so will take time. It will take time, but we are committed to getting this right. Currently, the government is working with all of these partners to design an engagement strategy that we will have prepared for the spring of 2016 and to developing a national reconciliation framework. This framework will be informed by the Truth and Reconciliation Canada's Call to Action and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So on an issue as important as this, as reconciliation with Indigenous people, it is more important to do things right rather than do it quickly. It is important that reconciliation not be done independently by government, but it be done in partnership with all of those who are involved. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to my colleague, we want to engage all parties. We want to encourage all people. We want to ensure that this collaborative framework is done properly so we can have real reconciliation with Indigenous people in Canada.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I remember in June of last year, and it was a very significant day when the report was tabled. No one had time to read the 94 recommendations or analyze it. And then at that time, the leader of the third party came in and said, I accept all 94 recommendations. We're going to move forward with them. Mr. Speaker, perhaps a third party leader can do that. The government has a responsibility. The government has a responsibility in terms of analyzing the implications of each of those 94 recommendations, analyzing the cost of those recommendations, sharing with Canadians what that's going to mean. Is it going to mean a veto in terms of natural resource projects? Is the government giving up their right to have final decisions in terms of projects? Canadians need to know that. Mr. Speaker, it would not be fair for the government to not move forward in an open and honest, transparent manner with all Canadians as we move forward. I agree it's an important process. They have to be open, accountable, and transparent.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the concern that the member opposite has displayed and shown on this issue. But first of all, I would say I would never underestimate the due diligence of the Prime Minister of Canada. This is a Prime Minister and a government, Mr. Speaker, that will be led by action. This is a government who has made a commitment to reconcile the differences that we have had with the Indigenous people of Canada for many generations and decades. We have started that process on truth and reconciliation and that call to action. We are committed to that process. We are committed to doing it in partnership with Indigenous groups across Canada. We will not do it in isolation of those that are the First Peoples of this country, because in doing so, governments have failed. We plan on getting this right, and we plan on taking the time that is necessary to work with the Indigenous people of this country to build a stronger nation-to-nation relationship going forward that will benefit all Canadians.
Hear, hear.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.